Israel being an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day. And you might be wondering, Hasan, why is it a special day? Is it because it's a beautiful day? It's 75 degrees and sunny in California, Los Angeles. Is that the reason? I would say, yes, that's part of the reason. You might be saying, is it because you worked out this morning and you feel kind of brolic? You feel kind of good? You feel like you've actually lost a decent amount of weight since you got back from France? And I'd say, yeah, that's also part of the reason. Could be part of the reason. But I think there's another reason for why it's a very special day, and that is because it is a very special day of the week, as always. It's Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
You know we finally here, right?
That's right.
It's Friday then.
It's Friday.
Sunday, what?
It's Friday. It's Friday. It is all of those things. You already know, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is freaking Friday. A pleasure. It gives me tremendous pleasure to announce that it's Freaky Friday. As always, immaculate vibes are upon us, something that our forefathers fought long and hard for, and obviously we are not going to waste that opportunity. A sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose that you can feel in your heart, mind, body, and soul, because the labor union and labor militancy fought long and hard for it, and obviously we will appreciate that. We will celebrate that. You already know what it is. If you like the weekends, thank a union. Fantastic vibes overall. President Trump is signing executive orders in the Oval Office right now. You already know. That's lame as hell. We'll get to that in a little bit. Before we get to that, though, this is part of the week. This is a 3-day weekend. Okay, this is a 3-day weekend. And I didn't even realize it was a 3-day weekend until recently, for the record. I didn't even realize until like a couple hours ago when someone was like, oh, you know, it's Memorial Day weekend. I was like, oh, shit, I had no idea. Now, let me tell you. Okay, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the stop streaming button, so help me God. And that is precisely what I am going to do. That is precisely what I'm a do. And yeah. Can someone link the blast off? I haven't even blasted off yet. Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? Can't really recall. I don't really... Guess I didn't really do much. Ended the broadcast, chilled a little bit. Watched a little Andor. Worked on Kaya's fur because she is going crazy mode with the shedding. She's sleeping right now, as you can tell, because she's obviously very tired. No politique here. Andor season 2. I mean, I've been going through it slowly but surely, but I keep falling asleep. I have not caught up with rehearsal, so I don't know what the last episode is, okay? I'm sorry. I have not caught up with rehearsal. I know Trump is live right now. Hasan, you still watching the studio and your friends and neighbors on Apple TV? I personally love them. Yes, I am. I have not been keeping up with One Piece. And the reason for why is because I'm waiting for like a big blast to watch it all in one go. Anyway, where were we? What else is going on in the world? Not much. Not at least in my world. This morning I worked out, got my upper body push day in, and then after that I worked out, got my upper body push day in, and then I had some big business deals as always. Wait, hold on. Trump signing executive orders. I know. Will you sue Greenblatt? Maybe. But yeah. What protein powder do you use if you use any? I drink Fairlife protein, and Muscle Milk is another one. Like there's 2 different protein milks that protein shakes that I drink, and that's it. I don't really do. Did your Champagne Socialist Healthcare ship you your new bionic pinky yet? Healed up? I mean, there's no reason to not like protein powder. I think protein powder is great. Protein powder is great. It's awesome. It's perfect. I also eat a bunch of protein bars. Need a fit review of all of this. This has to go in the top 3 funniest pictures of him. It's fantastic. What a fit. Incredible. No notes. Other than that, I guess we can just blast off real quick. There's not really much else going on in my life. Let me tell you. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Have you seen some of Streamer University? I've seen clips here and there. It's very funny. It's a concept that is incredibly chaotic, though. It's a concept that is unimaginably chaotic, and I worry a little bit. I worry that, like, I hope nothing horrible happens. I know my brain is broken, but I have content creator, adult content creator brain in the way that, like, when I see hundreds of clip farmers trapped in one location, the opportunities for chaos is endless. And it can either be a fantastic opportunity for content, like an endless well of content, or it can go horribly, horribly wrong. And I hope it doesn't. A lot of drama, a lot of fighting, a lot of craziness, I feel like. And that's something that I was going to talk about later as well. But I mean, look, it's fun. Adult content creator has me dead. Yeah, like as a content creator who is 33 years old and a grown ass man and an adult. Okay. Would you ever go on Big Brother? No. There's always that one shitter that shows up to make everything about themselves and tear everyone down. Yeah, except this is literally all that shitter. It's everyone is that guy. Everyone is a clip farmer. Why didn't you go on Unistreamer? I don't know. Maybe because I'm a political content creator and I don't have. Well, one, I wasn't invited. Two, I don't think I would ever even be invited as a lecturer, as a guest lecturer, if even I entertain the notion. And last but not least, I don't have an entire week to go and like fly somewhere else and do streams like that. Also, I'm white, and they they're anti-white. They're anti-white. So as a white man, I'm not welcome in those lands. You know what I mean? It's not a real university chat. Yeah. Yeah. It's a HBCU. They have a HBCU style structure. So I can't be a part of it. They got rid of DEI. Yeah, there's no more DEI. Which now we want DEI, of course. When white people are not allowed in a space, we want DEI. HasanAbi stream TikTok. What is this?
Okay, does anybody have the video I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I've seen this already.
Take a day off, chatter.
The Indian armed forces.
Yeah, so
National institutions, the UN, are functioning.
you guys are so fucking annoying. Oh my god, I know that someone got outed for being a pedophile. Show me a Republican who's not a fucking pedophile. I will get to it. Yeah. Based. What's this?
Yo, the nail biting. Got it down to the nail biting is crazy.
Have to say for yourself. Are you fucking stupid? I will have sex with your mother and then your mother will become pregnant and your mother will give birth to a beautiful Turkish boy and then that Turkish boy will grow up to be a man much more successful and handsome that you will ever be in your... Okay, I think that's gonna be it for today, guys. No gaming tonight. Peace.
That's so funny. I'm called out. It's messed up. It's messed up. Every other word out of your mouth is fuck. That 2025 goal dies so quick. Okay, man. It's hard. All right? It's hard. Give me a freaking break. It's hard. All right, let's blast it. Let's blast it. Oh my God. I will not be playing Expedition 33. Do you just ask that question? Do you ask that question specifically because you know you're going to get this kind of response that is exactly like the TikTok clip? Is that what it is? I'm not playing Expedition 33 or whatever it's called. Okay, I heard it's a fantastic game. It's great. It's wonderful. Have fun playing it. But, you know, this is not... Oh. What the hell is this? Thomas Sankara fan? Oh, I saw this one too. Me dabbing out my son after I see him in Hasan chat, spamming W's instead of reading dumbass marks. Yeah. This is from a hater, but I still like it. It's a good meme. This is how you engage in revolutionary acts of protest. You know what I mean? That's how you do it. Anyway, updates on Israeli diplomat shooter. Updates on Israel diplomat shooter. Confirmed the legacy median allegations. You mean legacy media allegations? During the speaking engagement in Chicago, one of the attendees asked about when you'd finish Subnautica. I'm here to follow up on that, as myself and everyone else in the chat is very invested in this. No. Okay. Updates on Israeli diplomat shooter. Updates on, dude, what the hell? My brain is fried, dude. My brain is so freaking fried. It's crazy. Shooter did not follow you on Twitter, but follow TrueAnon. I know. I'm aware. That's like one of the funniest things has been watching. One of the saddest things has been watching people like try to tie the shooter back to me to try to get me deplatformed, and they simply can't do it. But like it's just people that don't care about anything. They're just so cynical, and they're just using this as a yet another opportunity to fucking deplatform me. It's not even on the basis of like being pro-Palestine or pro-Israel, really. Like some of them are pro-Israel. Some of the people that are doing that are obviously pro-Israel. Others are just doing that because they fucking hate me personally. Like that's their only foray into politics. It's crazy. Yeah, I saw the How to Properly Resist Israel's Genocide. It's a great thread that HasanAbi Productions made, and I will be looking at it later today. I feel like that's a great way to approach this. Leave it to Mr. Decline to center himself. I know. Time Magazine mentioned you, then Kanye in the same sentence. The trip out taken as... Wait, what? Time Magazine did? The fuck? Oh, it's Jonathan Greenblatt wrote that, dude. Yeah, he's a crackhead. The fuck? You said Time Magazine, and I was like, I thought you were being I thought there was like real news coverage or something. No, dude, it's fucking ADL. Is Jonathan Greenblatt trying desperately to to deplatform me? That's him. That's his whole shtick is like, yeah, we got to get this guy out of here, you know? I'm his like white whale. Like he's been trying to capture me this whole time. He's been trying to get me deplatformed this whole time. He's like did you see this new Israel polls? Yes, I covered it yesterday. New Israeli polls are crazy. Yeah, I'm his Gulf of America. Exactly. He just won't fucking stop. He's just so goddamn annoying. I need to have him on the broadcast. Like I want to have him on the broadcast and have a conversation with him directly. Maybe he'll do that. The DOJ task force gets their lead from Stop Anti-Semitism. Yeah, I know. We'll review all leads. Thanks, man. What a fucking insane world we live in. Task force getting their leads from insane people like the Stop Anti-Semitism account. Insane doxers. Did you see the Turkish and Greek people unite over the fact that Israeli claimed dolma as an Israeli dish? Oh, that's crazy. What else? PSA stated that the attack at the embassy was anti-Semitic. Not surprised by them, but honestly still disappointed. They have a pretty large reach. Yes, I'm going to talk about that in a second. They're trying to scapegoat you. Be careful. I know, dude. I know they are. I know. I am aware. Don't worry. Okay. Trump goes after Harvard foreign students, but judge blocks his insane attempt. And more news. Get in now. Israel really is so repulsive that it unites historic enemies all the time. Okay. Yeah, the new AI videos are insane as well. I know. I will cover it. I've seen it. New Google AI vids are wild. Get in now. Okay. Does anyone have a blast off meme or no? Bro, the left just loves to attack other leftists. TikTok timelines filled with people criticizing you and Bernie, expecting to go from now to a utopia without outing in the work. Wait, what? TikTok is yelling at me? Oh no. What else is new? Dude, there are things that are worthwhile. There's discourse that's productive, and then there's TikTok discourse. And then there's Twitter discourse. Twitter discourse is the lowest form of discourse, the most unproductive form of discourse. TikTok is like probably the second closest. I don't even entertain Sky or Blue Sky, Sky Blue, whatever. Both sad but also heartwarming. He got some food. Oh yeah, this is this story was so fucking sad. Oh, you have two dogs? I'm pretty new here. Seeing the second one for the first time. What breeds the other one? She's also a mix. She's also a mutt. And this is my brother's dog, Fiona. Fifito. She knows we're talking about her. It's Fifi. Anyway, here it is. The blast off meme. Let the people know. Let the people know that University of California gave Princess Kaya Piker the degree of Doctor of Philosophy for not pooping in the house. From Berkeley. She has a PhD in not pooping in the house. She's sleeping. She doesn't even care about the haters. She doesn't even care about the haters thinking that she poops in the house. The goodest of all girls. Fiona also has a PhD in that, except she did poop in the house the other day because she had diarrhea, and she's an old lady, and sometimes she can't hold it. Are you going to ball at DreamCon? I'm going to ball my freaking face off, dude. I'm going to ball my freaking face off. Literally, though, you have to be careful who you verbally align with, even if it's a joke. Like, obviously, people will tie you to anything, and radicals will find ways to link. Ay, dude, what are you gonna do? Listen? If it happens, it happens. If the government wants to fucking arrest me, they're gonna arrest me, big dog. Okay? I know. I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing this for quite a while, chatter. Okay? We got Low-Key talking about Kneecap, who's coming after Kneecap. We'll obviously talk about that as well. I've been talking to them as well. What is this? It's not hate, just a statement. Mod, I don't hate anyone, nor have sinister intent, but I will call out shit and will not be sorry about it. Literally, though. What is this? What does this take? Asman is trying his hardest to link you is actually crazy. Bro, shut up. It's fine. There needs to be some repercussions for people who lie patently about you. They're getting too comfortable. I don't think you guys understand. I'm a fucking public figure, okay? There is not a lot of penalties for lying about a public figure. You are oblivious to how defamation works, okay? You are oblivious to how defamation works in the United States of America. Especially. Like, if the ADL said that about me as a institution, like a legally recognized institution in the UK, and I was in the UK as well as a British citizen, I would literally sue them successfully and instantly. That's it. Have you talked about the liberal genocide defenders' tactic of saying both sides suffer? How to make them understand that they are defending literally genocide? I mean, is there a both sides in the Holocaust? Did they talk about how both sides suffered in the Holocaust? If no, then they should be able to understand how there are no both sides on this this new iteration of the Holocaust as well. It's basically inevitable at this point, or Trump or JD will directly mention Hasan at this point. Chad just need to chill and see what happens next, but that will be an interesting day indeed. Yeah. I don't know why all of my 30,000 producers in the chat are just like losing their minds about what I should be doing. It's like, I know. I'm not oblivious to everything that's going on. Trust me. Oh. Anyway, can we revisit timing people out for being annoying? Yes. Where are those pants from? They're Carhartt. Seems like mainstream media has become a bolder to lie about you. No, that's not the case. The only person that you're seeing in like mainstream outlets that try to rally around this cause of trying to deplatform me is the likes of Richie Torres or ADL's very own Jonathan Greenblatt. The problem, however, is that ADL's very own Jonathan Greenblatt has lost his institutional prominence, partially because he gave the game away about how much he actually cares, only almost singularly focused on defending Israel. So when that happens, like most normal people, like they'll give you a little bit of daylight. They'll allow you to speak. They'll allow you to talk about stuff on mainstream outlets and whatnot, but ultimately it doesn't go anywhere. I think one of the worst things Jonathan Greenblatt did for his own cause, if his goal is to like maintain his position as like someone who cares about anti-Semitism, so that he can make a more convincing argument that like all of Israel's enemies are anti-Semites themselves, he probably should not have been so worried about Elon Musk coming after him. But he very clearly is a agent of the regime, right? He's an agent of conservatism. Once he just like there were a bunch of different moments where people were like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you defending Elon Musk? Like, what's wrong with you? Because they did that. He did that the first time when Elon Musk was like, I gotta fix my hair. It's fucking awful. The very first time Elon Musk was like, yeah, Jews are doing the great replacement by importing the third world into this country. Like, and he defended Elon after that. That was a big deal for obviously a lot of people who care about anti-Semitism. They were like, what the fuck are you doing? ADL flagged this guy for saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. Dude, stop. I know it's your link. Okay, stop. I'm specifically not watching it now because you keep linking it over and over again. Stop trying to self-promo in the chat. It's okay. Combating anti-Semitism isn't as important to the ADL if it's not also anti-Israel. If it's just normal anti-Semitism and doesn't mention Israel, is clearly not a priority. No, I'm taking it one step further. I'm saying that the ADL, in order to maintain some semblance of legitimacy, had to, in the past, act like they cared about normal anti-Semitism, like real anti-Semitism that exists. But that only served the actual purpose of the ADL, which was to attack Israel's enemies. But they have lost that institutional positioning because they gave the game away post October 7 when they just like completely stopped covering like actual anti-Semitism and hyper focused on talking about how like, Jews who wear keffiyehs on college campuses are actually the biggest threat to America and also the biggest threat as far as like anti-Semitism goes. So that, yeah, for the average person, like once you start doing that, especially in America, like Americans are not very intelligent people, right? Like they're very black and white in their understanding of the world. Americans don't have the nuance to think like a guy like Stephen Miller could potentially be a fucking straightforward neo-Nazi because they're like, isn't he Jewish? I don't understand, right? So because of that, once like Jonathan Greenblatt comes after like anti-Zionist Jews, for example, most Americans will go, the fuck? Yeah, I don't think this is the case. One of the greatest examples of the ADL not giving a shit about anti-Semitism is the fact that they constantly run cover for Elon Musk because Elon Musk is pro-Israel, and Elon Musk is also probably one of the largest forces of growing Nazism in this country. Like with what he did on Twitter, he has normalized neo-Nazi discourse in a way that I don't even know if we are truly capable of understanding. Like he has opened the floodgates of this shit, right? He has opened the goddamn floodgates of Nazi sentiment. And it's crazy. What is this? E.L. Jacoby breaking. Hasan Piker hailed by the New York Times as the future of progressivism, tells the audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag. Then immediately says the guy was genuine with his actions. This is a glorification of terrorism. Wait, what? I literally said it's not a false flag. Why did these guys lie about the most basic shit? Let's see what they clipped. Because the funniest is when they actually don't clip it out of context, but just simply say something that I'm not saying in the clip. Let's see. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single breaking Hasan Piker hailed by the New York Times in the future. Like, dude, you can't do that. You can't do that. You have to clip it out of context, dumbass. You can't literally clip it in context. What the fuck are you doing? People are so stupid nowadays, too. This is a 36-second clip. Anyone can watch and tell you told multiple lies about it. I don't understand why these guys... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Does no one watch the clip? It's fucking 37 seconds long. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like every single thing he claims I said in this fucking clip is just the exact opposite. They have incredibly selective hearing. No, but it's not even selective hearing. It's like, what use is there for language? Like this is going against the concept of language itself, the concept of communication itself. And it doesn't make any sense. I'm about to clip the last 30 seconds of claim you believe in aliens is forever over for you, HasanAbi. But I don't get it. I don't get it because it's like... I don't know. I don't understand it. A fascinating phenomena. People clipping things and simply claiming the opposite. This is 37 seconds long. Every single... I said the exact opposite. Phenomena is plural? Yeah. It does that's not wrong. Yeah, I'm saying like phenomena, not phenomenon. I guess I can say phenomenon. Fascinating phenomenon nowadays is people clipping things and simply claiming the opposite of what I'm saying. This is 37 seconds long. I said the exact opposite of what you claim I'm... Wait, the video was originally posted by Dan and he included the context? That's crazy. No, that's what I mean. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's something that has happened. It's something that has happened in this broadcast as well, where I will literally be like, I will talk about how, let's talk about something innocuous, something that's silly, right? Just to use an argument here. For the sake of an argument, I could be talking about how I love chocolate chip cookies and dunking chocolate chip cookies in whole milk. Chatters will come in the process of me talking about how I love dunking chocolate chip cookies in whole milk and consuming it that way, and be like, I hate that you fucking despise people who eat chocolate chip cookies. You say you want to kill people who eat chocolate chip cookies. It's very clear. You also specifically hate milk, especially whole milk. And it's like, what is the purpose of me doing anything if you are just... Like, back in the day, people used to at least go, when I say I love chocolate chip cookies and dunking it in whole milk, they would come in and be like, why do you fucking hate skim milk, right? That was the old meta. Something I did not say that they would just create in their own minds. Now, they will just hear me say something and just assume I'm taking the opposite position of what I'm saying. Like, it moved beyond, oh, I said I like pancakes. That means you fucking hate waffles. No, that's a whole separate sentence. Like, it moved beyond that. Now I'm saying I love pancakes, and they're saying, why do you hate pancakes? Why are you consistently saying you hate pancakes? Yeah, Twitter is the only place where well-articulated sentences still get misinterpreted. You can say, I like pancakes. Somebody say, so you hate waffles? No, bitch, that's a whole new sentence. What the fuck is you talking about? You know what? I'm just going to post that. I just don't understand. I don't understand why, like, what people get out of it. No, it's different. They are abusing the fact that Twitter users do not watch the clip. It is just lying. I know, but just like put any clip there then. Why won't they just like put any clip? Do you know what I mean? Like, why don't you just put like a totally irrelevant clip or try to like clip it out of context? They don't even do that anymore. They just straight up put the clip in context and will just claim that I'm saying the exact opposite thing that I'm saying. Anyway. This is 37 seconds long. I'm sure people aren't so stupid. This is how we get the libs to love you. Put a random clip and caption. HasanAbi says Biden is the greatest to ever do it. Yeah. Simply claiming in the description. This is 37 seconds long. And this dumbass lied about everything. Anyway, bro, writing a book for people that don't care about the truth. I mean, this is for people who probably experience this and get annoyed by it. You know what I mean? It's 37 seconds long, man. It's not that difficult for someone to just like watch it and be like, that's not what that clip is saying at all. Actually, it's the exact opposite of what that clip is saying. You You looked at a 37-second clip and chose with the knowledge that you are equipped, that your audience is so dumb that they won't even watch a 37-second clip. You just chose to lie about everything that I'm saying in the clip. You chose to claim the exact opposite of what I am saying. You know? It's ridiculous. That's like 2 TikToks worth of attention span. You expect a lot out of these people? No, I think we're dumber than dirt, dude. We have officially become so goddamn stupid. Bringing up false at the time when even if Hasan doesn't believe, the implants the idea into people's brains. Bro, we're living in post-truth. The fish rots from the head down. Why wouldn't they act like this? We're in an IRL cyberpunk dystopia. I know lying is OP, but like, and I always say like we're getting dumber and dumber, but there is a level of lying that I think even the average, like even the dumbest person will probably go, yeah, I don't think that's correct. This is one of those moments where it's not like what I'm saying is confusing. But like I'm very clearly saying this is not a false flag. I understand why people think it's a false flag because it looks so perfect for a false flag, but I don't think this is a false flag. And I keep repeating that I don't think it's a false flag throughout this 37-second video. It's a very clear point. It's not nuanced, dude. Dude, you say nuance is dead. This is not nuance. This is just how language works. Once I didn't even get clipped out of context. I can't even complain that this is a clip out of context because the context is still in the clip. I mean, sure, there is a broader conversation that I'm having there that you're not going to be able to understand in 30 seconds, but this is one of those moments where like it basically is just it's captured. The essence of what I'm saying is captured in the clip. Look, I'm going to play it once again. So I'm going to read you what the clip like what this dumb fuck is saying. I'm saying in the clip. Hasan Piker, hailed by the New York Times as the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag, then immediately says this guy was genuine with his actions. This is a glorification of terrorism. Now, what doesn't make sense here is that these two things are at odds with one another. If he was genuine with his actions, then that would imply that I'm not saying it's a false flag. Having said that, let's take a look at what I actually said. This is obviously clipped by Dan Stalkman as well. My number one perverted Zionist stalker. Let's take a look. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. But like I'm not like, it's right there. It's right there. Am I crazy? Like, what are we doing? Just watch the fucking clip. Is the assumption nowadays that my expectation is you can't even watch the clip? Like, is that what it is? Because this is basically the same as just someone claiming something that is a complete fabrication, and then everyone going, yeah, I believe it. If you can't even watch the fucking clip, what's next? You can't even read the entire tweet? Like, how much further can we go? How much more can we devolve in our endless well of stupidity? Where will this go? I can't wait to see, you know? The expectation is that they posted a clip, therefore the clip supports their claim, so pedophile Nazis won't need to bother watching. Watching the clip is anti-Semitic. This isn't even, like I said, this isn't even about nuance. Like, this is not about nuance. What is shocking is how bad this propaganda is. They're going to be like, we would lie brazenly exactly like that, so why should we believe you? This is so dumb. It's like asking Grok to fucking summarize the video, you know? It's shocking how stupid people have gotten. They don't read the entire tweet. They see HasanAbi and start typing. Yeah. It's deliberate because the title is a bad first impression. When people watch the video, they're more likely to hear what was already mentioned in there. Therefore, the title blasting the listener. Okay, here's the thing. If I were to watch something, if I were to see a random account on Twitter without making any assessment whatsoever about like their politics or anything like that, and I saw something that this account was posting that was directly at odds with the proof that they posted in the video right underneath it, I would just never treat this person seriously again. I would go, hey, there's a limited amount of time in my day where I am trying to process information as fast as possible, and you have now wasted my time. You have lied to me. You have led me astray. And you have done so in such a simple to understand manner that I will never treat you seriously ever again. At least that's how I operate, where I feel like if someone has wronged me in this regard, then I will never trust them again, you know? Or at least like, if I'm going to be charitable, I'll be like, okay, maybe this was wrong. Maybe this person got it wrong. But next time I'll be a little bit more skeptical, right? And it blows my mind that people don't exercise that at all. And I think part of the reason why people don't exercise this level of caution at all is because everything is just stand culture. Everything's computer. Everything's stand culture. And what I mean by that is there are teams. Politics is boring and annoying, and neither party actually represents people's interests. There's no need for advancing a legislative agenda or anything like that. So it's just like my team is better than your team, right? And online, it even goes beyond that. Like the boomers go, I'm team Democrat, I'm team Republican. The Zoomers go, I'm team this content creator and whatever he believes versus that content creator and whatever he believes. This content creator doesn't like that other content creator. So I have decided that that content creator is bad and everything that he believes is bad and wrong. It's just stand culture all the way down. But in that process, I think a lot of people get duped. Something that I've talked about quite frequently was with like Sex Pestany, right? Not only is it just, not only is he an immoral person, perhaps possibly engaging in criminal acts, right? But also he's wrong all the time. And I know that he has created this environment where he claims that I'm wrong all the time. But like, if you're getting your information from a guy like that, or if you're getting your information from a guy like Hutch, you are just going to be constantly led astray. And at a certain point, you got to go, why is my expectations designed around what this person is telling me not matching up with the reality in front of me. Why is it that these guys were telling me Joe Biden shouldn't drop out and everyone is actually a radical asshole for claiming Joe Biden should drop out all the way until Joe Biden literally dropped out? Why is it that if I follow these guys, I'm always playing catch up? I'm always wrong. Why is it that there are no penalties for consistently getting things wrong from the audiences that are demanding more and more wrong information, I guess? Like if someone were to claim to be a political commentator and they got something so spectacularly wrong, I would at least try to dig deep and analyze how they got it wrong, right? And if that was consistent, if they were consistently in the wrong, whether it be telling Biden not to drop out and that everyone is delusional for claiming that Biden is actually too old, when obviously the overwhelming majority of Americans were aware of this reality. And then on top of that, they were like, Kamala Harris is running the best campaign possible. She shouldn't say anything about Israel-Palestine. Shut the fuck up. And that also came out to be, that also was a spectacular failure. At a certain point, you have to recognize, like, maybe this guy isn't giving me the best possible opinion. Maybe this guy is leading me astray. Do you want to be wrong all the time? I guess maybe. Maybe people would rather feel a sense of community and a shared wrongness than to be right. I guess that's what it is. What is this? How did stand culture manifest into politics from Mothership 4 years ago? Oh my God, this is incredible. I don't know who believes this stupid shit like this. I truly believe people are just too stupid to understand they're being duped. Yeah, I guess. I still have confidence. Like you in Ukraine, you acknowledge and examine where you were wrong. Yeah. And not only was that's the reason why I brought that up. Like, people always bring up the Ukraine take, right? Like, Russia will never invade Ukraine. First of all, I was very transparent with where, what I was analyzing. I was very transparent of, like, what I was looking at, right? And how I arrived at this prediction, which was wrong. And I apologized, immediately admitted I was wrong, and moved on. And of course, this was like, 4 years ago at this point, which is crazy. But the analysis there was still sound, right? The only part of the analysis there was sound. The part of the problem was the assumption, the principle that I have, that I refuse to entertain the notion of any party involved in any conflict whatsoever, especially someone who is in charge of a state. I just don't go, they're radical, they're insane, they're illogical, right? I think just simply saying, well, this person is crazy and they behave like this, I don't think that that's appropriate when you're doing political commentary. And that was my biggest mistake with Vladimir Putin, was that there were obviously additional motivators for him. I still think he was behaving in a rational manner, even though his actions are obviously wrong, bloodthirsty, and ultimately illogical. Like, there is still, in his own mind, there are still competing interests there that I think, like, someone's calculation can be wrong, but there's still a calculation. And I think I did not factor in competing motivations there for him to, like, actually do this unjustifiable thing. It's so telling that they have a point to February 2022 take of yours to show how you messed up and the guy's wrong all the time. Exactly. But when this is another thing that I've mentioned though, because like if you're wrong in the direction of the State Department, no one ever actually punishes you. As a matter of fact, they literally promote you. There is no punishments for being so severely and spectacularly wrong. That's not incorrect though. If someone was being charitable, do you not think they'd accept that? What do you mean? Yeah. It was also weird because people were making it seem like I invaded Ukraine. You know what I mean? There's this like weird stan culture tendency of trying to greatly overemphasize the impact that a content creator has, the content creator that you love or a content creator that you hate. Both parties do this. And that's precisely the reason why you're experiencing or you're watching this unfold right now, where people are trying to actively tie back this guy that shot the Israeli diplomats back to me aggressively, even though there is no like connection. They are actively trying to do so in an effort to try and like create drama and in an effort to try and deplatform me, which is so fucking stupid. It also betrays the seriousness of the conversation that you are choosing to have, right? It betrays the seriousness of the conversation, the severity of the conversation that you're choosing to have. If you're talking about like a massive country invading another country and how fucking violent of an affair that is, your hyper focus on a Twitch streamer's incorrect prediction is so silly, is so idiotic. Anyway, same thing for October 7. Same thing for October 7. These communities basically worked tirelessly around the clock in the immediate aftermath of October 7 to try and find ways to make this about me, to make to their ultimate, like their highest order of priority was to deplatform me. No care or consideration for taking like any sides on this at all. And in the interest, in serving that interest, they basically started just finding anything and everything they can, clipping shit out of context over the course of like an entire year of coverage over this genocide in an effort to build this comprehensive database of like things that I don't believe or things that I do believe that is actually incorrectly interpreted, to create a sophisticated deplatforming mechanism. And I think in the process, a lot of apolitical people made up their minds on this issue and assigned, like they made up their minds on this issue, and then they decided that they're on one side. They're on the side of a content creator, right? And it's weird because like I still have this opinion that I still have confidence in my fellow man. Perhaps it's misplaced, but I still believe that like people are capable of making up their own minds on issues like this, rather than letting their favorite content creators hold their hands and developing a parasocial relationship and having that be their substitute for understanding the world. It's really sad that I don't think that is going to take place. Having said that, however, if there's one issue where there are organizations that are just as schizophrenic as like the online slop tuber ecosystem that is willing to dox, that's willing to clip things out of context, that actually has, unlike the online slop tuber ecosystem that's just simply doing Gamergate style harassment campaigns, that actually does have institutional prominence. It is the pro-Israel advocacy organizations that masquerade as Jewish advocacy organizations or masquerade as organizations combating anti-Semitism. So it has been this like perfect merger of two forces that are brain broken enough and insane enough coming together finally in this moment, this unique moment of a lot of political hostility and tension. And here you have it. Under the Trump administration especially, you have Leo Terrell, whose entire group, his goal for the Department of Justice is he's the leader of the Anti-Semitism Task Force. Here he is, following the lead of StopAntisemitism.org. Sure, ignore what? There is no ignoring this stuff. My point is, you can't ignore it. Meet Guy Christensen, a TikTok influencer with millions of followers who has built his platform by glorifying terrorism, spreading anti-Semitic propaganda, and most recently celebrating the murder of Jews. Here's what he had to say about the brutal sayings of Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lejinsky. Refuses to condemn the murder of these two Israeli embassy staffers. Claims it's wrong to label the killings as anti-Semitic terrorism, despite the shooter's manifesto. Smears Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lejinsky as war criminals. Defends Elias Rodriguez as a resistance fighter. Says he'll meet any pushback with greater resistance and escalation. Praises suicide and self-immolation from individuals like Aaron Bushnell. This is not activism. This is incitement. At FBI, at Attorney General Pam Bondi, at Leo Terrell DOJ should take a hard look at Guy Christensen. What is crazy is that normally this kind of statement is coming from like an insane person, right? This kind of statement is coming from like a truly insane person. Normally, under normal circumstances, no serious institution is supposed to take this seriously. Like it's akin to this. A guy by the name of X Roblox saying Hasan is partially responsible. Like that is not a serious statement. As a matter of fact, it's a serious accusation and one that normally would be prosecuted in a court of law. But when you're doing this as an anonymous account online, that's fine. But when you're actually doing this and the Department of Justice is responding to your call, then all of a sudden, the people holding the reins of power are unserious. Do you understand? And it's just like lies built on top of lies that create this incredibly dangerous environment where, unfortunately, we find ourselves at the mercy of some of the most schizophrenic individuals in society and their hallucinations. I'm going to have a serious accusation how you portrayed Ukrainians as dumb Slavs who were in denial that they were just Russians. What? Whatever. At least you're consistent on Palestine. No, I don't believe that Ukrainians are dumb Slavs who are in denial that they are just Russians. The fuck? Are we talking about Trump derangement syndrome? Wait, you say that guy's extremist? Where's the lie, though? He won't condemn the murders. He doesn't have to. The victims are indeed war criminals who stole Palestinians' homes. I don't see how any of those statements is extremist. It's extremist in the same sense that, like, for the average person that tunes into liberal media, that is an extremist statement, okay? Having said that, however, the idea that, like, the Department of Justice is supposed to combat this, the Department of Justice is supposed to go after this person in particular for saying this is insane. That is an insane fucking thing to do. Do you understand? It's like getting your notes from a person that, look, this is Free Palestine has shown up at my house and parked in my driveway. I'm not exaggerating when I say I worry about these people killing me all the time. I have multiple people with full psychosis that email me obsessively. Free Palestine has shown up at my house, parked in my driveway, and emailed me pictures of my front door telling me they were going to come in and kill me. It also feels as though there are so many people that are simply narcissistic and just trying to make this issue all about themselves, like they are the biggest victims. Something that I brought up, aside from Brianna Wu, which is really funny because like she's not, you know, she's not Jewish. She didn't know anything about Israel until October 7, and even then she knows less since October 7. And yet she has become this Hasbara operative. Literally went to Israel and is basically making this entire thing about herself, where she's like, oh, I'm victim to anti-Semitic attacks as well. Like people are coming after me because they know that I'm like a prominent pro-Israel person. It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Dude, shut up. Shut up. Anyway, but there's another example of this as well. And I tweeted about this yesterday. This account says, I wonder if there's a mental illness, term for a mental illness that makes one compelled to center themselves in any and all events. As you watch Hasan fans and Twitter leftists celebrate the murder of 2 innocent Israelis, okay, didn't happen, understand that me and Hila are just as valid targets to them. I don't think so. That's ridiculous. I've known this as people like Hasan and iDubbbz lecture me about hallucinating threats. I knew this the moment I ended Leftovers. Why would I want to be a member of a community that would literally cheer on my death? There is a toxic, violent, nihilistic extremism brewing on the left, and it should scare all of us. Okay? No, this is a hallucination. I will say it once again. If I don't think it's appropriate for someone to call CPS on Ethan Klein, why the fuck would I ever think it's appropriate for someone to kill Ethan Klein? Are you stupid? Of course, that is insane. That is psychotic. That is a psychotic assessment. Okay? No one. Anyway. It's a grift. To which I said, 2 Israeli embassy officials get killed, and Ethan Klein predictably moves to make the moment about himself from the comfort of his mansion as the criminal state his community keeps defending continues with his unlimited child murder. And then he responded to that by cutting off his own silly statement this time and just simply showing mine. Imagine saying this to any other minority group in the wake of a violent tragedy. To which I said, Lamau, still going on, by the way. You are an immensely privileged, wealthy YouTuber who's using the backdrop of a live stream child holocaust to try and make drama slop as you call for deplatforming of pro-Palestinian voices. Have some fucking dignity. You are not a victim, just a narcissist. That's it. It's like that age-old conservative meme of the conservative lady from the UK being like, this is what it feels like to be a fucking white woman in the UK, a conservative white woman, and it's a target on her forehead. And someone responds, yeah, this is a perfect analogy because no one's coming after you and you fucking place the target on your forehead. Yeah, Katie Hopkins, yeah. And what you need to understand, is this, okay? Yeah, this is how it feels to be a white conservative woman. Perfect analogy, because that's not a real target, and you've put it there yourself. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because I need you to understand something. Israel is a right-wing institution, okay? It is a fascist. It's the most right-wing you can get, but it's a fascist, right-wing, reactionary country. And my job as someone who tries to get Americans to understand certain concepts will always utilize the existing contextualization tools that you have in front of you. That's why I always talk about how this is exactly what Israel defenders do. Okay? This is exactly what Ethan Klein is doing. That's it. The only difference here, however, is that anti-Semitism is a real point of marginalization, and yet people who are pro-Israel bastardize that concept and weaponize that concept to make it seem like people are against them simply on the virtue of them being Jewish, when there are more Christian Zionists in this fucking country than there are Jews across the board, Zionists and anti-Zionists alike. But it is the exact same thing. It is a permanent spiral of self-victimization when you are defending one of the most powerful nations in the region with nuclear arms doing a fucking genocide on a captive population that it has occupied illegally for 77 years. And it's backed by, this country, Israel, is backed by the most powerful nation on earth that is offering it unlimited arms. And you want to present yourself as the victim living in that most powerful nation on the planet for not being able to describe your pro-Israel position without scrutiny. The amount of privilege here is unfathomable. The amount of privilege here is unfathomable in comparison to like the average black or brown or even white anti-Zionist, even Jewish anti-Zionist. And I'm not even going to make this comparison to the average Palestinian, okay? Because that is disgusting to even mention in the same category. There is no comparison whatsoever in comparison to obviously the average Palestinian and what they're going through. But even in terms of like how you claim to be consistently victimized here, like there are people in the United States of America who are anti-Zionist that are literally getting blackbagged by this administration, and you still run around as a wealthy fucking YouTuber who just wants to make drama content off of all of this stuff, and you can't deal with the heat, but you cannot get out of the kitchen. Must be hard, Hasan, being on everyone's bad side. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about Ethan here, or any number of different fucking stupid slop tubers? Because I might be on the bad side of your favorite content creators, but that's more so just telling on yourself. Like there are plenty of people out there who are still very much pro-Israel, okay, due to the endless amount of social conditioning that they have experienced, taken for granted, believed to be true. Okay? Having said that, at least a lot of those people have the dignity to shut the fuck up. You know? There are plenty of people who are right now shutting the fuck up. And the reason for why they're shutting the fuck up is because even they understand it's perhaps not the best look to self-victimize when everyone can see how devastating the situation is. And then there are those who have completely fucking lost the plot. And yes, I mean, this is a perfect 2-minute video of the insanity, especially as it pertains to like, this is a clip that I saw that I could not believe, okay? This is a perfect demonstration of what the real resentment is. Ethan Klein's resentment towards me is not about Israel. He's trying to use the wrong side of this Israel-Palestine situation as a way to get additional help from other groups. But the real fucking reason for why this resentment exists is just purely personal. I think under different circumstances, he's been able to humiliate people, bully people into submission, deplatform people aggressively. But it's not happening for him this time. And he literally cannot contend with that reality. He just can't figure out why it's not happening. And there is, this in and of itself is a perfect demonstration of that.
I found a really funny meme while being in the bathroom just now. And it's some sort of like hater pipeline, I think, but it must have made it to Instagram, like normie Instagram, and I found it so funny.
Someone said,
"Hey, love, I saw this like a week ago, and
I fucking died.
Yeah, this is probably the funniest meme I've ever seen.
I didn't want to share it for
Yeah.
It went mainstream for real.
This?
Yeah.
Where?
I just thought it was so goofy.
It was on Twitter, it was on Instagram, meme pages were reposting it.
Someone said he looks
Really?
like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group.
That's true. I see it.
You're like concerned.
I don't know why my face looks so like this. I think someone must have edited
Yeah,
this.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
but
okay.
it just
No,
fully...
bro, stop.
No,
Look at
the saturation
There's like
is turned
weird
up.
age and saturation stuff.
I don't think it's aged. I think it's just slightly saturized.
No, that ain't normal. Somebody definitely.
I don't know, man.
No, it's only saturation or...
You know what? I'm gonna say. You guys are like, oh, Ethan needs to disclose that the feed. Let's defend Hasan at every fucking corner
Nobody's
in every possible way.
defending anything. Oh, shut
His
up.
feet are not that big. The minute.
Just this is a perfect demonstration of a crash out, a narcissistic crash out, where this isn't even about me. Why the fuck does he just like randomly bring me up? He's like, oh, you guys love Hasan. You always defend Hasan when I'm actually fucking editing stuff about Hasan to make fun of his like feet or whatever, which I think is very strange. But, you know, go off, King, I guess. And then he just like uses me as a cudgel here. I am the permanent enemy in his mind. And even Dan is like, dude, Dan literally says right there, dude, shut up. Like, what the fuck?
Ethan needs to disclose that the feed. Let's defend Hasan at every fucking corner
Nobody's
in every possible way.
defending anything. Oh, shut
His
up.
feet are not
He literally says, oh, shut up.
that big. The minute that this meme, everybody's laughing about how terrible I look. It's like, oh,
It's not about terrible.
No, it's your
not about you
concerned
looking
look.
terrible. It's the look on your face.
That is not original, bro. You can tell on the edges. It's It's not.
What?
It's not.
Okay. I
It's
don't think
edited,
that's
bro.
okay.
Maybe.
You know,
okay.
let's just.
Like, Olivia is like babying him like he's a baby. Like he's a baby who is crying because he spilled his juice. She's like, it's okay. It's a meme. It's okay. Come on, big guy. You are so handsome. Like, what are you doing? What is happening here? This is one of the most insane things I ever saw, dude. What the fuck? Go back earlier. He was saying your name under his breath as others were talking like he was possessed. I mean, one of the funniest aspects of this is that, like, this moment, he looks exactly like the fucking clip. Like, why is he so pissed off?
Doing is proving the point that you would hide the bite from us.
Yeah, I don't think it's that change.
Also, you do look great. Like, you have a funny
Yeah, you don't
face.
look like
now.
that.
I don't think you look
that's
weird
what
at
I
all.
wanna
You
hear.
look beautiful,
No.
gorgeous.
Oh. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. You look beautiful. You look gorgeous. You're such a big, handsome boy. Who's my big, handsome, strong boy?
Even.
Yeah, you have nothing to say about this.
Gorge.
I don't want to hear it.
I want the.
It also, all of this is like, all this started because like someone made a fucking funny meme. It's like when those guys, there's this one guy who actually unironically is a very talented artist. And he always draws me with a fucking tiny head. And I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I think it's funny. And he's actually a pretty good artist overall. Like, you'll see screenshots of it in my fucking replies from psychos all the time. Like, I make jokes about this stuff myself. Like, it's obviously a fucking emote in my community since the beginning of my... No, it's not scum art. No. I'm not talking about that. No. There's a hater who like will try to. Fuck. I don't know if anyone's found the. I don't know if anyone has seen them before. He's like it's a new guy. Hiding the zombie bite from the group will make you laugh until I. No, this is. Someone say he looks like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group is funnier than anything he's ever said. That's the other side of the story. Like, it's all right to make fun of yourself. Is this the one? Oh yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy. This is the guy. I don't want to like highlight them too much because I don't know what their like politics are. They probably have like horrible politics in general. But yeah, I mean, this guy's like clearly a talented artist. You know what I mean? He is. I saw this and I was like, damn, this guy's actually not a bad artist at all. I suspect that they probably have like dog shit politics, but you know, it's kind of like that one guy. What's his name? The one conservative that actually is like pretty decent cartoonist, but he's like, no, not Meat Canyon chatters. Stop. And no, not Garrison. No. And then certainly not Stone Toss. Ew. Stone Toss is both a Nazi and a dog shit artist. No. Fuck. What's the guy? The one that was like the one that did that famous comic about Joe Biden turning people white, turning black people white. I think I even follow him. You know what I'm talking about? Like the one where Joe Biden like siphons the blackness of a black woman for not voting for Joe Biden. It's this one. Yes, this guy is a conservative, okay? This artist is a conservative, and yet he sometimes has some fucking bangers, and I'm not above admitting that, you know what I mean? Like, this is a banger. This is dumb as fuck, and his art style is actually fantastic, too. There's no reason not to like, to that guy's racist as fuck. No, I know. I'm talking about something that is totally not about politics. Just like this dude. I think this guy is pretty talented. This person who made this video is very talented. Elon is still locked in, replying to my fucking... Like, he doesn't agree with me on my worldview, but, you know... Yeah, this is the guy I was thinking about, George Alexopoulos or whatever. Yeah. But if I were to separate the artist from the art, like, or separate the political perspective, the political ideology that they demonstrate in their art all the time, and I just like look at their art style, look at their skills in drawing, like, this is pretty solid. This is very good. Anyway, but yeah, you should be able to laugh at yourself. And yeah, I have a tiny head, you know, you got it. You got me. This is not how to behave. I don't think this is how you should behave at all.
The truth, just like you.
So is this like a snark thing, or is this?
I don't know.
I think it's just a funny.
I've never seen this account ever in my life. I could have cropped the name out, but it just came up natural on my Instagram. I've never seen a non-H3 like from us on Instagram ever. And there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. Clipped admitting your head is tiny. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah. Okay. So the reason why I brought that little tangent is because is obviously because there are a lot of egos involved here in this conversation. But HasanAbi Productions actually did this fantastic thing where he doors open. HasanAbi Productions did this fantastic thing where he compiled exactly how to properly resist Israel's genocide, according to Asmongold and Ethan Klein. Now, the reason why I think it's important is because in this day and age, there are many different ways of saying that you're against genocide. But obviously, aside from the everyday existence, the everyday murder of children done by an unaccountable criminal entity such as Israel, in cooperation, in direct cooperation with the most powerful, most unaccountable entity on the planet, the United States of America, a criminal enterprise through and through. Aside from that, there's another thing that we have to pay attention to, which is how to protest. Because obviously, if you think you are protesting against Israel and you're doing it right, you're most likely not doing it right. So let's take a look at how to do this. Okay? Let's take a look at how to do this, because there's got to be a way to do it appropriately. Firstly, stop protesting in the streets. Blocking the roads is an inconvenience for Asmongold, and he doesn't want to be bothered. Okay.
I don't really give a fuck about what Palestine's problems are or Israel's problems are, but if somebody is blocking the road, I do care. And I will tell you also that if they are blocking the road and I'm trying to get through the road, I will reflexively be against them. Like, what are you for? Okay, let's vote against.
Okay. Well, good thing you don't even have to vote for it. That's just like a permanent state of affairs in America. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Secondly, if you're Jewish and you peacefully protest Israel's genocide, Ethan will call you a token Jew who does not represent the Jewish majority. Well, that's okay. Hold on. That's weird.
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews.
Yes, the Jews. The Jews are here. Did we mention that? Give the Jewish guy the mic.
Gentiles of all ages.
Yes. And of course they're Jews there, right? And Jews have are allowed to have different perspectives and stuff, but this man is like the embodiment of a fucking Jewish token. Like, holy fuck. So let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace, and they tour all around the country, showing up at every like pro-Palestinian protest or whatever the fuck they're doing, and they just they parade them around like, here's one of the good Jews. It's 10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they pretend, they try to convince everybody that this is this represents the Jewish majority.
It will never not be interesting to me that as a Jewish man, Ethan Klein is saying, no, actually, the prominent Jewish activists that are against Israel are actually in the wrong. They do not represent the majority of Jewish opinion. The majority of Jews actually love what Israel is doing. That seems insane. It would be like if I were to, in the wave of Islamophobic sentiment rising during like the peak of ISIS activity in the region, if I were to be like, guys, do not listen to any Muslim that tells you that ISIS doesn't represent their faith. You are Islamophobic if you don't defend ISIS. I, as a Muslim man, am telling you the overwhelming majority of Muslims love what ISIS is doing, and you have to love it too. Otherwise, you are an Islamophobic person. That's what this is. That is the literal equivalent. He's like, if I were to go after someone who is who's saying that like ISIS has nothing to do with Islam, a Muslim that's saying that and being like, that's a token. He's a liar. Very strange, especially strange because he's pro-Palestine, but that's interesting. All right.
But it's not. Anyway,
It's
whatever.
does not represent it.
Thirdly, stop protesting on college campuses. It makes Asmongold feel uncomfortable. He also thinks you should be arrested and or deported if you participate.
Shit, again? Oh no! Breaking, Columbia protesters are once again occupying the Butler Library while chanting from the river to... Jesus Christ. Can we just please send in the National Guard and arrest these people? Like, what are we doing? What are they doing? Every single person that did this, I think they should figure out if they were a student. And if they were a student, I think they should get expelled. And if they weren't a student, I think they should get charged for trespassing. That's what you do it. And yeah, exactly. And if, if they weren't a citizen, I think they should get deported.
Common sense. I think it should be Kent State 2.0. Those guys were clearly in the wrong. I loved what the National Guard did at Kent State. Based.
My point is when
don't use emancipatory slogans like "from the river to the sea" when protesting. It makes Ethan feel uncomfortable. Obviously, Ethan's personal feelings are infinitely more important than I don't know, people saying like "free Palestine" or "from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free." Obviously, we have to factor in his personal opinions on this. Duh.
My point is when Israelis hear "from the ocean to the sea," they hear
"from the ocean to the sea."
All of Israel.
I don't understand. If a movement is for peace between two people and one people is telling you they're not comfortable with the statement, shouldn't we change the statement to something that both...
Yeah, all lives matter. Like, Black Lives Matter makes me uncomfortable. I'm a white conservative man, and I think when someone says Black Lives Matter, I instantly assume you want to kill all white people. Therefore, you have to say all lives matter. Actually, you should say white lives matter. Why are Black Lives Matter protesters not saying white lives matter? Anyway, don't bother donating to pro-Palestinian charities. According to Ethan, it's not real activism and has no real impact.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of fucking dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely fucking not.
Of course, if you donate to one of these fundraisers, even after you spend the rest of the year trying to deplatform the people that have done these fundraisers, then you're a stalwart ally of the Palestinians, of course. Remember, you're pro-Palestine because you donated to one of these charities and then you wanted to take it down, but... Yeah.
Like, raise money. That's good. That's the easiest fucking thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total fucking failures.
Yeah, okay. Do not support any military resistance to Israel's genocide. Asmongold and Ethan will just call you a terrorist supporter. Oh, no. Okay, so even if can we at least contextualize? Can we at least contextualize, like, why these militancies form in the region?
Some fresh criticism for Hasan, who is an outright supporter of terrorism. Quite literally. He is a champion for terrorism and a supporter of terrorism. And if you don't believe me, watch the video. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say about that.
When you say that you support the actions of a terrorist organization and you interview them on your stream and then you play their propaganda, you end up getting detained for extra questioning, re-entering the country. And I think that Hasan and everybody else, including myself, let's all sit together and say a collective thank you to the government for keeping us safe.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking cockroach. Oh my God. What a disgusting little creature this is, okay? What a disgusting little creature. Thank you for defending our nation state to the Trump administration for detaining a Twitch streamer. Like, Asmongold is such a fucking liar on this issue, okay? He knows that I am not a fucking dangerous entity. He has to present it as such because he has to, like, consistently up the ante, okay? He has to consistently up the ante because he is captured by the interests of the broad right-wing movement that is formed in his chat as he consistently farms right-wing dumbasses. Okay? That's it. Would you debate him? Yes, but he runs away from that sort of thing because he knows he would be humiliated because all he can do is just like chirp from his hug box, and that's it. And it is what it is.
Some.
Okay, so it seems like Israel killed another 50 people today in a residential building. Another 29 died to starvation. Will Ethan Asmongold or any other drama-adjacent content creator talk about it? Of course not. It's not more important than trying to get Hasan or other pro-Palestinian content creators banned. One more, I almost forgot. Do not be a Muslim while living in Gaza. It's hard for Asmongold to feel sympathy for you if you're being genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. They come from an inferior culture. Okay, this is the last one. So obviously, if you are existing as a Palestinian in the Gaza Strip, then yeah, you can't do that either. Why would he debate you? You're sitting in LA talking about wars 100,000 miles away. Shut the fuck up. Great question. He's in proximity to the Gaza Strip. His proximity to the Gaza Strip is like negligible in comparison to mine. I am more knowledgeable than he is, though, especially considering that I do talk to people that are in the Gaza Strip and have interviewed people that have escaped the Gaza Strip and have read plenty of books on the issue that pertains to the Palestinian plight over the course of the past 77 years of occupation. If you are talking about this sort of thing, then, you know, if you have these firmly held convictions about what must be done to the Palestinians, then perhaps, you know, it would be okay to have this back and forth with the person that you are consistently calling a terrorism supporter that needs to be fucking deplatformed and that the government is doing a good job detaining. Don't you think that would be fair? Of course, you don't think about anything, and you certainly don't think about this either. It's not the proximity to what's going on is not the problem for you. The problem for you is what I'm saying. And because you can't actually argue against what I'm saying, you have to find something else to cling on to. I think if we're looking at two individuals who are engaging in political commentary, and one party is just not even knowledgeable at all about it, and the other party is at the very least knowledgeable and making an effort to understand the plight of the Palestinians, the people that are being genocided, you know, I think you're a responsible enough adult to make up your own mind on who has more knowledge on the situation.
If you want to,
who would be more impactful to talk to about this kind of stuff?
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
You also can't use terms created by the genocidal state itself. Oh yeah, you can't say Hasbara. You will read people saying I'm doing Hasbara, which means propaganda in Hebrew. What they really mean when they say Hasbara is Jewish propaganda, because they just saying propaganda isn't good enough to describe what the Jews do. That's why they use the Hebrew word for it. Yeah. Which, by the way, ironically, is the word that Israel uses in its attempts to convince others in the Western world. This is why people say Hasbara. Hasbara is not Jewish propaganda. Hasbara is Israeli propaganda. Hasbara is propaganda at the behest of Israel. They have entire departments dedicated to this. They spend a shit ton of money on this, actually, openly. Like the Knesset openly states that there are Hasbara initiatives that they are spending additional, funds on. There's a special word for Chinese, Russian, or North Korean propaganda, or is it Jewish propaganda? It's so sneaky and insidious that it must be specifically, specially qualified. This dude was talking about noticing, which is a dog whistle.
I don't.
Anyway, that's that's just him trying to show his chat that he is based. While simultaneously showing his chat that he is still pro-Israel, but he's still based, though. Don't worry. Don't worry, chat. He's still based.
That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people...
He's pro-Israel, but in a based way.
People are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
So yeah, why do we do this? Well, we did this to figure out if there's any correct way to protest against Israel that is currently doing a genocide, that is an apartheid state. And the answer is, if you listen to Asmongold and Ethan Klein, then no, there isn't. Here's also another group that has protested against Israel, but in a way that people don't like. It's the Irish band Kneecap. And we're going to watch Double Down News while I go pee really quickly. This is Low Key, who is a British rapper.
Talking
about how they are being persecuted.
Kneecap.
Irish rappers Kneecap.
Belfast rappers Kneecap.
Controversial band Kneecap.
What do you make of those comments from Kneecap?
Kneecap is pretty disgusting.
They should be prosecuted. UK police have charged Liam Hanna, who is a member of the band Kneecap, with a terrorism offence.
So while the entire media class is talking about a rap group who make music in a language that they do not understand, I looked at who was behind this campaign against Kneecap. It led me to an organisation by the name of Creative Community for Peace. Creative Community for Peace coordinates directly with the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. The Israeli Consul General, David Siegel, at the time when it was founded, even went as far as to say the Creative Community for Peace is effective because they work from inside the industry. Creative Community for Peace has a roll call of supporters which spreads all across the music industry and Hollywood. It was founded by Dave Renza, the former head of publishing at Universal Music, simultaneous to him being the husband of the founder of Stand With Us, Esther Renza. Despite the deceptive name, Creative Community for Peace is one legal entity with Stand With Us, the well-known Israel lobby group. Stand With Us has been funded handsomely by the Israeli Prime Minister's office. This campaign to cancel and arrest Kneecap is directed by the Israeli government.
Now, the Metropolitan Police's counter-terrorism unit have confirmed today that the Irish band, the rap trio Kneecap, are now officially under investigation.
So while the UK police busies itself with pro-Palestinian musicians like Kneecap, there are other people that they should be looking far more closely at. The UK Foreign Office confirmed that prior to October 7th, 2023, at least 80 British citizens were fighting in the Israeli military. Since then, several key Israeli soldiers who hold British citizenship have been identified. Among them, Sam Sank. Sam Sank occupied the role of Master Sergeant within the Israeli military and actually filmed himself participating in the Gaza genocide between December 2023 and January 2024.
Welcome to Southern Khan Yunis. We're in a house. Look at the lovely Jerusalem decorations on the wall. So we're in Central Khan Yunis, Eastern Central Khan Yunis, in a new house. This is going to be our new home for the next few days. But feeling good, you know, liking the new area. This place stinks. Smell of dead bodies everywhere.
This UK citizen even met former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson in occupied Jerusalem. Another UK citizen who should be arrested by the British police is Oren Anish. On tape in Gaza, he boasted and vowed to kill these sons of whores.
Shalom, קוראים לי אניש, אני מאנגליה. המסר שלי זה לא לוותר על החלומות שלכם. עם ישראל חי. אני 74 יום בלי בית, אבל אל תדאגו. בסוף נגיע ונהרוג את הבני זונות האלו.
Another UK citizen the police should be looking into is Levi Simon. On his Instagram, he posted videos of himself rummaging through the underwear drawer of Palestinian women in Gaza.
So I'm going through these terrorist houses looking for guns and explosives like we found money. And every single house inside of Gaza, this is what I say, every single, unbelievable. 2 or 3 drawers stuffed with the most exotic laundry that you can imagine. Just pile loads of it. Every single house. Stuffed to the brim, look at that. Unbelievable. No, I don't even want to imagine what this stuff is, man. Oh, let me smell. These naughty, naughty Gazans.
He even uploaded a video to his Instagram of himself inside a school in Gaza.
In Gaza, waving an Israeli flag in one of those schools where they teach terrorism, so we decided to teach something about Israel. We're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to take your terror. And we're going to start teaching Hebrew in this school soon.
Another UK citizen that the police should look into is Daniel Menza. A video was uploaded on TikTok of Menza in which he boasted of his time in the Golani Brigade. Referencing himself and others in the Golani Brigade, he said, "We are the strongest."
First is probably planted, but second, who gives a fuck? It makes him look so bad. Who's this for? What do you mean? The reason why these guys filmed themselves doing this kind of shit is 1, because they're fucking depraved. 2, this type of depraved propaganda actually is for an audience that does not view Palestinians as humans. I don't know why you said it's planted, by the way. What the fuck are you talking about? Planted what? Underwear? You think Palestinians are incapable of wearing underwear? What's wrong with your brain? This is for the Israelis. Israelis love this shit. They love this shit. We covered it yesterday. I showed you the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State University's new poll that came out on the Jewish demographics of Israel and their opinions on what must be done in Gaza. And 85% of Israeli Jews said that they wanted the Trump administration's Trump plan of permanent ethnic cleansing in the Strip to take place. Or 82%. I thought it was 85%. My bad. 82%. I apologize. It's completely insane. So yeah, a society that is that depraved at this point, a society that is that fucking fascist at this point, they love this shit. They think it's awesome. They get off on the dehumanization. They get off on the ritualistic humiliation.
We are Golanics. We are the craziest. The same Golani Brigade, which later, in March 2025, carried out the massacre of 15 paramedics.
The poll wasn't Penn State. There was a correction in the comments of the tweet. Where was the poll from? I mean, the poll was conducted in Israel, by the way, in collaboration with an Israeli group.
In Rafah. Was Daniel there? Why isn't the UK government seeking the arrest of Daniel Menza? Another individual that should be arrested by the British government is...
The walls are closing in. You're done. Sick fuck. No need to ban if you see this. I already unfollowed. Sick fuck. Piece of shit human. What? I'm the sick fuck piece of shit human for showing you the depravity of what Israel is doing. If you look at the situation that's right in front of you with your own eyes and hear with your own ears, and you go, the guy who's against what this is actually the depraved person, you might be the depraved person by the metrics of depravity that normal people look at.
Is Rabbi Zachariah Deutsch. He was a chaplain at Leeds University. Video emerged of him dancing.
Oh, the poll was conducted by Geocartography, which is a blue chip Israeli Blue chip Israeli polling firm Geocartography, which among other things conducts the annual survey of Israeli Jewish opinion for the American Jewish Committee, and whose polls, for example, on Israeli elections are featured in mainstream Israeli and Western media. Notably, in the 2015 elections for Prime Minister, Geocartography predicted a Netanyahu win when few others did, as CNN notes. So obviously a reputable poster. I got confused because the Haaretz article was in Hebrew and the Google translated version referenced an Israeli academic at Penn State, Tamir Sorek, who came up with the idea of conducting a poll to assess genocidal attitudes in Israeli society. That chatter is a reply guide to the worst people on Twitter. There's people on Twitter saying the FBI is raiding the Discord server, so all these brain dead motherfuckers are coming in here. Wait, what? Raiding the Discord server for what? Like, do people think that I'm dumb enough to do like illegal shit? Like, are they stupid? I guess they are. So they just like fantasize about things that aren't happening. But when it never actually happens, when it never actually takes place, when it never actually ends up taking place, they just move on to the next fantasy, you know? Like, this is all public. What are you talking about?
Israeli military uniform with other Israeli soldiers. A key organization which funnels British citizens into the Israeli military is Garan Tazaber. This organization has its offices in Finchley. So while an organization like Garan Tazaber is able to operate freely on UK soil, directing young people towards the genocidal Israeli army, there are also several charities who are materially supporting Israeli soldiers and operate out of this country. Why aren't the UK police looking into the UK Friends of the Association for the Well-Being of Israeli Soldiers? Among the trustees of this organization, which materially supports the Israeli occupation forces, is Richard Kemp, formerly head of UK forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. Another trustee of this organization is Ziv Remez, who was previously exposed as having involvement in offshore tax havens by the Panama Papers. The UK Friends of the Association for the Well-Being of Israel's Soldiers actually built a swimming pool for Israeli soldiers in the occupied Naqab Desert. That is less than an hour away from the Sidi Tayman Israeli prison camp, where Palestinians have been found to have been raped and tortured to death by Israeli occupants.
On camera, that was some of the footage. Like, it's not even hidden. It is in broad daylight, on camera, 100%.
Occupation forces. Another material supporter of the Israeli occupation forces, which operates from this country, is Technion UK. In fact, when Douglas Murray wanted to raise money for the Israeli army in a failed attempt at an event in London, it was as a fundraiser for the Technion UK organization. This group helps to mobilize British citizens towards the war against Palestine and the wider region, and train them in a myriad of ways, including intelligence gathering. Another organization operating from British soil to support the Israeli occupation forces is ORT. This group trains Israelis in arms companies in this country and has its headquarters in London. Only until recently, those headquarters were in the same building and address as the Community Security Trust, the organization which was taken as an authority on anti-Semitism, when in actuality it has been revealed by Anthony Learman and others that this organization has its employees trained by Israel's external intelligence service, Mossad.
Yeah, so much of the Jewish advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups that claim to care about combating anti-Semitism, so much of that is directly grant funded by the Israeli Knesset. It is one of the most insane things. Like, this is a very sophisticated influence peddling operation. And they have actually successfully been able to change laws. It's in broad daylight. It's not like this is hidden. This is not a hidden thing. It's hand in glove. It is completely, one, it's also partially funded by the United States of America. But also on top of that, it's like if you're confused, as Asmongold was when I first described to him the situation, because he claimed to be fucking free speech back then, where I told him about how, like, in 36 states in the United States of America, it is literally illegal to protest against Israel. He was shocked when he found out about this. Like, that kind of stuff happens in broad daylight. It's not like hidden. This kind of stuff is also in broad daylight. It's not hidden. Hasan discovers lobbying. Oh, dude, that's really interesting. Yeah, I know it's called lobbying, except there is no other comparison. No other country gets to do this. I don't know if you know that, because if other countries were trying to do this, they would get shut out. One, they would have to register as a foreign agent, first and foremost. Israel doesn't, because they use American Jewish allies and American Christian allies, like Kufi, for example, Christian Zionists, to basically claim that this is actually just like homegrown lobbying. It has nothing to do with the foreign nation. I'm not discovering lobbying, but there is no equivalent. There's no equivalent on the planet in the United States of America where a foreign country can say protesting us is illegal, and then 36 states write legislation and pass legislation to make it illegal, where you have to sign a loyalty pledge to Israel to become a fucking public school teacher. You have to do that in the state of Texas. You think that's normal? That's not normal lobbying at all. Can you imagine this for any other country? Like, imagine criticizing Estonia is illegal if you ever want to be a public school teacher in the state of Texas. Everyone would laugh at that. Criticizing Saudi Arabia is illegal if you want to be a teacher in the state of Texas. It's not even illegal to protest America in the United States of America, but it's illegal to protest Israel in the United States of America. How is that even allowed? How is that even possible?
Another key group that supports Israeli soldiers in this country is the British Friends of Israel War Disabled. This charity focuses on bringing Israeli soldiers into Britain and claims that it has brought over 5,000 into this country. Another key UK charity supporting the Israeli military is Beit Halochem, which translates to the House of the Warrior. In one night alone, this organization raised £2 million in London to support Israeli soldiers. Another supposed charity operating in this country is UK Toromet. It works to facilitate the funding of military gear for Israeli occupation forces. Through UK Toromet, an organization by the name of One People, which was set up on October 7th, 2023, is able to equip the Israeli military with tactical glasses, tactical gloves, knee pads, bulletproof vests, and helmets.
So we're here on behalf of One People. We're with Rabbi Elitov's son, Rabbi Elitov from Manchester. Here he is, Yosef Elitov. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. So one People managed to get...
Like, imagine being able to do this. You can only do this for the party doing the genocide. You can't do this for the party resisting against that genocide. Okay? This is material support to terrorism. This is material support being offered directly by British nationals to an entity that is doing war crimes, an entity that is doing terrorism. Okay?
33 vests for all of these brave guys. All these brave guys who are on the front down here near the Gaza border.
One People's website clearly states that UK Toromet is a partner through which people can donate to it. Why is it that charities who are materially aiding the genocide of people in Gaza are not being investigated thoroughly and arrests are not taking place? Israel has, for its prime minister, arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court for the crime of genocide in Gaza? Why is the UK government harassing musicians, activists, tweeters, and Holocaust survivors rather than going after the real criminals? The same individuals that fund these organizations I have just listed are funding government ministers. Rachel Reeves is currently Chancellor of the Exchequer in this country, one of the most important positions in government. Before arriving at her role, she was given £175,000 by Israel lobbyist Victor Blank. Victor Blank financed 3 organizations that directly fund the Israeli army from British soil. Those organizations are Beit Halochem, ORT, and Technion UK. What other relationships exist between those that fund these organizations directly invested in genocide in Palestine and British government ministers? All of these organizations operate as charities in the UK. Since when did support...
An American example of this is Beitar, which was designed around Jabotinsky, who was a literal fucking terrorist and a Jewish supremacist who openly fantasized about Israel being a colonial power, one of the fathers of Zionism. And Beitar operates openly in the United States of America. One of the groups that is giving the foreign student lists to the Trump administration is Beitar. And that is a 501c3, as in a charity group, like a legal charity organization. And yes, this chatter is correct. This isn't just lobbying. This is way more than lobbying and campaign finance. That's why I say it's a very sophisticated influence peddling operation. It's not just like lobbying or campaign finance. Obviously, there are, like I said, networks of NGOs, networks of advocacy organizations that masquerade as organizations that seemingly care about the interests of like British Jews or in America, American Jews, when in fact, those organizations are not invested in that at all. They are simply invested in defending Israel and trying to make sure that any naysayers get criminally prosecuted. And Kneecap is a great example of this. Kneecap got prosecuted instantly. Like Kneecap was pushed to a counterterrorism lawsuit from the British government, specifically because they went to the United States of America and in one of the largest stages that they were in front of said, "Fuck Israel, free Palestine." This was the real reason as to why they were trying to look to punish Kneecap. Okay? So then they scoured through thousands of hours of concert footage to find anything they could that they could use the existing laws that were implemented in the UK all the way back in the year 2000, anti-terrorism statutes that exist in the UK because they don't have free speech. And they found a couple different instances that they could actually present to the government as actionable. And the government followed suit. Instead of just saying, this is frivolous, what are you talking about? This is protected under like free expression that artists have. Instead of doing that, they were like, yes, we will. We will do that. We will actually go after Kneecap. Their findings were two instances. One where there's a concert, they say up Hamas and up Hezbollah. And the other one is where Mohara is allegedly waving a Hezbollah flag. Okay? That's it. This is enough to criminally prosecute someone for terrorism in the UK. The Hezbollah flag incident was literally publicized when it happened, so they didn't give a fuck until lobbying groups put pressure post Coachella. It's so transparently cynical. Yes. This is ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous. Especially considering that the name of the group is Kneecap. One of the artists is called DJ Prove. Okay? That in and of itself is literally pro-terrorism in the eyes of the British government. You understand? So if that artistic expression of pro-terrorism is allowed, and they have successfully prosecuted and sued the British government for refusing to give them grants, why the fuck would this be prosecutable? It's ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous.
Supporting a genocide and those involved in it become a charitable activity? And why is no one in the mainstream media examining these connections? As you can imagine.
Anyway, this was Double Down News. They're fantastic. They do incredible work as always. I'm a big fan of them. I highly recommend you subscribe to them. And that was Loki narrating this piece for Double Down News. Are you going to meet up with Kneecap when you're in Dublin? Yes. Former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert says enough is enough. We're committing war crimes. A little too late, kind of, don't you think? I'm also setting up an interview with Jeremy Corbyn as well. I'm going to Dublin later this year. Time to bust out the Scottish accent. Uh-oh. Kneecap with a platform at the biggest festival in America and used it to send a message to the world. For Israel. A month later, a young couple who were both working for the Israeli embassy in DC were gunned down and murdered outside a Jewish museum. What the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Says E. Fatlow. Once again. Leftist Shrek impression? That's literally what she sounds like. That is what she fucking sounds like. That is exactly what she sounds like. Sorry. That is what she sounds like. I don't care. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to the EU Apple tariff news, but first, before I do that, that's Scottish, my guy. E. Fatlow is Scottish. E. Fatlow is Scottish. I think you just don't understand free speech. Free speech is when I get to use racial slurs with no consequence, not when you get to say things that hurt my feelings because I am misinformed. Please subscribe to HasanAbi on Twitch. Yes. E. Fatlow. That's how I sound. It's a native accent to the Levant. This is how. This is an organic native accent to Israel. A native Levantian accent. E. Fatlow. I cannot believe it. I feel like you can do that all day. Yeah, I would lose my voice though. Free parking. I can't believe it. I saw a sign the other day that said free parking. And I thought to myself, it says free Palestine. The Jews are tired. That is also a real tweet from E. Fatlow. My hate. Anyway, where were we? Okay. Clip of her saying it.
Was reduced to a Twitter meme and a hate name. Eve Fartlow was...
I was reduced to a Twitter meme and a hate name. Eve Fartlow.
Was reduced to a Twitter meme and a hate name. Eve Fartlow.
Israel Chai. hate me. Okay. Let's move on from this. Let's move on from E-Fatlo. E-Fatlo doing the fucking thing. Please stop doing that accent. I can't tell which is you and which is the video. I'm sorry if I'm confusing you. Don't worry. When I do that, I am, in order to maintain my journalistic integrity, I try to only, at most, paraphrase what E-Fatlo's saying. Okay. That's actually so insensitive. It makes me sick. Call her by her real name. Eve Shatlow. Eve Shatlow. Fuck. Oh, yeah, now I'm a Scouser. Fuck. I'm not a Tory. I'm a fucking Scouser, lad. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on. All right. So we are. We are gonna, before we get to the crypto gala, all this stuff.
Now to
there are additional updates into the investigation into the killing of the 2 Israeli embassy staffers. I'm obviously gonna talk about this a little bit more today. I covered it extensively yesterday, but this is a perfect situation for those who are pro-Israel. Those who are pro-Israel to turn around and reorient the news cycle to a victimhood narrative, of anti-Semitism, and this will, of course, drive the discourse away from the subject of the Israeli occupying force shooting at Western diplomats, for example, or which happened a day prior to the shooting of the 2 Israeli diplomats, right? Or drive discourse away from the ethnic cleansing and the mass starvation that is taking place of the entire Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip. Okay. Matt does his tweet on this. Of course, Matt does, and other people, ironically enough, are going to take this position. You know who didn't take this position, though? I will say this. Out of all of the people that rushed to talk about how this was an anti-Semitic incident, okay, this was an anti-Semitic act of terrorism, okay? An anti-Semitic act of terrorism, and it wasn't like directional towards whoever this person perceived as working for the Israeli government. You know who actually did not say this was an anti-Semitic incident? Wow, I am not seeing the name in the chat at all. AOC did. AOC said it was anti-Semitism. Zoran said it was anti-Semitism. You know who actually didn't say that it was an act of anti-Semitism? Bernie fucking Sanders. Surprisingly, one of the only people in American politics that actually looked at the situation and refused to entertain the notion of anti-Semitism being the primary factor here was Bernie Sanders. He said, I'm appalled by the killing of the 2 Israeli embassy employees in Washington last night and grateful for the quick response from law enforcement. We must all absolutely condemn this heinous act. Violence must have no place in politics. To be fair, he has a bit of an advantage compared to the other two. Yes, Megaphonics, by the way, for those of you who don't know, who is Jewish, understands the dynamic at play here. This is what all of my anti-Zionist Jewish friends have been warning me about as well, where it's like the knives are out right now. Be careful what you say. the reality of the matter is, if you are, especially if you're Muslim, for example, especially if you're a anti-Zionist who is Muslim, you have to play this song and dance, and you have to go along with the whims of whatever the mainstream discourse is, and you have to say, no, this is an anti-Semitic act. This is an anti-Semitic act. This was not directional towards people who are working for the Israeli government. Now, listen, this is not a defense of the act that took place, and I'm actually going to talk about this quite extensively in a moment. Having said that, however, I am stupid enough to dive into that part of the discourse and say, yes, this was not an anti-Semitic incident. But the reason why the Zorans of the world and the Ilhan Omars and even Rashida Tlaib, like all these people are saying that it is because they don't want to get fucking destroyed. Because people will cynically weaponize this incident to further clamp down on anti-Zionist protest. Big week for anonymous Twitter accounts with 200 followers. Yes. Now, Hasan, apparently Jake Tapper retweeted that clip of you. Yeah, I know Jake hates me, and he does not forget his grudges. So, Ilan and Rashida didn't say it was anti-Semitic. I thought that they did, but maybe I'm wrong. Not that it matters. So, this is an act of adventurism. It's vigilante justice. Obviously, this kind of decentralized violence is no way to truly find justice. Okay. And not only that, but it also obviously creates a hurdle in front of the pro-Palestinian movement. Having said that, however, I will never give oxygen to the idiotic posturing. Yeah, Jake Tapper fucking retweeted Elia Kobe. Come on, Jake. You're supposed to be a fucking journalist, dude. Are you also that stupid? Are you so stupid that you didn't watch the fucking 37-second video? How does he know you? I called him a cunt once, and I don't think ever forgot. Also, I talk shit about him all the time. Anyway. I do not believe that this is a false flag incident. For the record, I will once again reiterate that position that is very clear in the video that Jake Tapper just retweeted, despite the fact that the description says that it's not, says the opposite. So, where was I? Oh, Matt Duss, by the way, takes this position. Matt Duss is Bernie Sanders' former foreign policy advisor, for the record. Now, yeah, this is who Jake Tapper is retweeting, by the way. I'm not a geologist or geographer, but I know there is no genocide in Gaza. This is the person that Jake Tapper is retweeting, just so you understand where he is at in his position. But it is expected, considering that Jake Tapper is famously antagonistic to any sort of pro-Palestinian voice or any sort of Muslim, really. He is a massive Islamophobic person. Here's another tweet from the person that Jake Tapper just retweeted. Breaking: amid the famine in air quotes in Gaza, a brand new ice cream store has opened. Make it make sense. From Gazawood, the Pileywood saga. This is just Holocaust denial shit, for the record. Anyone that believes in Gaza needs to be put in a conservatorship. I mean, it's just straightforward genocide denial. So, where was I? Why am I talking about all this? Because I want to offer a perspective that others are unfamiliar with, that actually Jeremy Scahill, who directly interviews leadership within Hamas with regular frequency for Drop Site News, shouts out the Drop Site News, actually brought a really good point that sent me down a journey of further investigation. Okay? Jeremy Scahill, when talking to Chapo Trap House's wonderful hosts, Will Menaker and Felix Biederman, said something about Hamas's operational structure and its interests. Hamas understands that operations outside of the boundaries of historic Palestine, occupied Palestinian territory, will invite a lot of scrutiny to its operations and will only be considered a burden. Okay? This is something that is very important. Hamas has never engaged in any acts of violence or any incidents outside of the boundaries of occupied Palestinian territory. They've never done that. And not only that, but what I found to be rather interesting was this. Now, if you recall, back in the day, Hind Hasan went and interviewed for Vice News Yahya Sinwar. Okay? That one's getting clipped out of context. Yes, Hamas has never operated outside of historic Palestine. Okay? They've never engaged in any direct action or violence, and they also urge people not to engage in lone wolf attacks at all. Now, people will say, "Oh, well, they encourage lone wolf attacks in the West Bank." Yes, that is occupied Palestinian territory. They did fight ISIS? Nope. They only fought ISIS inside of Gaza. Okay. So you're not wrong. They have fought. I almost said fighted, yes. They have fought against ISIS inside of the Gaza Strip. Hamas has no reason to operate outside of Gaza. They understand that international scrutiny would undermine that cause severely. Yes. But not only that, but as you guys might have known already, if you've watched my commentary on this stuff before, a lot of the people that are both on the militant wing of Hamas, the Al-Qassam brigades, and also on the civil governance side, like Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated by Israel, ironically enough, a neutral envoy, a diplomat, assassinated by Israel in Tehran, foreign soil, have time and time again actually released statements about violent acts that have taken place outside of Palestine. One of those incidents is obviously famously Yahya Sinwar talking about the Black Lives Matter protests in the aftermath of the execution of George Floyd. We've covered this before. Another thing that I found, however, that I didn't know was when there was an incredibly violent, horrifying domestic terror incident in the Tree of Life synagogue. Did you guys know that Ismail Haniyeh denounced the Pittsburgh shooting on the 28th of October, 2018? This is from Times of Israel, so it's written in a very negative way. But the original quote, I went and I found the original quote. They said, The Hamas terrorist organization on Sunday condemned the weekend massacre at the Pittsburgh synagogue, claiming that as Palestinian victims of Israeli terror, the group relates the shattered Pennsylvania Jewish community's pain. U.S. authorities said that 46-year-old... Wait, holy shit, wait, so October 7 was done within historic Palestine and Gaza? Yes, of course. What do you mean? Israel is a part of... Israel in its entirety is still a part of historic Palestine. It's occupied territory, yes. What? What are you talking about? Anyway, listen. U.S. authorities said 46-year-old Robert Bowers killed 8 men and 3 women inside the Tree of Life synagogue on Saturday during worship services before a tactical police team shot and wounded him. Bowers faces state and federal charges. In a statement, top Hamas official Bassem Naim said the group was sorry to hear about the terror attack. As Palestinians and victims of the terror of Israeli occupation, we know the meaning of terror and its horrific outcomes, Naim said. This heinous attack, especially in a place of worship, proves that terror has no religion or nationality, he added. And then, of course, the rest of it is just like, talking about how Hamas is horrible. But not only are they in tune with American politics, not only are they in tune with what's going on in American politics, like it's actually interesting that like at times they've even released statements denouncing anti-Semitic acts of terror in the United States of America. Can you pull up the BLM one? I mean, sure. Here, Yahya Sinwar, Black Lives Matter. Wait, oh shit, the video is deleted. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think, okay, this is from Instagram, but here. This is the best I could find. Sinwar, Hamas's Politburo head recently killed in battle, talked about the interconnectedness of black and Palestinian struggles against racism. Yahya Sinwar. Oh, fuck. I can't see the subtitles. It's too small. It's from the Vice interview with Hasan that you just saw, but I can't fucking zoom in because it's an Instagram post. Let me see if I can find a... No. The video is not deleted. The video is not deleted. Here. Okay, this is a little bit larger. And I want to take this opportunity, he says. Okay. He says, I want to take this opportunity and remember the racist murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was killed as a result of racist ideology held by some people. The same type of racism that killed George Floyd is being used by Israel against the Palestinians in Jerusalem, the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood, and in the West Bank, and by the burning of our children, and against the Gaza Strip, through siege, murder, and starvation. The entire free world must put an end to these crimes. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, they are obviously very in tune with American politics and understand these dynamics. And it reminded me of, hold on, let me see if I can. It reminded me of it was on TikTok. I liked it, I think, so I could show it to you guys. It reminded me of the IRA during the Troubles, releasing statements about American Irish people.
It works too well.
Sorry, here's Bernadette Devlin in Boston in 1979. Here's what her statements look like.
If the Irish American community became too involved in our struggle against oppression, it might raise some questions as to the contradictions within their own body politic in America. There is nothing sadder to people struggling against oppression in Ireland to look towards Boston City and see our people. We know how they got here. We know the oppression they fled from Ireland in various generations to get to this city, being used to oppress the black people.
Guys, shut the fuck up. Yes, I know Radiohead is the worst possible song to use here because Radiohead is a fucking Radiohead or Zionist. Shut up. Just listen to the goddamn words that are coming out of Bernadette Devlin's mouth. Oh my fucking Lord. God, some of you guys are exactly the type of fucking annoying little babies that I despise and try to yell at all the time. It's like a different version of being so drama obsessed, okay? It's not the main point. It's not the main point at all, okay? Radiohead being the backdrop of this fucking commentary is not the main point. Listen to her words instead of freaking out. It's like if you saw a can of Coke in the background being like, ooh, Coke is BDS. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. God damn. Gen Z activism is so laser focused on all of the wrong things.
Oppression in Ireland to look towards Boston City and see our people. We know how they got here. We know the oppression they fled from Ireland in various generations to get to this city, being used to oppress the black people of this city. People tell me I don't understand the situation. They tell me blacks are lazy, they don't want to work, they want to lower the standard of education. They tell me all the things I was brought up to hear about myself, things Protestant people said about Catholic people in Belfast. I think that's part of it too. I mean, if they really understood what was happening in Ireland, they would get themselves sorted out and stand on the right side here, because we identify very closely in our struggle for equality and our struggle against oppression. In fact, the whole inspiration of our civil rights movement 10 years ago came from the black movement of America. And it looks to us from where we stand at home that our people are being oppressed with the active assistance of our people. We find that very sad.
Yeah. This is solidarity of all oppressed peoples all around the planet. Okay? This is something that I've seen with my conversations with Irish people that get it. Irish people living in Ireland, of course, including the north of Ireland. Not Northern Ireland, but the north of Ireland. And they understand that. They understand that these struggles are almost the same. It might take up different forms. The people holding the gun might have different interests, or rather a different look to them. Having said that, the struggle against occupation is always going to look the same. The struggle against white supremacy is always going to look the same. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there is a part of Jewish history that is often forgotten. Jewish resistance to Nazis and Nazi demonstrations and Nazism in general in the lead up to the final solution. And what I find particularly strange is in the aftermath of the shooting that took place, from the vigilante justice focused person who, by the way, once again, I do not believe vigilante justice is a solution, okay? I don't believe vigilante justice and adventurism is a real solution to ending the genocide in Gaza, okay? To ending Israel's genocide. Having said that, I find it odd that people who have been using this incident in an effort to clamp down on pro-Palestinian speech, to claim things such as Free Palestine is the modern day equivalent of Heil Hitler, seemingly forget important aspects of Jewish history and Jewish resistance to Nazi Germany. I am reminded of the story of David Frankfurter. I'm going to give you two people. I'm going to talk about two people. One is David Frankfurter. I'm going to read you a Times article from, I believe, like 1939, if I'm not mistaken. It's from 1936, sorry. This is from Time, February 17th, 1936. The title reads, Foreign News, Jew Kills Nazi. David Frankfurter, a nervous, hollow-eyed young Jew born in Yugoslavia, took the train from Bern last week to the Swiss winter sports resort of Davos. He did not go there to ski, and though Davos boasts a fine meteorological observatory, he was not interested in the weather. After hanging around town for 3 days, he asked his way to the home of Dr. Wilhelm Gustloff, physicist at the Davos Observatory. Bustling Frau Gustloff ushered him into the study. When the doctor rose to greet him, David Frankfurter whipped out a pistol, sent 5 bullets crashing into his body. Wilhelm Gustloff died instantly. Pushing his way out of the house, David Frankfurter walked quietly across the park and surrendered to the Swiss police. I did it because he was a Nazi agent who poisoned the atmosphere, explained assassin Frankfurter. These bullets should have hit Hitler. Oldest in point of service of all Adolf Hitler's foreign organizers were Wilhelm Gustloff, age 41. He was also among the ablest, possibly because he had more than his political beliefs to recommend him to Swiss converts. An able physicist, he went to live in Davos years ago, feeling that the altitude would help him, his weak lungs. Even before his friend Hitler became chancellor, he began organizing Nazi groups in Switzerland. For weeks, Germany has had orders to play down all forms of anti-Semitism in the view of the flood of tourists expected for the Winter Olympics. After the murder of Nazi Gustloff there was no holding the Nazi press, roared Julius Streider's Frankische Tageszeitung. The assassination of Gustloff is another in the long series of Jewish ritual murders which began with the slaughter of the Aryans by Jews thousands of years ago and is now celebrated annually in the Feast of Purim. Germany's Minister to Switzerland, Baron Ernst von Weizsäcker, on vacation, hurried to Berlin for a conference, then back to Bern to make loud protests. Swiss Vice President and Foreign Minister Giuseppe Motta had already sent an official letter of regret to Berlin, and the Swiss seemed cool to impassioned demands by Reichsfuhrer Hitler's own news organ for the death sentence for the assassin. Maximum Swiss sentence for political murders is 15 years in jail. The canton for Grisons, where the crime was committed, long ago abolished the death penalty. Still thinking of the Olympic Games, Germany dared take no obvious reprisals, but bitter little propaganda minister Goebbels promptly ordered that all Jewish theatrical meetings, concerts, lectures, etc. in Germany be abolished until further notice. Now, this is not the only important historical event that took place, okay? This was, after all, and David Frankfurter is hailed, understandably, as a hero in Israel, for the record. His story has been talked about in the past. A person who recognized the horrifying nature of Nazi Germany and took matters into his own hands and actually engaged in an adventurous act of violence directed towards someone in a position of prominence, for the record, a position of high status, not simply just like a low-level diplomat or low-level embassy employee, but a position of prominence. He only served, I believe, 9 years of his 15-year sentence, or even shorter than that, and he was subsequently released. Okay? Here's another story. One who fought back, Herschel Greenspan and the Holocaust. Now, this story is lesser known, even though it was pivotal. Herschel Greenspan, On the morning of November 7th, 1938, a 17-year-old entered the German embassy in Paris. Hidden within the three-piece suit was a gun he had purchased earlier that day. In his pocket was a postcard on which he had written an abbreviated Hebrew phrase invoking God's help and a message in German for his family. My dear parents, I could not do anything else. May God forgive me. My heart bleeds when I hear of the tragedy that befell you and 12,000 other Jews. I need to protest so that the entire world hears this, and this I will do. Forgive me. At the embassy, Greenspan asked to see an official, saying he had a document to submit that was too important to be left with a clerk. He was ushered into an office of a junior-level diplomat, 29-year-old Ernst von Roth, who asked to inspect it. Drawing his gun, Greenspan told him, "You are a filthy kraut, and in the name of 12,000 persecuted Jews, here is the document." He fired 5 shots at von Roth, who died 2 days later. Now, what's important is this was used by the Nazis as the incident that invoked the Kristallnacht. A lot of the important aspects of Jewish resistance against Nazi Germany are oftentimes not talked about, weirdly enough. Okay? The point I'm making is not to defend the actions that took place 2 nights prior. It's not that at all, because as I've said, adventurism and decentralized violence such as that, vigilante justice, is no real justice at all. It is, in many ways, an act of final resistance that people who feel desperate will engage in. The reason why it's important to recognize this, the reason why it's important to understand this is because you need to reframe this within the confines of the actual harm that's taking place. This is part of the reason why I advocate for real solutions. I advocate for legal solutions. This is the reason why I advocate for real justice, to put an end to the genocide in Gaza through the legal means that are available. What I fear is that when people recognize that there are no legal avenues available, they turn around and choose to take matters into their own hands. Okay? This is something that Felix was talking about as well. Felix Biederman was talking about with Jeremy Scale, where he said the social contract that everyone is supposed to abide by recognizes that there is supposed to be a legal means of restitution, a way to take it up to the court structure and have the existing organs of justice, that are supposed to bring about some kind of real restitution, some kind of real solution to a problem such as unlimited genocide that is unfolding in front of our eyes. This is what happens when the social contract is ripped apart, or when people recognize their powerlessness. This also plays along with what Taylor Lorenz was talking about yesterday in the video that we watched about the "someone has to do it" meme that has become incredibly popular at this point against the Trump administration and against Elon Musk. This is once again not a defense of vigilante justice at all, but a simple contextualization of how vigilante justice occurs, or vigilante violence occurs, if you want to call it that. If your goal is to bring about peace, as is my goal, you have to understand how violent incidents such as this one occur and correctly identify the reasons and recognize whether or not there is a grievance there that broadly would be seen as an important grievance to address. The comparison here is when here, I'll give you an example of of a person who thinks they're engaging in vigilante justice or vigilante revenge, okay, that does not have a righteous cause. This is identical to what I talked about with Luigi Mangione as well, yes. However, there are significant differences between this act and Luigi Mangione. I've described it yesterday, but I will relitigate that in a second. Now, when you have white supremacist, white nationalist shooters or anti-Semitic shooters like the Tree of Life synagogue shooter, the media parses through their manifestos and reveals what their motives are in this process. The reason why they do this is to see what the grievance is. Not all grievances are correct. Some of them are completely fucking imagined. The Tree of Life synagogue shooter was hopped up on great replacement Nazi theories, the false notion, the anti-Semitic conspiracy that Jews are importing third world populations into the United States of America and into the Western world in an effort to deliberately undermine Western superiority. Okay? This argument is ridiculous. It's a lie. So when this lie is brought into the mainstream, it is correctly assessed, correctly parsed through, and discussed openly. But in this circumstance, the initial act of political violence, as Bernie Sanders is correctly called, an act of political violence, which has no place in American society. When Bernie Sanders says that, he's right. Okay? This act of political violence was not born out of anti-Semitism. And I think considering this as an anti-Semitic incident or trying to massage the shooter's motives into fitting in the confines of anti-Semitism is once again creating this dangerous conflation between Israel and Judaism.
Latest on the shooting of two Israeli embassy staffers, a young couple gunned down in Washington. The suspect has now been charged with first-degree murder. Our Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas is tracking the latest on the investigation. Pierre, good morning.
Wait, good morning. As we learn more about the suspect, a stunned city continues to grieve the lives of that beautiful couple who were executed in what appears to be a cold-blooded political assassination.
Today, Elias Rodriguez is being described by authorities as a terrorist fueled by hate and anti-Semitism, charged with firearms violations and murdering foreign officials.
Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, especially in the nation's capital. Now, we're going to continue to investigate this as a hate crime and a crime of terrorism.
And we're learning disturbing new details that the suspect had flown into the Washington area on Monday and checked a 9mm handgun in with his luggage. The FBI says he bought a ticket to the event being held at the D.C. Capitol Jewish Museum, his alleged target location. It's there authorities say that he murdered in cold blood 30-year-old Yoran Lashinsky and his girlfriend, 26-year-old Sarah Milgram, targeting them as they left a celebration of Jewish heritage. He allegedly shot the two members.
Like, even that, this part of it is incorrect. There's plenty of parts of this coverage that is just incorrect, simply. Okay? Like, the event is very clearly defined as a diplomats gathering, okay? Thrown by the American Jewish Committee. Now, the reason why I stress this is because it's called the AJC Access Young Diplomats Reception. Because what further investigation has found is that this was an event where young diplomats were supposed to be gathering. And while this is haphazardly done, by the shooter, his motive was not to go to a place of Jewish worship and find Jews to kill, but instead try to identify someone who is associated with the state of Israel. This is not a justification of his actions. I am not saying he did the right thing. I'm not saying that I identify with his motives. But it's important to understand his motive. It's important to describe and analyze his motive. Do you understand? And I think that there is a cynical reason as to why this is being presented as an anti-Semitic violent act. Because an anti-Semitic violent act and a hate crime is understood by the broader population. Okay? But the fears, I think, that people in positions of power, the fears that they have, understandable fears that they have, is that if they were to present this as a suspect motivated by taking matters into his own hands because of the sheer inability of the democratic organs of justice taking place to stop the bloodshed that every American has seen, they fear that there would be more copycats. They fear that there would be more. They fear that it would be harder to argue against because of the systematic problems that I've already described to you about America's attitude towards violence. We are in a dangerous place right now in terms of American attitudes towards violence, American proclivity towards violence. We no longer have an intolerance to violence in the United States of America. We are no longer as intolerant as we once might have been to instances of domestic terror even. This is a terrifying prospect. This is a terrifying prospect if you care. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, Ken Klippenstein, FBI visits me over the manifesto. I guess the FBI came and visited him. We've never had an intolerance to violence. It's just now come home to us as well. Exactly.
Members of the Israeli embassy in the back and continued to fire at them after they fell to the ground. At least 21 shell casings discovered at the scene. And today, the city mourning a love story cut short. Dushinsky was planning to propose to Milgram next week. Friends and family describing the couple as lovely people who yearn for peace.
Americans were intolerant to violence. That doesn't sound right. I think there was a larger percentage of Americans that were intolerant to violence in terms of like political violence. Do you understand? And now that number has diminished. Americans have always loved violence. But as far as like political violence goes, Americans like order. Political violence is disorder. And we are dangerously becoming numb to political violence in general. And this is part of the reason why. I think the media plays a role in saying like, no, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Sarah was so empathetic and talking about how the people in Israel are suffering, the Palestinians in Israel are suffering. She was an incredible person, and she will be really missed.
Yaron was the kind of guy that would have conversations with anybody about anything. I will forever think of him as a diplomat on par and a peacemaker at heart.
On Thursday, the FBI was at the suspect's Chicago home, continuing its international investigation, looking for any signs of co-conspirators.
With the city still reeling, the police chief says she has increased security at schools and Jewish community centers. You're also seeing that kind of security across the nation as a result of this truly heartbreaking and cruel story. Michael?
That it is, Pierre. Heartbreaking and cruel, as you said. Thank you for that.
The police.
Pierre should share Yoron's tweets. Yeah, that's not going to happen, obviously. And it doesn't matter because the only reason why I've shown the background of Yoron and described certain things about him is not because like the shooter knew all of that information. I make that very clear in my coverage yesterday. The shooter didn't know any of that. The shooter just assumed that these people would be in some way, shape, or form connected to the Israeli embassy. Okay? He didn't make that calculation. As far as we know, we don't know. We don't know. We'll find out. There will be an investigation. He's not dead. Okay? But the reason why I bring that up is not to offer post hoc justifications in the way that like other people do when like police shootings happen or whatever. The reason why I bring that up is because the media also, once again, recognizing how unpopular Israel is in the broader American population, have to present these guys as peaceful doves that actually were working on a solution for Palestinians. And now the FBI is going after Ken Klippenstein. For the second time in a year, the FBI came to my home yesterday after I published a so-called manifesto of the man charged with killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington. The visit didn't surprise me, but its tone did. It was aggressive and threatening. "You're not in trouble," the 2 special agents kept saying, good cop style, to get me to answer the questions they would later ask. Where had I gotten the manifesto? Had I had pre-knowledge of the attack? Did I receive instructions about how to disseminate the statement? Not a single mainstream media outlet has published the text because, as they claim, the FBI hasn't confirmed its authenticity. But the real reason is simple. The media just doesn't want to publish it. And the FBI doesn't want the media to think it can. "You're not in trouble," they said a few more times. "I know," I replied, wondering what else I could say to them to get them to go away. Shutting the door in their faces did not seem wise. Maybe I could demonstrate that I know enough about the FBI that their elicitation techniques wouldn't work, I thought. "You guys are from the satellite office in Middleton?" I asked them, alluding to one of their many but little-known resident agencies distinct from their field offices, Wisconsin's being in Milwaukee. "Have you been there?" the man asked, looking surprised. "No. That's where the last visit came from," I explained, smiling. "The Bureau paid me a visit last year about my publication of the J.D. Vance dossier." This, too, seemed to throw them off. "They were sent by Washington," they said, perhaps trying to distance themselves from the intrusion. Then came the big ask. "We want to know about the timeline, how you knew about the manifesto before anyone else, and if you were in touch with the shooter beforehand." I once again referred them to my attorney, and finally they left. But that wasn't the last I'd hear of them. They left my lawyer, Beth Burden, a career public defender who goes toe-to-toe with cops every day for her job, support her excellent work here, a voicemail, which I've enclosed below.
Hi, Beth. My name is Ellen Thurmer. I'm a special agent with the FBI Milwaukee Division out of the Madison RA. I'm calling in regards to your client, Ken Klippenstein. I was just over at Mr. Klippenstein's residence earlier today, following up on some questions I had regarding the manifesto that he published on his blog yesterday. Mr. Klippenstein recommended that we give you a call or email in order to consult with you prior to an interview or in conjunction with you. He was not comfortable speaking to us without your guidance. Again, my name is Ellen Thurmer. I'm with FBI Milwaukee, the Madison RA. I can be reached here at my cell phone. I'll also try to follow up with you via email.
It's not a scam, chatters. What the fuck are you talking about? As Beth explained to me, Special Agent LMP Thurmer, one of the two that visited me, told her that they wanted to know why I'd published a manifesto, among other questions. Beth called them back, and after some back and forth, the special agent offered to send the questions in an email, trying to convince me to submit to an interview as a part of their investigation. The purpose of this interview is to glean as much information regarding the manifesto, how it came into Mr. Klippenstein's possession as possible. The email said, "We would appreciate it if this list of questions was kept between you and your client," the email read. These are those 11 questions from the email I've reproduced below. When did he first encounter the manifesto? How did he first encounter the manifesto? Did he receive any instruction from the source of the manifesto about how to disseminate it? Does the system or platform from which he received the manifesto capture metadata concerning the transfer of the manifesto? Did he make any edits or changes to the manifesto? Was this his first and only interaction with whomever submitted the manifesto? You want to know something interesting? There was another person who was very quick, just like Ken Klippenstein, who also published or reposted the manifesto. His name is Eric Toller. He is a part of the Visual Investigations Unit at the fucking New York Times. Because Eric Toller, much like Ken Klippenstein, is a real fucking journalist. The dude published his manifesto on his fucking, Twitter account. What are we talking about? Has anyone else submitted any other documentation regarding this incident? Did his receipt of the manifesto predate the attack? Where else, if anywhere, did he disseminate the manifesto? Does he have any knowledge of where else the manifesto was published or saved? Why does he think he was the one who received the manifesto? That last one is fucking... the implication is that last one is a gotcha, for the record. Because that last one has a hidden premise that he is the one who actually received the manifesto from the shooter. Other than the questions implying the FBI is entertaining an outlandish theory that I conspire with the shooter, the others seem pretty straightforward and routine. But there's a Trump administration dimension to all of this. The administration has many times publicly warned about shadowy, unseen forces that it believes are bankrolling everything from Tesla vandalism to the college protests. That tone from the top, labeling seemingly everything terrorism, tells personnel that the gloves are off and more aggressive work in the field is now permissible. Get ready to hear that I'm impeding the investigation, giving people a roadmap to the sources and methods that are used to catch terrorists, or whatever reason the National Security State Soundboard offers up for why the public isn't allowed to know things. Let's see if this gets me another visit. That was Ken Klippenstein. Subscribe to his Substack to continue supporting good journalism. What is happening? Are you guys duking it out? What manifesto are they referring to? It's the one that the shooter released that was available, I believe, on his Twitter account and his Blue Sky account. Ken Klippenstein released the manifesto on his Substack yesterday. I covered it yesterday when he released the manifesto to understand the motives of the suspect. Here is the Israel Embassy Shooter Manifesto, which we covered yesterday. So he did not paywall it, no. Especially at a time when the motives of these actions are very important, and the media is offering a separate presentation of the events that unfolded. I'm not shying away from discussing the true motives of this suspect, even if those true motives of the suspect unironically are damaging to what I seek to do. Because it would be very easy to simply just go along with this and be like, well, anti-Semitism has no place, which is true, it doesn't, right? And this person was anti-Semitic. But I think it's important to make up your own mind and to investigate further and find the truth, especially at a time when narrative overcomes the truth quite frequently. The man shot is a Christian Zionist, is not anti-Semitic. Yeah, look, that part of it is not all that important. The only reason why I've brought that up is because a lot of news media was immediately reporting on it as though he was Jewish when he is not. Okay? He was a practicing Christian, for the record. One of the two people that he shot and killed was a practicing Christian that had gone to Jerusalem, that actually volunteered to join the Israeli occupying force, that what do you call it? Was he was a German Christian. His mother was a practicing his mother is a practicing evangelical Christian. His father was Jewish, but he himself was a German Christian. He revealed this on numerous instances, talked about it. He talked about it numerous times. Okay? Once again, this is not information that the shooter, as far as we know, was privy to. Having said that, okay, wait, hold on, I gotta do something. 1 second. Yes, I used to know Sarah. She was Jewish. Yes, Sarah is Jewish. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I just got to do this.
As you go forward, with what you have seen, can you give us any sense, because you said you looked the shooter in the eyes, can you give us any sense of what you saw in him as he was sort of getting help and people were tending to him as if he too was a victim of seeing this?
Yeah, well, to be clear, I heard about that part because we were in a secure room when he initially walked in. I just saw him screaming and then being handcuffed. But what I saw in his eyes, I went to Columbia for grad school, and I saw the same thing in his eyes as I saw in the eyes of all the protesters at Columbia. Nothing different between him and them.
But they did not create this horrific shooting. They did not, they didn't shoot.
They gave permission. They gave the permission. And they have called for this. They have called for Intifada revolution, which is the same thing he yelled last night.
Do you worry that there will be a conflation, though, of the two, those people who are speaking their mind, who really care about?
Yeah, this was this question, okay, which is surprisingly decent, okay? This question is about how in the future the government could potentially fucking prosecute even people saying free Palestine, because it's not a secret, it's not hidden that the administration is actively targeting pro-Palestinian demonstrators and claiming that they are terrorists or anti-Semitic in an effort to prosecute them in direct violation of the First Amendment protections that are offered to every single citizen and non-citizen on U.S. soil.
About what is happening in Gaza, and those people who are like this person who did this horrific shooting, who intend to do harm.
a conflation. I mean, they are calling for intifada at Columbia.
Like, he's literally saying this is the same thing. Like, what this shooter did is what these people are demanding, what Free Palestine people are demanding. That is what he's saying.
Columbia University, they call for intifada constantly. They're not quietly, they're loud. They're loud. You can hear it. They make recordings of themselves. So what's the difference?
Are you afraid?
Yes.
What will
We're
you do
all
about
afraid.
that?
Everyone should be afraid.
What are you doing to try to make yourself feel safer?
Well, okay, you just go on and live your life. I'm a New Yorker. I remember 9/11. You can't let them make you be afraid. You have to go on. You have to live your life, and hopefully your government does things to protect you. Last night, our government failed us.
Jonathan Epstein, I know that they are going forward with this. There is
No, I don't think, for the record, I don't think that this is, once again, I'm going to repeat this, even though the dumbest fucking morons that are trying to do Hasbara and trying to do pro-Israel commentary are claiming the opposite. I do not believe that this was a false flag incident. Okay? I don't. I understand why people do, but I think it's unproductive to make speculations such as this. The shooter is not, the shooter is in custody. He is not dead. Okay? The shooter volunteered himself to the authorities. Not everything is a major conspiracy. Can you explain what a false flag is? Yes, a false flag is the idea that, like, interested parties actually created this environment that actually set up this assassination, like as though like Israel played a role in the killing of these two diplomats, these two staffers in the Israeli embassy, in an effort to whip up anger and resentment towards the Free Palestine movement. This is what people are saying, okay? That it's like staged or it's fake. I don't think it is staged or fake. In many false flags, the perp is groomed to carrying out the attack, though. I don't think this perpetrator, I mean, there will be further investigation in this. If something smells strange, then maybe I'll change my analysis. But judging by all the readily available information, I do not believe that this was a incident where the perpetrator was like manipulated or anything like that. False flag is a deceptive activity carried out during peacetime by individuals or non-governmental organizations. I think Sean the Black said it well yesterday. America and Israel don't need pretense for escalation against Palestine anymore. This isn't Iraq. America and Israel are so belligerent, they've dropped the need for false flags. I don't even disagree. Yeah, I think that's a good take. Yeah, a famous false flag incident was a proposed false flag operation called Operation Northwoods, where they were looking for just cause to invade Cuba. And what the CIA designed, okay, was within the Department of Defense of the United States government in 1962. The proposal called for CIA operatives to both stage and commit acts of terrorism against American military and civilian targets and blame them on the Cuban government. That is a famous example of a proposed false flag incident that never took place. Another false flag incident is the Gulf of Tonkin incident. This was used as an opportunity to offer just cause to the United States of America in invading and occupying Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin incident was an international confrontation that led to the United States engaging more directly in the Vietnam War. It consisted of a confrontation when the United Forces were carrying out covert amphibious operations close to North Vietnamese territorial waters, which triggered a response from the North Vietnamese forces. The United States government falsely claimed that a second incident occurred on the 4th of August between the North Vietnamese and United States ships in the waters of the Gulf of Tonkin. Originally, a U.S. military claim blamed North Vietnam for the confrontation and the ostensible, but in fact imaginary incident on August 4th. Later investigation revealed that the second attack never happened. The National Security Agency, an agency of the U.S. Department of Defense, had deliberately skewed intelligence to create the impression that an attack had been carried out, claiming that the North Vietnamese forces had actually opened fire. This is what people think happened. This is what people think took place during the shooting incident yesterday or 2 days ago. I do not believe that it is a false flag. The reason as to why people think it's a false flag is because of the timing of it, which is one day after the Israeli occupying force opened fire on diplomats in the West Bank that were on a invited trip to the West Bank, and also because Israel's people's perception of Israel is more negative than it's ever been throughout the 77 years of Israeli occupation in the United States of America. This would relitigate, this would, one, perfectly create an environment where the government would have to actively suppress pro-Palestinian speech by tying all pro-Palestinian emancipatory movements and even the PSL, which the shooter briefly was affiliated with and stopped being affiliated with since 2017, and other legal entities that are allowed to operate under the First Amendment to no longer be able to operate legally. This ties back to the Project Esther ambitions that were created by the Heritage Foundation alongside Project 2025. Project Esther is the anti-Semitism task force side of Project 2025. It is a written out, deliberate attempt of undermining First Amendment protections in this country by tackling pro-Palestinian protesters by claiming that every single person that is aware of the atrocities that Israel commits, or aware of the 77-year occupational history of Israel as a violent settler colonial state, is actually a part of the Hamas Support Network, HSN for short. Project Esther is open. That's not what I'm saying is not speculation. This is a real document produced by the Heritage Foundation. And as we know, the Heritage Foundation has produced many documents, this right-wing think tank, that the Trump administration follows to a T. Okay? This is the reason why people suspect it is a false flag. I do not believe it's a false flag, but I do believe that both the Israeli government, demonstrably, and also all of the networks that want to promote Israel, or at least shift the attention away from Israel's atrocities in the Gaza Strip, are using this as an opportunity to clamp down on pro-Palestinian speech, myself included. There is a reason why there are individuals that directly engage in Hasbara operations, whether it be the ADL or whether it be the likes of dumbfucks like Eyal Yacobi, immediately rushed to claim things that I wasn't doing as though I was doing them, including, but not limited to, the notion that I considered this to be a false flag operation. You can watch the 37-second video and recognize that I'm actually not saying it's a false flag operation. I'm saying the exact opposite. And yet, this dumbfuck has now been retweeted by the likes of Jake Tapper. We do live in the post-truth era. Anyway, so that's what is going on. Incredible stuff. I do want people, I don't want people to give any further oxygen to this. Every conversation that moves away from the plight of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip that are being slaughtered ruthlessly and being starved out by the state of Israel is playing playing into Israel's goals here. That is precisely the reason why yesterday Benjamin Netanyahu instantly came out and said, saying free Palestine is akin to saying Heil Hitler. And not only that, but also, that, you know, the leadership of the French government, the British government, and the Spanish government were actually the ones who pulled the trigger by doing what? By offering the most marginal of condemnations to the state of Israel for its mass starvation campaign. What a fucking ridiculous thing to claim. And the Canadian government as well.
Stopped them from getting to the Gaza crossing at Kerem Shalom. So they held their protest at the side of the road.
All the pictures of the children here, of Gazan children that have been killed by our army. Yeah.
And how does that make you feel?
Furious. We are here to say no more.
There have been many demonstrations in Israel about the hostages still being held in Gaza.
One thing I will say about the changing of the attitude overall in Israeli society is that standing together is like somewhat comprised. Is probably the largest group of protesters against the Israeli state that are comprised of some anti-Zionists, but mostly liberal Zionists. And post-October 7, there were plenty of people that were a part of this group, Ombim Be'echad, also known as Standing Together, that actually took a very different tone on the occupation. Not one that was, of course, in support of Palestinians at all. Having said that, while the initial protest that took place by Standing Together was, one, tiny, and two, comprised almost entirely of people that were waving Israeli flags, take note of the fact that, one, these protests are much larger now, and two, directly focus on Palestinian victimhood, and three, do not have any Israeli flags. Now, this is still far, far away from the truth of the matter. They, I don't think, still consider it to be a genocide, but they are now entertaining the notion that war crimes are taking place, which again is, you know, I mean, yeah, of course. Having said that, it does show a marked shift in even Israeli society and popular discourse.
But it's quite unusual to see people holding up pictures of Palestinian children. Of course, these people are on the left, but still, there is a growing concern about what is being done in Israel's name. Some on the Israeli left thought the war was initially justified because of the October the 7th Hamas attacks. But now they see nothing but cruelty.
Although we are not the majority, the reality is still the same reality of genocide, extermination, famine, transfer and expulsion plans.
Amongst the speakers, reservist Captain Ron Finer, who faces...
I mean, this is pretty crazy, by the way. I really hate you had a take on this. In a Facebook post, Head of Standing Together, Alan Lee Green praises Ron Finer as a hero and a wonderful person. Finer served 270 days in the current annihilation war and just now decided to refuse and go to anti-war demonstrations. He's also a member of ST's leadership. Like, I'm in favor of rehabilitation for sure, but goddamn, that's quite the expeditious change, you know?
Is 20 days in prison starting on Monday for disobeying orders by refusing to serve in Gaza.
Those orders are not moral. They are not serving the security interest of Israel. The only thing they will bring is death of more soldiers, more Gazan civilians.
For the record, if you want a peaceable solution to the Israeli occupation and the end to the Israeli genocide, this is something that needs to happen. This is something that needs to happen. This is how it happened in apartheid South Africa as well. People that recognized that apartheid South Africa had become a pariah state due to the endless amounts of legal pressure, the endless amount of civil disobedience and protests that took place, against apartheid South Africa in the Western world, and the condemnations that came from governments like the United States of America, who even Joe Biden famously was like railing against South African apartheid by the end of that process, led to South Africans themselves, like white South Africans that are beneficiaries of the apartheid structure themselves, changing their attitude on the apartheid in an effort to basically continue existing as a nation state. That pressure internally certainly played a major role in the government also finally coming to that conclusion. So the more people jump ship, even if it's too little too late, the better. There are obviously better methods that I think Israelis could use in their own, inside of their own government, considering that almost every single person here is trained by the Israeli military at a certain point. Just saying, you know. But having said that, these things take time. Change takes time, you know?
And our hostages. I would prefer to not get punished, but if this is the price I have to pay for making my moral decisions and choices, I'm okay with it.
A counter-protester arrives, asking why they're holding up pictures of...
Chat is stupid. Israelis like me exist. Yes, there aren't many of us, but we do exist. So not all these leftists are fake leftists, but you guys are right that most of them are, sadly. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's just for the record. Like, I have obviously promoted much more radical groups within Israel in the past and interviewed refuseniks in the past, as you know, like Mezarvot, which is a great organization. It is an actual anti-Zionist organization. But the very fact that even like Ombim Be'achad now is entertaining refuseniks, even if they were reservists for 270 days in the fucking ethnic cleansing campaign, means that like there is a tide shift that is taking place even within Israeli society, and there needs to be a tide shift that takes place within Israeli society for this to come to a peaceable solution, because in the absence of military intervention from a coalition of the willing, Israel is seemingly not going to stop. And without America actually coming out and stopping Israel, there will be no military intervention anyway.
Of Palestinian children, when Israeli children have also died. We mourn both, she's told, before the police move her away. Across the road, a small group who say that Israel must continue to attack Gaza were praying and cursing their enemies. The wicked will perish. Those who hate you will be destroyed.
How does this contrast with the polls we were looking at yesterday? Seems like diametrically opposite. Yes, that's why you must understand that this is literally a marginal movement. It is a It is a marginal movement that was already in the fucking margins. It went from like, 8 to 10 people with no ultimate interest in like ending the bloodshed to maybe a couple hundred people with a real demonstration against the bloodshed.
Some were ready for an argument with any left-wing protester who ventured over.
We are not attacking civilians. If you are taking babies under the ground and taking babies in your basement and you are a terrorist, don't think we not shoot you. Okay? This is a very, very specific orders. The Arabs make terror. And terror is bad. Terror is...
This literally doesn't make sense. Like, these guys are basically promoting an alternative reality that doesn't exist. Like, the internal debate in the fucking war conference and in the governing coalition is literally how much starvation is appropriate. We're not even talking about like, what the rules of engagement are. We're not talking about like what percentage of civilian to enemy combatant targeting capabilities are beyond the pale. All of that stuff is gone. That's not a real conversation that's taking place. The real debate that's taking place currently is, are we allowed to give Palestinian civilians a drop of food or no food whatsoever and complete the starvation campaign? The real argument that's taking place is between the Itamar Ben-Gvir wing and even the Bezalel Smotrich wing, which Bezalel Smotrich is now aligning with Benjamin Netanyahu and saying, no, we have to give them a little bit of food because the only hurdle in front of us from completing our main objective of complete ethnic cleansing is international organs of justice and The Hague. This is literally what the argument was. This is the argument that took place with Bezalel Smotrich's statements that I talked about a couple days ago. Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, okay, who is a fucking rabid settler terrorist radical himself, is in contest with Itamar Ben-Gvir right now, because Itamar Ben-Gvir and his even further, more radical wing claims that what must be done is the permanent starvation campaign of all Palestinians so they all die. Whereas Bezalel Smotrich says, we want to finish the job. We want to permanently occupy the Gaza Strip. We want to do, and they always say, Trump's plan of permanent ethnic displacement of all Palestinians. But while we are doing this, we also are running into problems with The Hague, running into problems with Western organs of justice that are creating hurdles for us, and therefore we have to offer at least a crumb of aid, albeit in a symbolic manner. As Jeremy Scahill writes, Netanyahu, Gaza aid scheme offers Israel symbolic cover to finish the genocide. And they're saying it openly. They are saying it openly. When are you leaving Twitch? I never in my life would have thought that there would be this many Israel dick riders in my chat, by the way. Like, I genuinely don't understand, because like this kind of like debate or this kind of conversation in the real world is not even taking place amongst like Zionist groups. You know what I mean? Christian Zionism is bigger than you think. I mean, no, I know Christian Zionism is massive. It is legitimately shocking how many people come in here and go, I hope you get banned. I hope you get killed, you fucking terrorist. While I'm talking about the insane things that the Israeli government is doing and admitting to. Like, I don't know a single person that is this pro-Israel in the fucking real world. Here's Bezalel Smotrich. I succeeded. The IDF is finally conducting. I succeeded. The IDF is finally conducting a campaign against the civilian rule of Hamas and not just focusing on the military infrastructure. We are eliminating ministers, officials, money changers, and elements of the economic and governmental system of Hamas. In a few days, the American company will, with God's help, start working. This is a direct war crime, okay? This is like a war crime on top of a war crime. Obviously, it's a fucking genocide. So, like, for all of you guys, this is not a surprising. This is not a surprising moment at all. But it's crazy that, like, this isn't like a gotcha. You know what I mean? Which is why, at this stage, when prominent members of the war cabinet are openly explaining their desires in the backdrop of a live streamed child holocaust, it is still shocking to me that there are still people who have the audacity to openly defend this. I guess I expect people to have some sense of shame in all of this in an effort to, I don't know, not pollute their social media footprint and maybe create some sense of plausible deniability for themselves later down the line so they can act like they were always against this. But nope. Turns out a lot of people are so hyper-focused on, I don't know, whatever their own fucking agenda is, whatever their idiotic agenda is, and for many, I guess it's just like simply saying I'm in the wrong and that I must be killed or that I'm a fucking terrorist, that they have no shame. They look at the images of starving children. They look at the images of Israeli politicians openly defying international law, openly stating that, like, they themselves are shocked at how little the international organs of justice or Western nations have reined them in. And these fucking dumb fucks turn around and say, no, it's good. Fuck you for calling out against this. Makara, free, free, Makara, free, Makara, free, free. Don't you call for the death of people all the time? No, but if that was the case, if you recognize that that's wrong, no, don't ban that person. Hold on. If you recognize that's wrong, what does this mean here? Like, you're like, oh, it's a fucking, you deserve it? Like, is that what it is? Two wrongs make a right? Is that what you're saying? I don't. This is a fucking bannable offense, for the record. Free Makara! Free Makara! Free Makara! Free Makara! I'm not going anywhere! Something coming me! No one's coming from the State of me! Free Palestine! Kneecap speak for the first time since the terror charge at surprise London gig. Look at the size of that crowd. No, this is earlier. Wait, is this from yesterday? No, I don't think so.
It's a pleasure to be here tonight in the 100 Club. I want to say, just first of all, I want to thank our label, Heavenly and Jeff, for working with us.
I can imagine you can. Oh, thanks very much. The amount of fucking pressure them cunts are under in the last few days. I don't know if you've heard. You won't be getting any headlines off me tonight, you cunts. I promise.
We give him the speech beforehand. He knows what not to say.
I'm allowed one later.
There's a lot of police inside this venue tonight. They're making a lot of money for doing fuck all.
I swear to fuck, all of you PC bums out there, they should all be thanking me for overtime. Hey, listen, I'm feeding your kids. Jobs for the boys.
We're from the north of Ireland.
There you go. Thanks very much.
We're very used to the British establishment, bringing the people from the north and trying to get them into their English jails for stuff they didn't do, and they done before, and they're trying to do it again.
It wasn't even me. I have to be very careful what I say. I think there's a few people nervous out there. I'd like to thank my lawyer. He's here tonight as well. I don't know if I should even say his name.
Kneecap taking Joe Brawley as their barrister, lawyer. He's pretty famous. He's successfully defended lots of Irish Republicans over the years. He's also a GAA coach. So they've that going for him. Nice. Anne, yürüteceğim mi? Okay, peki.
Just in case, I'm not saying Dara Mackin's name.
Sometimes the side chick ain't even a side chick. It's the beautiful and proud nation of Ireland. Yeah, God, I love Irish people so much, bro. I wish they were real.
So we have a load of people to thank for the fact that I'm not in shackles up here. So,
that was so good.
The Met Police turned up right before the gig, like hours after the tickets went to sale. Police turning up at 100 Club to harass Kneecap and intimidate gig goers, such a grotesque overreach, and just the latest shameful incident in the state's ongoing suppression of pro-Palestinian voices. That's crazy. They fucking sent the Bobbies. Or wait, what did they say? They call them peelers. Fuck the peelers. The fucking peelers. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Go ahead, Larry.
No, this is my night.
Go ahead. Speech.
Has anybody come here on their own? No! Put your hand up if you're here on your own. See anybody around them, it's be very suspicious. They could easily be undercover.
I do want to remind people that this entire ordeal is extra funny when you consider the fact that the group is called Kneecap after a common practice of the IRA of shooting people in the kneecap for collaborating with the British occupation. Okay. And they are a, pro-IRA rap group. One of their members is called DJ Prove. Like, the idea that you could find them actionable for doing pro-terrorism propaganda in British courts is fucking hilarious. It's like, yeah, dude, they're called Kneecap. One of their songs is called Get the Brits Out. Oh my God. I can't believe it. It's shocking. I can't believe these guys shockingly would would do something worthy of a counterterrorism investigation. Wow. This is, in a weird way, similar to the way America operates as well, where we place Israel in a separate category and Israel's enemies in a separate category, where if you say fuck America, it's fine, but when you say fuck Israel, people lose their fucking minds. In the United States of America, those very same student protesters would not have been apprehended if they wrote articles about how America has done horrible things. Okay? But when you write about Israel doing horrible crimes, all of a sudden that's prosecutable. Same thing with this Kneecap situation. You say up Hamas or up Hezbollah, it's fine. You can't do that. That's prosecutable. You say up the Ra, and that's, that's a direct call to action, technically, against England. Yeah. Liam from Kneecap is up on a terrorism charge for waving a flag. This tubby demon publicly calls for nuking Gaza and probably get a bonus from AIPAC. Yep. It's true. British press also continues to insist on using Mo Farah's Anglican name instead of his Irish name, which is easily Googleable. Yeah. They know where the power to change opinion is. Nobody cares about anti-English or anti-American propaganda at the moment. The open propaganda / colonial front is Israel. Yes. Exactly. That is exactly what's going on. And the reason why they're taking this kind of action instead of just letting this go is because they recognize that there is no way to win the propaganda war at this point. That the broad majority of the public, especially this generation, my generation and younger, are completely aware of the depravity of the situation. They're completely aware of Israel's genocidal ambitions. They have seen it. The toothpaste is out of the tube. You can't put it back in. So instead of trying to massage the narrative, trying to contextualize all the violence and trying to defend Israel's actions, which only reinforces in the minds of so many that this is an unsustainable situation and that it is an undemocratic situation where the governments and the media are not in line with the way the public sees this reality. They are trying to prosecute as many people as they possibly can to try and silence people into submission. That's it. This is just the official channels. The average American holds a lot of latent patriotism. They dislike speaking about the U.S. too poorly. Yeah, but the average American also doesn't see Israel as an extension of American empire. You understand that, right? The average American sees Israel as a foreign nation, and perhaps in a scary way, a lot of Americans also see Israel as, because of that patriotism that you're talking about, they see Israel as the Jewish nation that is getting a bunch of undue influence, okay? Overwhelming influence as a Jewish nation acting in the interest of Jews and doing so by controlling the media and controlling politicians. That's what the average American believes, because this also, in a weird way, or I guess in a deliberate way, removes the responsibility from the beautiful, glorious nation of America. America in and of itself could never actually engage in such unjustifiable actions. They must be being blackmailed by Mossad. Okay? That is part of the reason why so many people would rather believe the Jewish influence conspiracy theories rather than recognize that America is the one who controls Israel and America is refusing to reign in Israel, and that there isn't there is a real influence peddling operation that is very sophisticated and very pervasive, but that is there to make sure that politicians don't get step too out of line, or if they do, there's a real punishment for it, right? Kind of. They feel the Judeo-Christian stuff, but they wish Israel did good stuff. They actually know Americans. If what you're saying was true, then there wouldn't be this level of discontent towards Israel's actions, chatter. And because there is this level of discontent towards Israel's actions, there is this level of prosecution towards those who speak out. And the reality of the matter is that only grows more discontent, because as I've said time and time again, Americans are truly selfish people. American individualism, American exceptionalism plays a major role here. And when you're a truly selfish individual, you see Israel as a foreign nation state, and then your free speech or other America's free speech is removed in a way that could hurt you down the line. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, fuck this. It only grows that resentment against Israel. %80 of Germans feel that Israel's actions in Gaza are unjustified, and that's even with a leading question a new poll finds. This is actually interesting because Germany is like one of the most, like being pro-Israel is basically in the Constitution. Like you have to be. Okay? America's a Jewish colony. Yeah, they got banned already. Again, this is a way to abdicate the responsibility of bloodshed away from American empire and American ambition in the region. Okay? Oh, our politician, RFK Jr. would never be pro-Israel unless he was like fucking blackmailed or something, you know? He's based. Same with Trump. He's based. He wants to put America first, not realizing that, yes, from their perspective, putting America first implies that there's a grander design in the region, an oil-rich region, and the most significant role player there is Israel. Letting Israel do death and destruction in an effort to create more regional stability that goes along with American interests is the key here, so that they can convincingly prosecute a war against Iran. The overarching ambition, of course, is obviously to fight China, though. But this region plays a strategic role in service of that interest.
Anybody wearing rolling shoes?
Can we get the house lights on for the
Lawyers didn't even know about it.
Larry Lineker didn't even know about it. Right before the match kicked off, fuck's sake. So I'd like to thank my manager as well for not running away.
Okay, Dan would never run away. Okay, he is the GOAT. I love Dan. For the record, their manager is a phenomenal person, a truly remarkable individual. Okay, a truly remarkable individual, a man who has worn many hats, a man who has done it all. Okay.
When this all started after Coachella, that man has had fucking less sleep than an owl. Seriously, that man has worked tirelessly. Fucking with Dara Mack and his listeners, like fucking, I'm talking about the 2-3 o'clock every morning while I was in South America swallowing Aperol spritzes, murdering Spanish, trying to order a fucking taco.
Murdering Spanish? That's illegal, mate. That's illegal.
I stopped speaking.
In all seriousness, I think they want to stop what we're doing because they want to suppress protesting. They want to suppress people talking about Palestine.
Why would Israel not being an ethno-state affect U.S.'s design in the region? I don't know. Don't you think that a major destabilizing force in the region is the Palestinians, the indigenous population of the land, that actually create a lot of that it actually is a somber reminder to many of the Arabs, especially the Muslim Arabs in the region, of America's continued exploitation of the region and colonial occupation within the region and complete dominance of the region. If you think that the Gulf nation leadership is in line with Israel's interests and America's grand designs, that is true. If you think that the Arab populations are also on board with that, that is entirely untrue. Okay? So as long as the Palestinians exist and as long as there is a Palestinian emancipatory movement, there will always be discontent. And as long as there is someone who is willing to fight back against Israel in the region, as long as that discontent exists, Israel cannot completely dominate the area in accordance with America's grand designs.
And they try to suppress it in the streets, but now we've turned music and concerts into acts of resistance, into protest, because there's...
That's what I mean. Isn't it better for America to abandon Israel at this point strategically? No. I mean, there is an argument for that, and I totally understand. Okay? But they're too locked in. They're too locked in on this like on the role Israel plays. You never retreat on the empire. Exactly. It's sunk cost for sure.
60,000 plus dead in Gaza right now. And that is the real story. It's not about us. It's not about Guy Lineker.
The fact that we are sitting here now haven't even mentioned the fact that the reason that we are being witch hunted here is because we at Coachella spoke out about this, about the genocide. Burn. The concert in question happened a long time ago. This all came from the fact...
Allegedly.
I wasn't even there. I'm just here, I'm just his spokesperson. So just bear that in mind. As he said, we're not the fucking story here. They're using us as a scapegoat not to talk about the real fucking issue. I don't need to explain that to you cunts, so I appreciate you all coming. Free Palestine.
This is like fucking, it's like a little rally. Stop voting on me. We just want to say thank you to all you cunts for coming to this day. And for supporting us throughout all this shit. Because it's without you people, we're nothing. Because of you, the West Coast standing there, the West Coast standing free Palestine.
Fuck. Also, U.S. is signaling that China and Russia with Gaza, as dark as it is, America is still happy to do horrific war crimes for his interests. Thoughts on this take? Let's see. From Sammy Gold. One of the problems of liberalism is that despite Israel disobeying every single aspect of the fundamental principles of liberalism, most liberals defend it because liberalism in the modern day has focused too much on defending self-described liberals than actually defending liberalism. Discourse since October 7th allowed in itself a great moment for liberal intellectuals to finally reject the corrosive influence of Zionism from its ranks in favor of internationalism, but they declined to naively because they thought liberal Zionism would win them any favors. It's more liberal than all the states in the region. It's not more liberal than Lebanon or Jordan even. True. Literally. It's not. The notion that Israel is a liberal democratic state is so funny because, like, even beyond the apartheid, which is, again, something that you can't just, like, easily cast aside, or the genocide that has taken place over the course of the past 19 months, Israel in and of itself has become an increasingly more reactionary society as a direct consequence of refusing to address the inherent contradictions of sitting on top of a fucking apartheid, okay? It is crazy. All it took for so many people to subscribe to this notion was, one, paired up with like an endless sea of Islamophobic propaganda. All these Muslims are barbaric, backwards rapists, yada, yada, yada. And also Israel to just basically slap on a fucking gay rainbow flag, you know? Like we're talking about a society that doesn't fucking allow interfaith marriages, okay? And if you, suspiciously, if you're gay, you just have to go to Cyprus to get married. Who knows why? Who knows why? I don't know. And goddamn libtards fucking run around like it's a safe haven, dude. It's so stupid. Even the pink washing is built on top of a fucking lie. It is literally a religious fundamentalist state. It's a religious ethno state. Why the fuck would it not be backwards?
And you disagree?
Of course I disagree, because in Egypt we did an agreement with the same Muslims. There is peace in Jordan. We have peace. Agreements make security, not military. And when you say they, the children, the women, they are bombing us, I think.
Isn't pinkwashing inherently a lie, though? No, because pinkwashing is like saying America is like pro-LGBT. Pinkwashing would be like showing the gay officers in the Navy. It's not a lie that there is gay officers in the Navy. The Navy's gay as fuck, okay? But you're basically saying, look at these homosexuals and don't look at what those homosexuals are doing when they're controlling a fucking F-18 fighter jet. That's pinkwashing. But in Israel, the pinkwashing beyond it is like, it's just like built on top of additional lies is what I mean. It's not as like, it's not even as like, as pro-gay as like the American government is.
It's a long war, and somebody will give up. Okay, we are not going to give up because this is the land of the Jewish people. I think.
The land is of God. The land is of God.
I'm going to leave you two to carry on your argument. A few miles away in Gaza, they gathered not to protest, but to dig out the dead and injured from the wreckage of a house in Jabalia, destroyed by an overnight Israeli airstrike. About 50 people had been sheltering there. A baby and a child were amongst the dead. Neither protest within Israel nor censure from European countries is stopping the Israeli government from continuing their onslaught. People of Gaza do not have the luxury of argument, just the reality of trying to survive.
Well, joining me now live from Tel Aviv, the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, who was once in the same party as Benjamin Netanyahu, but is now one of his biggest critics. Thank you for joining us. When we see Israelis accusing their government of war crimes, of genocide, it's a remarkable thing. Do you agree with those people that that's what's going on?
Well, I may not use necessarily the same terminology of genocide. I'll be very hesitant, but
I mean, Ehud Olmert saying they're war crimes today means that people are going to start saying genocide tomorrow. When you got fucking former prime ministers saying there's war crimes about, It's over. It's in the fucking last stage, okay? That's it. That's it. It's the same principle behind the guy who started the Human Rights Watch, who is a Zionist himself, who is a Holocaust survivor himself, if I'm not mistaken, coming out and initially saying, give him hell, Israel. You have every responsibility to fucking kill as many people as possible post-October 7, only to very quickly turn around and say, holy fuck, this is a genocide. It's over. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I said this. The reason why he said that is because the reason why he openly admitted that he thought what Israel's campaign of war post-October 7 was just, and it wasn't a genocide. He said it. This was literally a year and a half ago, by the way, the Human Rights Watch guy. The reason why he changed his attitude was because of the fucking starvation campaign. As soon as that happened, that is like the most definable war crime out there. There is nothing more aggressively a war crime than that, okay? Because weirdly enough, in the field, in the theater of battle, okay, you can still try to use legal limiters to say, well, we have well-defined rules of engagement. Sometimes people, get outside of the confines of those bombing campaigns. It's not really a killing field. We just simply decided that you can kill 20 Palestinian civilians for one person that we have falsely declared an enemy combatant or whatever. Like, these are ways in which you can try to find defenses for your military actions. But when you say you're cutting food, water, electricity to the civilian population that you are holding captive, that's it. I'm not talking about Omer being a Holocaust survivor, dude. No, I'm not talking about this guy. I'm not talking about him. Sounds like you're reaching all the time, Hasan. You're reaching. I'm reaching. Oh. I think being this stupid and having the right to speak should be illegal. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're this fucking dumb, just shut up. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two, you know? I'm reaching. Motherfucker, the former Israeli prime minister is like, they're doing war crimes. What more do you want to fucking hear? Like, there is no counter argument to Israel's genocide, okay? There is none. They have openly admitted it. Leadership has openly admitted it. They demand more. Reach for a fucking book. Jesus Christ.
One thing is obvious. What is done now in Gaza is totally unacceptable, intolerable, and unforgivable. We have to stop the war immediately. There is nothing that we can achieve by expanding the military operation that can be of any value. On the contrary, we are likely to use the hostages, to lose the hostages, and to lose soldiers that will fall in battle, and to kill many uninvolved Palestinians in Gaza, none of which is something that worse this military operation. We have to stop it, and we have to try and come to some kind of an accommodation that will bring back all the hostages.
We've seen Netanyahu and his ministers attacking the British Prime Minister, the French President, effectively blaming them, accusing them of anti-Semitism and of feeding anti-Semitism with their language. I mean, what is happening to Israel's international relationships?
Look, we certainly disagree completely with this language, which is absolutely obnoxious and outrageous. Great Britain Prime Minister Mr. Sturmer, President Macron, Prime Minister Carney of Canada, all are friends of the Jewish people and the State of Israel. There is no question about it. They may not be friends of the Israeli government. I'm not a friend of the Israeli government. And the majority of Israelis, I believe, today are not friends of the Israeli government. So, yeah, we are all victims of this very aggressive government. Prime Minister Netanyahu is a captive of these messianic groups of extreme right-wingers, fundamentalists, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and their supporters. And I think it is going to cost Israel a great deal in the international relations. Yes. I can't criticize.
This is the liberal Zionist position, which is so crazy to hear from fucking Ehud Olmert, okay? Like, you got war criminals. You got former war criminals being like, yeah, the amount of the sheer volume of war crimes that Israel is committing is actually harming Israel's clout in the fucking global stage. It's becoming a pariah state, which is true. This motherfucker's not a moderating voice, chat, please. This is not a moderating voice. The very fact that a guy like him is the very fact that a guy like him is coming to this fucking conclusion is because the situation is that bad. Cat's out of the bag, you know? That's it. Like, he's trying to present an alternative reality, saying like, oh, Israelis themselves are victims. Israelis themselves hate the situation. When obviously polls show Israelis don't necessarily hate the full tilt bloodshed that's taken place. They don't hate it at all. For him, he's even going so far as to say that Netanyahu's prosecution of this genocide, continuation of this genocide, is also coming from his unique position of being captive to the interests of the right wing, the far right. Netanyahu is the far right. So was Ehud Olmert, by the way.
President Macron, Prime Minister Sturmer, or Prime Minister Kani, or Prime Minister Meloni, or Prime Ministers of other European countries, because I also criticize the Israeli government for more or less the same things. So, and I think that most of the Israelis feel like me. They think that the war should end today and that we should bring all the hostages, and there is no reason and no wisdom and no moral foundation for killing so many innocent, non-involved people in Gaza. It has to stop.
The opinion polls keep suggesting, as you say, that a majority are against this going on, but the Israeli political process does not deliver that right now and doesn't look like it will in the foreseeable future.
What opinion polls?
Well, you know, you are a democracy in Great Britain. You know that sometimes government has a majority when everyone knows that the majority of votes in the parliament does not necessarily reflect.
The only opinion poll that gets like a serious majority of, or not even a serious majority, but any simple majority of Israelis is factoring in, one, the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Israeli Arabs, and two, it's not even about like what Israel has done in Gaza, but more so about releasing the hostages. Because Israeli society, by and large, the Israeli Jewish society recognizes that, of course, hostages are not going to be fucking released unless they stop the bloodshed. So that's why many of the protests that you see about releasing the hostages, the largest protests that you see, are not about ending the bloodshed. They're simply about ending the bloodshed now so you can have a release of the hostages at least now. Then you can continue.
Reflect the attitude of most of the people. You were in a similar situation in Great Britain last year. For most of the year, 2024, there was a government, and everyone knew that Labour is going to win the elections big time. But as long as there was a majority in parliament, they could do certain things. So we are trying, we are rioting in the streets, hundreds of thousands of Israelis, day in, day out, and we are taking all kinds of protest actions against this government, trying to overthrow the government in a democratic manner, of course, by adding actions against this government, and maybe also the international pressure and the attitude of countries which are known to be traditionally very friendship to the state of Israel. British people, French people, the Canadian people, and their leaderships. They never were against the state of Israel. They are against the government, and if they will carry on in expressing their attitudes, it may be very helpful to the public opinion of Israel.
Well, I mean, should they go beyond that? There are calls for sanctions against members of the Israeli government. Do you think that kind of pressure would be a good idea by countries like Britain and those in the European Union?
I was going to say no.
I'm tempted to say something which might sound cynical. If Britain will put sanctions on Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, they will not be allowed to go to Britain. And some people would say in Israel they had better go to Britain and not come back. So I don't know whether these sanctions. I think that I'd not like that the state of Israel and the people of Israel will suffer from, for instance, economic sanctions, as the Europeans are threatening to take, and Great Britain talking about trade agreements with Israel, which may be cancelled, which will.
Wow. Remember when I told you that this could be ended without any bloodshed whatsoever? Remember what I told you about economic pressure? Remember what I told you about how sanctions work on your allies? They don't work on your fucking enemies because your enemies have designed trade to withstand sanctions. I said that on October 8th, 2023, by the way. Took 19 months for them to even begin to entertain.
Affect the Israeli people. I very much hope that we will not come to that point. But if we will come to that point, I think it will be clear that the guilt for this lies entirely on the shoulders of the Israeli government.
And if you're right that Israel may change its government one day in the future, would you want to see that government delivering international law to effectively hand over Netanyahu to face criminal charges?
Well, my desire, and I think the desire of many Israelis, is that Netanyahu will disappear forever from the landscape of our political and public lives. Okay? So I think at this time, what we are interested in is making a political change that will bring down this government and will allow more decent, more responsible, and more humane people to take over, and that they will be dedicated to what I think is the main objective of Israel, to conclude once and for all the historic conflict between us and the Palestinians, to proceed rapidly into a two-state solution negotiations between us and the Palestinians, which is the only possible way to resolve this conflict. This is what I was trying.
He's saying to go back to business as usual when he was prime minister, because obviously you could continue dispossessing the indigenous Palestinians from their land in the West Bank while every now and then doing shit like Operation Cast Lead, which he did. Remember, it's not Benjamin Netanyahu alone who said how much Israel benefits from propping up Hamas as the only legally recognizable entity in defense of the Palestinians. This has always been the Israeli government's occupational goals. You prop up Hamas as the only recognizable entity in the region in defense of Palestinians. Hamas has a very difficult time getting international support or any kind of sympathy, especially due to the unlimited amounts of Islamophobia from the fucking Western world. And then you apply pressure in the West Bank to further to further erode any chance of Palestinian sovereignty. You take up more and more space. You keep oppressing Palestinians in the West Bank. Hamas being the only entity that actually fights back against Israel, retaliates. And then when Hamas retaliates, you control how high the fires get. You control how you curb stomp the Palestinian civilian population once again. Anyway.
Trying to do when I was prime minister. Unfortunately, at that time, Palestinian leadership was not courageous enough to come along on this path. But
the moment
there is no
Hasan came to full control of the region, got even more screwed because the government itself was terrorist. What the fuck are you talking about? No. What do you mean? Oh, the government itself was terrorist. Okay, the Israeli government is a far bigger fucking terrorist than Hasan. You mean Hamas? Is there any group that has ever been able to resist against imperialist occupation or colonial occupation that has not been branded fucking barbaric savages, rapists, monsters, and terrorists alike? The PLO was considered a fucking terrorist organization too. It was actually the first practical application of the term terrorist. Ever used in official government documents in the United States of America. Far before the war on terror, far before ISIS, far before Al-Qaeda, far before the Taliban, it was the PLO. I wonder why. Anyway, remember, it's important to understand what the likes of Ehud Olmert are saying, because this is the exit ramp for Israel. They will try to whitewash and try to re-launder the reputation of Israel as aggressively as they possibly can. But that means the genocide seemingly is coming to an end. How many Palestinian children die in the process? That I do not know.
And this is what the new Israeli government will have to do, and I hope that the Palestinian leadership at that time will be compatible in terms of its openness to take part in this effort. And what will be the personal fate of Netanyahu is less important in as long as he will disappear completely from the landscape of our political and public life.
Ehud Olmert, thank you very much indeed.
Let's turn to the growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza now, and limited aid deliveries resumed this week, but the United Nations has warned that it's too little, too late. Speaking this afternoon, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres said the amount of aid being allowed into Gaza by Israel is nowhere near enough. Hospitals in Gaza are struggling to cope with new mothers unable to feed themselves or their babies. A warning that this report from our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, contains images of malnourished babies and children which you may find distressing.
What is to prevent an institution like Hamas from intentionally increasing the level of violence, especially in the face of widely accepted rhetoric that virtually excuses any misbehavior they may commit? I don't know. Openly admitted genocide? Hamas haven't committed war crimes? Did anyone say Hamas has never committed a war crime? Hamas's war crimes are marginal in the face of Israeli violence, Israeli occupation that has been 77 fucking years long, that far predates Hamas. Hamas's existence as a militant organization against the state of Israel, and its tactics actually switching over from only military and police to targeting civilians in acts of what you consider to be terror, that is literally all a direct consequence of Israel's own violence, something that you choose to be blind to. Israel currently is doing a fucking Holocaust, okay? I'll use a different term for you, maybe one that you can understand a little bit better. Israel is doing a Holocaust to a population that is majority children. Israel's targets are 70% women, children, and the elderly. This is before we even talk about the civilian men that Israel kills. This is ridiculous. What is to prevent an institution like Hamas from intentionally increasing the level of violence is idiotic. Hamas would never exist as a violent entity if Israel was not violent. If Israel was not a violent colonial occupation built around the fundamentals of ethno-religious supremacy, an exterminationist ideology. It is a Nazi ideology. Okay? Never understood the genocide allegations, honestly. You sound like a fucking German, dude. You sound like a goddamn Nazi. Perhaps it's because you are one. Never understood the genocide allegations, honestly. This whole argument seems to hinge on that word. Yeah, I know. Never understood the rape allegations, honestly. The whole argument hinges on this word, rape. You can say that about anything, you fucking moron. What do you mean? And it's not just genocide either. The argument doesn't seem to hinge on that word. The argument seems to hinge on the evidence that it is a genocide, which is the worst crime. There is no crime worse than a genocide. That is precisely the reason why you try to fucking disparage this very obvious, clear-cut legal term. Genocide is such an intense crime, such an absolute crime, that even a genocide does not justify a genocide. That's how much of an incredible crime this is. Dumb fuck.
The Kamal Adwan hospital in northern Gaza is barely standing. Inside, the wards are covered in the debris of airstrikes. It was one of the largest hospitals in northern Gaza. It is now in ruins. The streets and buildings nearby have been totally obliterated. The Israeli offensive, increasing in its intensity every day, has forced 4 major hospitals in Gaza to stop work over the past week, worsening an already desperate medical crisis. The Rantisi Hospital was a small clinic specialising in children's care, but now has to take patients from right across Gaza. They are overwhelmed.
Today we receive between 300 and 500 cases daily, with approximately 10% requiring admission. This volume of inpatient cases far exceeds the capacity of Rantisi Hospital, as the facility is not equipped to accommodate such large numbers.
The blockade has also created a massive shortage in baby formula. New mothers are struggling to breastfeed, unable to produce milk through a lack of food themselves, and then their babies don't get the...
It's crazy because of the internet. This is one of the most provable genocides of all time. Because of the internet, partnered up with the depraved nature of Israeli politicians who are so fucking entitled and so arrogant that they don't even feel the need to massage what they're doing, knowing full well that the entire Western media apparatus would defend them all the way to the end, and increasingly getting more and more brazen. That you don't need to go too far to recognize if this is genocide or not. I mean, look at the images and you will understand.
The vital nutrients they need. It is a lethal spiral. This is what Aya looked like shortly after she was born. She is now 3 months old and dangerously thin. Her skin stretches over her cheekbones and eye sockets, across her gaunt, pale face. Her nappy is too big for her emaciated little body.
My daughter was born at a normal weight, 3.5 kilograms, but as the war went on, she kept losing weight. My breast milk wasn't good enough. It gave her diarrhea. Formula, same thing. Her condition is serious. I don't want to lose her, because I lost my husband, and she's all I have left of him. I don't want to lose her. I just really want her to get treated. That's it.
The UN Secretary General said today that no aid has reached the north of Gaza yet, and he has accused Israel of preventing essential items from getting in.
Strict quotas are being imposed on the goods we distribute, along with unnecessary delay procedures. Other essentials, including fuel, shelter, cooking gas, and water purification supplies, are prohibited. We continue to...
Tens of thousands are now being driven to the south of Gaza as the north becomes too dangerous. It has become a city of canvas, what remains of their lives and belongings, now in small tents pitched on stony ground.
We couldn't take all our belongings because of the Israeli army's presence, the constant airstrikes, the leaflets being dropped and the evacuation orders. The intensity of the bombardment forced us to flee. We couldn't even think about taking our food stores, let alone our mattresses.
This, according to government ministers, is Israel's strategy to push the population into a small section of Gaza and then expect them to leave when life becomes unlivable. Benjamin Netanyahu now says that the war won't end until that is achieved. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News, in Jerusalem.
If you care about fake...
What's crazy about it is like they're open. They ain't hiding it, bro. They're not hiding it. Is out there for those with eyes to see. If you got ears and you can hear, if you got eyes and you can see, Israel doesn't shelter their perspective. I can't believe that there's still people who are shameless enough to just fucking continue claiming the undeniable is not happening. Anyway,
a very good afternoon.
Let's get to Europe. Donald Trump threatens EU and Apple with major new tariffs.
This hour with some breaking news. The US President Donald Trump has threatened a 25% import tax on Apple unless iPhones are made in the United States. Posting on Truth Social in the last hour, Donald Trump...
To what extent, here's a question. To what extent do non-political content creators have a responsibility to talk about Palestine? To what extent do you look down on those who do not? I think this is an unconscionable thing that has taken place that everyone is aware of, and they're fucking utterly terrified of getting yelled at, being called anti-Semitic, being denied financial opportunities. Not everyone is going to exhibit the bravery necessary to talk about this stuff, and also not everyone is as well read to be able to talk about this stuff convincingly, and also to be able to withstand these ridiculous smears that come when you actually say anything about it. Take a look at Miss Rachel, for example, a non-political entity who's getting absolutely destroyed for the crime of saying you should treat Palestinian children as real human beings. Now, that's the reason why I really appreciate people like Miss Rachel. But what other non-political content creators can do, in my opinion, is to do the same thing that the media does. The media uses someone like myself as a vehicle to assume a position that they want to say, but they are unfortunately unable to say because of the editorial control that editorial teams have. if you're a non-political person but recognize right from wrong, the best thing you can do is step out of the way and not say anything, or at least every now and then, come to the defense of those who actually do say certain things. Because at the very least, you could defend those who are demonstrating the courage to speak out against these atrocities. That's it. Of course, my expectation is nothing from anyone. I don't expect any of this from anyone that I know, but I will, of course, always fucking respect people like I Show Speed, who will openly say that, they're for a free Palestine. Of course, my opinion is lower than dirt for the likes of Ethan Klein and Asmongold, who say they're not pro-Israel but attack all pro-Palestinian people and are loyal servants of the Israeli cause. Those people are lower than dog shit that you step on to me. That's how I see them. Straight up. They are so fucking cowardly that they can't even openly say how much they love what Israel's doing. At least Asmongold had the fucking decency to recognize that he thinks that Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserves to be genocided. He was too stupid to shelter his actual perspective from the broader audience that found it to be repulsive. And yet, look where he is now since that. Have other content creators reached out to you about it? Of course, dude. Every fucking content creator sees every goddamn thing that's going on. What are you, crazy? There's a reason why most of them don't say anything, because they don't want to fucking draw the ire of the Roach Army. Okay? They don't want to draw the ire of one of the biggest serial harassers on this fucking platform that very openly does this and then masquerades as though he's like, well, I'm just fighting back against lies. Yeah, I'm just fighting back against lies. Meanwhile, his disgusting freaks in his community will go and say the most depraved shit. Everybody knows it. Twitch knows it. Nothing will ever be done about it because obviously Twitch is also terrified of the Roach Man's army coming after Twitch to talk about how politically fucked up it is that they banned someone. I thought this was a free speech platform, Like there is no other fucking comparison, at least from what I understand, to the endless amounts of fucking harassment that Asmongold's fans, by Asmongold's direction, endlessly contribute to other content creators, whether they be like a fucking VTuber or whether it's like the Kotaku, former Kotaku journalist Alyssa Mercante, whether it's obviously someone like myself. Why do content creators still collab with him? Because he's massive. That's it. He's a massive content creator, and most content creators don't give a fuck. They just care about the clout. That's it. Nobody wants to deal with the mold militia, and nobody wants to deal with the fucking Ethan Klein foot soldiers that are rabid sociopaths that will harass you endlessly and will brigade virtually any outlet that you appear on. Yeah. For many content creators, they see this as not worthy of the harassment that they will get.
Trump says he expects iPhones to be manufactured and built in the US and not in India or anywhere else. Meanwhile, he's had a wide range of things to say this morning. He says he also wants a straight 50% tariff on the EU beginning.
At least Ethan is bleeding subs. He's 6'9". Yeah, except the reason why Ethan Klein is still bleeding subs is because he hasn't done the full red pill. If he went the full red pill route, I'm sure there would be plenty of fucking people that would come to his, openly come to his side, or at least like hit the red pill route as aggressively as Asmongold is hitting it, which I suspect is probably the next step in his career, if we're being real. I suspect that is the upcoming part. He still talks about like how, he loved Joe Biden or whatever, but I think eventually he will, he will take a more based red-pilled stance when he realizes that the audience that he has cultivated is completely unsustainable with like liberal values. The first foray into that was the insane shit that he was saying about Ian and Anisa. Talking about how like iDubbbz fucking lost his virginity to Anisa or something. He's never had sex with anyone else. Lol. It's like, bro, what the fuck? It's like insane to make fun of a guy for that, especially when you're Ethan fucking Klein. Like, you're gross. You're a gross person. You've said gross shit about women and sex. You constantly talk about sex, and you look fucking gross. You're gross in every capacity. How the fuck do you get away with saying shit like this? Repulsive. The microaggression trolling is telling? What do you mean? Yeah, iDubbbz should have gone on Birthright if he if he really wanted to do this the right way.
Beginning on June the 1st, because he says trade talks are stuck. Writing on Truth Social, he said the European Union, which was formed for the primary purpose of taking advantage of the United States on trade, has been very difficult to deal with. Our discussions with them are going nowhere. Therefore, I am recommending a straight 50% tariff on the European Union starting on June the 1st, 2025. Well, there's a lot to get stuck into there with our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelso. Hello again, Paul. President Trump keeping us both busy this afternoon. Let's talk about Apple first. Do you remember when he called Tim Cook Tim Apple? He's sort of picking a fight, isn't he, with Tim Apple this morning. Of course, Apple saying that they might start manufacturing their iPhones instead of in China, in India, to circumvent those swinging tariffs that he was imposing on China.
Absolutely. Tim Cook is not, he's no Elon Musk, and he's not even a Mark Zuckerberg. He's a much more low-key, and it had appeared a much more effective, certainly when dealing with...
Hey, so this will probably not be taken correctly since Hasan has zero ability to receive constructive criticism. But dude, I'm neither with your community nor the community you oppose, but brother, you lately and your dishonesty have made you look like the biggest clown. With that, bud, I bid you adieu. I unsubbed here for a reason. Guy who never subbed says, I bid you adieu. Go ahead and address your grievance with clear-cut terms as to what has made me appear as dishonest from your estimation. Instead of tipping your hat, give me a constructive criticism. Some of you dumb fucks have spent way too much time on Reddit where you think constructive criticism is when you say, you're a dishonest piece of shit, actually. Here's some constructive criticism. You can't take any criticism and you're a dishonest piece of shit. And you look like a clown. It's like, that's not, what part of that was constructive or criticism? You're just talking shit. But you can't actively be like, I'm talking shit because I fucking hate you. You have to couch it under this, like, graceful terminology as though you're doing me a fucking favor. So go ahead, give me an actual criticism and we'll take a look. Also, you never subscribed, which you should, by the way, even though there's no ads at the top of the hour any longer. Nope, I suspect there will be no criticism because there is no real valid criticism here usually.
Mr. Trump, leader of a tech giant, biggest company in the world, most valuable, depending on where the share prices is from time to time. He was at the inauguration. That seemed to have bought them a little bit of space. But the tariff regime that Donald Trump announced back at the start of last month, which focused on China primarily, posed a huge challenge to Apple, which makes the bulk of its iPhones in China. It started at pace to try and rebalance its supply chains, move to India, and now this direct threat that if they're not made in the US, there'll be a 25% tariff. It's company-specific, very interesting. We'll talk about it more with the EU. Donald Trump's decision to impose tariffs across the board has essentially been an invitation for sectors and specific companies to try and bargain piece by piece with Mr. Trump, probably how he likes it. And here we appear to have a tariff designed not just for a sector or a country, but for a specific company. So very public pressure, whatever's been happening behind the scenes with Tim Cook and the president clearly not going particularly well.
Yes, indeed. It appears as though pre-market trade as well shows shares in Apple dropping significantly there, last reported down at 2.5%. For now, Paul, thank you.
Seconds away from opening bell right now, markets are facing another new reality today, reacting to President Trump's new tariff threats issued just this morning, as the president took to social media saying that he's now recommending a 50% tariff on all goods coming from.
I do want to mention this motherfucker never responded, by the way. Just like he had never subscribed, even though he lied and said he was a subscriber, but this is why he was unsubscribing. When given the opportunity to address his grievances, he just shut the fuck up. I wonder why. Also, he's still following. I wonder why. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because a lot of people come in here and say a bunch of dumb shit, and then some of you dumb fucks believe it and take it seriously. So recognize how this stuff works.
The European Union as of June 1st, citing a lack of progress in trade talks there. And there's also more. He's also threatening Apple now with a 25% tariff if the company doesn't bring iPhone manufacturing back to the U.S. In my ear, we heard opening bell happening. That's happening right now. We're going to keep.
I hate to be that chatter, but to bring him up, but have you seen E's stories that he spends every waking moment seething that you exist? That's my response to both you and to Ethan Klein. Gross little fucking monster. Alone in his ivory tower. And the only people surrounding him are either Zionists who defend the state of Israel unconditionally or people he pays. Guys, stop posting the fucking Ethan Klein on Jerry Seinfeld's 17-year-old, okay? He was trying to make a joke. I know he's a horrible comedian, but, like, it's very clear that he's not being sincere when he's talking about Jerry Seinfeld. Don't treat her like a baby. When you guys do stuff like this, it's very fucking annoying to me, okay? It's very annoying to me because I don't want to operate in the same fucking world that he does, where I consistently fucking have to act like he is incapable of trying to make a joke. He is trying to make a joke there. It's not a very good one. He's not being sincere. Stop going, oh, this is my ideological enemy. That must mean he's always sincere, even when he's very clearly making a fucking ridiculous statement. Stop. He defends it because his dad met his mom at 16. No, that's not. That is irrelevant to the subject matter. Very clearly at that fucking point, he's obviously trying to make a joke, okay? Stop. And also, it is utterly irrelevant to the fucking point of contention. Is he defending Israel? No? Then shut the fuck up. Is he actively trying to deplatform me in that clip? No? Then shut the fuck up. I don't care about his, like, idiotic attempts at trying to make jokes. Only give it to me if it's actually somewhat related and not just like pure fucking drama. Yes, Ethan is gross, dude. I know. He is a gross little monster. This is what he thrives on. He fucking thrives on living in pig shit, okay? I don't want to get in the pig pen. I already have enough, and I was covered in shit. His entire story is defending Israel and he's trying to deplatform you. I know. I don't even care about that stuff, to be fair. Like, okay, dude. Yeah, you got me. Oh my God. I'm just as anti-Semitic as Kanye West. You fucking moron. You stupid, schizophrenic loser. Fucking eat goddamn lithium. Holy shit. Stop hallucinating. Okay, go ahead. I've said ableist things. Now you can actually fucking perceive additional victimhood from this. Yeah, he's gonna clip it. I know. And he's gonna fucking cry about it and talk about how fucking ableist I am. Lithium is what you use for hallucinogenic attacks, okay? Oh. I think society would prosper if we actually fucking put lithium in the water supply in general. It's a mood stabilizer, I apologize. Yeah, antipsychotic.
An eye as the markets open. Claire Duffy is here with me now. So this is what we're watching, Claire. Talk to me about what we're likely to see with markets today. They're going to be updating in 1 second, and also at the same time about Apple.
Yeah, so futures were down as it looks like, you know, markets are starting to be in the red as you're seeing there. And this is a concern about the trade war sort of restarting here. Investors had kind
there
of
was like a brief moment, right?
Yeah, breathed a sigh of relief during this 90-day pause on most reciprocal tariffs. And now it appears that Trump is trying to exert some more pressure on the EU, threatening these 50% tariffs. You know, this 90-day pause was supposed to end in July, but he is now suggesting that this 50% tariff on the EU go into effect June 1st. That is soon. So I think that's part of what we're seeing here. And then, of course, there is Apple. I think we've got Apple stock down almost 3%. Now, Apple had tried to move some of its production away from China because of the China tariffs. It had moved most of the U.S. iPhones that were getting shipped to the U.S. to India, but Trump is not happy about that. He wants iPhones made in the United States, and that is why he's threatening this 25% tariff on Apple. The problem is it's just not feasible.
Give the reality of it.
Apple will not be moving iPhone production to the U.S. Analysts estimate that if it did move iPhone production to the U.S., it would take 5 to 10 years, and that once that happened, iPhones could cost $3,500. That is 3 times the amount that they cost.
Yeah, I'm glad he got bored of molesting the Middle East and is back to molesting the money again. Thank God. For a moment, I forgot. That he was going to do money molestation. But thank God he has reminded everyone, no, I'm not done yet. Give me the money. I'm going to molest it. He found out India was BRICS. Also, now he mad again. Okay, that's so stupid. But I do think it's very funny to imagine where he's like, what do you mean? BRICS? The I was for what? India? Those guys were a part of BRICS? It was one of the BRICS nations. Well, I'll show you then. My life for Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabad! Believe me, folks, those Chinese jets, they did a great job. Much better than the French jets the Indians used. The French jets. No, I'm not talking about the casinos. I'm talking about the Indians in India.
Today. and consumers just wouldn't buy that product. Now, Apple has tried to sort of appease Trump in other ways. We've seen CEO Tim Cook meeting with Trump
more than once.
A number of times since the inauguration. The company has also announced this $500 billion investment in other types of U.S. facilities, production. But the thought of moving iPhone production to the U.S., some analysts have called it a fiction, a fairy tale. It's just not going to happen. And what we could see as a result of this 25% tariff, if it does go into effect, is consumer prices raised. There were already rumors that Apple was going to be raising prices for the new slate of iPhones in the fall. If this 25% tariff goes into effect, those prices could go up even further.
Yeah, no, I mean, veteran tech analyst Dan Ives, who a lot of people lean on for just reality on this, I think he said estimated something like it would cost $30 billion for Apple to move over 3 years
of its production.
Yeah, I mean, like it is not happening. It's
not
just
happening.
not happening. So what the play is here, and the pressure that Donald Trump is trying to exert on Tim Cook and Apple right now, that's the TBD, because you know that Trump has to know this reality.
And I think the problem here is it just creates more uncertainty, and businesses can't operate under uncertainty.
Absolutely not. It's great. Thank you so much, Claire. We're going to be obviously watching the market. That's going to be another big story today.
Elena, let me go back to you over at the White House. The president is calling out Apple, threatening the company with a new 25% tariff. Do White House officials acknowledge, at least privately, that this is going to increase the cost of iPhones for American consumers?
I mean, behind closed doors, Wolf, yes, but definitely not in public. And I know myself and other reporters have publicly tried to press White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on this. Now, look, this post that the president put up about Apple and its CEO, Tim Cook, he essentially said that he has long warned Cook.
I love when people say, hey, Hasan, is Trump legally allowed to do this? It's the funniest thing that people say consistently in this chat. What is he legally allowed to do? He's legally allowed to do none of the things that he's been doing. Who's gonna stop him? He don't give a shit. Hamas Diddy file piker is going to get raped in half in prison. Ha ha ha. F word. Dude, why are my haters so fucking insane, dude? Please. Please. God damn, dude. Seek medical help right now, dude. Seek medical help. Yeah, you're spending your fucking Friday night typing this shit. Oh, you need God, dude. You need to go on a spiritual journey and find God. Wasn't there a dude who later admitted he hated you less when he took his schizo medication? Yes, every day of my life. He's live right now. What the fuck? Wait, did he just get banned? Oh my God. Did he get banned in real time? Oh my God. Bro, what the fuck was he thinking? Actually. You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny? People will look at this and go, Hasan controls Twitch. Like, no, dude, you do this to any fucking content creator and you get reported, you'll get banned instantly. Okay? You will get insta-lock banned. Like, there's no world where you go to another fucking Twitch streamer's chat and write these words like, you're gonna get raped in half in prison, ha ha ha, F slur. You write that, it's over. Of course the platform's gonna fucking ban you. He looks insane. He probably, oh God. Bro is just mowing people over in first person GTA and schizo posting in the HasanAbi chat for his Friday evening. I think there are people trying to get you arrested now, probably trying really hard. I know there are. On TV, it's insane. Anyway, let's continue with this shit.
Someone that the president speaks with frequently. I would note that he was actually here at the White House just a few days ago. Tim Cook met with Donald Trump on Tuesday here. He said that he's long warned him that he would put this 25% tariff on iPhones if they did not begin moving the manufacturing of those iPhones to the United States. Now, one thing to note here is that most of the manufacturing for iPhones happens in China. They have begun to move some of the manufacturing to India, noting that it's has more favorable relations with Donald Trump. But this is, of course, something, as you mentioned, that is going to massively increase the price of iPhones. iPhones in the U.S. are currently $1,000. Experts say that if this goes to plan as Trump wants it, it could begin costing consumers $3,500 for iPhones. So something, of course, that I don't think a lot of consumers or people in this country would want, but this is something that the president has long been fixated on and has talked about since the beginning.
Oh, shit. Burgles, thank you for the 50 bones, dude. I didn't even realize. And also, John Brown's Holy Ghost, thank you for the 10 bones. And Sub Marcos Riz, thank you for the 5 bones. Damn, I've been getting fucking peppered. I've been getting peppered with the gifted subs. I was not even aware. Holy moly.
His tariff war.
Matt, let me get to you, because remind us what's at stake with these latest threats on the European Union.
Well, Wolf, this would be a major escalation in the trade war, and it is not sitting well with investors. The moment that this true social threat came out, we saw U.S. stock futures fall, and you see markets are all solidly in the red, with the Dow down by 300 points, about 0.75%, but a 1% decline for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ as well. And this reaction, I think, makes a lot of sense because investors had been hoping for de-escalation in the trade war. This would be a move in the wrong direction, and it does add a lot of uncertainty because the European Union is one of America's biggest trading partners. The U.S. imported more than $600 billion in goods from the EU last year alone, including major items such as pharmaceuticals, cars, car parts, aircraft, machinery, and alcoholic beverages as well. Massive tariffs would disrupt the flow of trade and sharply increase prices here in the United States. I talked to Mary Lovely. She's a trade expert over at the Peterson Institute, and she told me this is just going to backfire. She said the EU considers itself to be a major global body.
Please, please drop the fucking anti-China xenophobic attitude. EU, please, please. It's time to decouple from the United States of America. Let this fucking backfire on my unholy nation state that is the spawn of fucking Satan. Please, please. Europe, remember, bastion of liberal democracy, bastion of liberal democracy. Remember the sovereignty you once had. You ruled this fucking planet with an iron fist. So many colonies. Please, Europe, please, I'm begging you, fucking stop being a servile vassal state to the United States empire interests and start participating in the global marketplace in a meaningful fashion by aligning yourself with China and also creating a coalition of the willing and invade Israel to stop Israel's genocide. All of these things can happen. All of these things can happen. Also, a fantastic way to end the fucking unjustifiable occupation of Ukraine is once again by bringing China, Russia's largest trading partner, most significant partner, into the negotiation table. Donald Trump's not going to do it, but you can. Europe, you can do it. I believe in you. Macron, my Jupiterian king, you are a legend. You are just like Charles de Gaulle. You want sovereignty. You want an end to America's imperial interests. You no longer serve as a vassal state. Please, enough. Enough is enough. We have done too much. We have done far too much evil on this planet. Be the Charlemagne of old. Yes. Yes. I stand with the People's Liberation Army of Europe. Okay? Fuck. That's how desperate I am, bro. When you start hearing me glaze Macron of all people, that's how you know. That's how you know shit is fucked up. Did you ever imagine a day when China is defending the international order and making high-end phones while the U.S. is destroying the capital's order? I mean, yeah, it was inevitable. Can't the right wing took over my country? We literally elected a prime minister that had to call for early elections after having a console company that he owned and paid rent to his house. Europe is doing the exact opposite of what you want. They're a doormat. G7 members agree to counter China's global trade practices. They are giving everything to the American dog, okay, that sits atop the throne. They are giving everything to him. They just say, please, sir, what else would you want, sir? They despise him. They think he's a gross, fat little piece of shit who runs around like a fucking monster, who runs around like kings of the old, okay? And yet, there is nothing that the Eurocucks will do. President Trump claims that autism is not naturally occurring, but rather caused by external factors such as vaccines, chemicals, and other environmental influences, per The Hill. Oh, they buried the entire Nord Stream event. They don't give a fuck. I don't think you understand the distrust and distaste we have for China in Europe is not just serving USA. No, I know. That's why I said, drop this xenophobic notion. Yes. Guys, it's the same reason why Israel is a more valuable colonial entity than Saudi Arabia ever will be to the grand designs of Europe. Not to get all fucking Ibram Kendi up in this bitch, but ultimately, people at their core trust people that look like them and sound like them, and there are their neighbors. It's white supremacy. Okay? That's what it is. That's why Europe would rather be servile to the other white nation, the United States of America, that has maintained white Western hegemony post-World War II, than the scary Chinese country that speaks a totally different language and looks very different. Okay? That's the same reason why they think, well, chatters will come in here and be like, well, Saudi Arabia is a much more valuable ally to the United States of America. It's fucking oil rich. Why does America care about Israel so much? It's like Israel tames Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia ever steps out of line, how do you not understand? Israel is our guys. They're our boys, okay? That's it. That's it. Israel is comprised of people that look like us. That is the calculation at its root. Just like I think European leaders will never cozy up to China out of the same fucking unjustifiable fears that, you know, China is somehow scary and different and don't look like us. What is this weird? Oh, wow, the military parade is also on Trump's birthday. What a coincidence. He'll have to change it so it doesn't look like a weird fascist celebration of him. I mean, I like it. I guess what we can't understand is why we can't have the same gross arrangement from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What do you mean? We can't have the same arrangement with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia because they're fucking brown, dude. Not only are they brown, but their people also care about Palestinians, for example. And also, there has been a time when Saudi Arabia did actually offer smoke to U.S. empire and imperial interests in the region. So obviously, Saudi Arabia and all of these other Gulf nations are too unstable because there is a capacity for the people to revolt. Also, Saudi Arabia did 9/11, so I don't know why America would be on board with that, maybe. China has negotiated an update free trade deal with a 10-nation ASEAN bloc, strengthening Beijing's standing in the region amid ongoing trade tensions with the United States. At least they have more leverage over their own backyard, despite the fact that there's plenty of vassals there too. It's not racism. This is one of the reasons why the UK doesn't trust China. Why did the government take control over British Steel? Why is British Steel Chinese owned? Tata Steel stole the loss-making part of his business that made long products like transport rails. Private investment firm Grable Capital bought it and renamed the business British Steel. However, following financial collapse, British Steel was overtaken by the government's insolvency service. Wait, what? ASEAN as a collective is a bigger market for China than the United States. I mean, look, they have no fear of like selling half of London to Qatar. You know what I mean? It's also the sphere of influence. If you're a part of the group, then it's fine.
It does not deserve to be treated like a small plumbing contractor. And Wolf, we did reach out to the EU for comment. We have not heard back, but you got to believe if these tariffs do go into effect, and that is a big if, but if they do, you've got to believe the EU would seriously consider retaliating, and that retaliation is where U.S. jobs could be threatened.
They certainly could be. Matt, President Trump, is also threatening these new tariffs on Apple unless they start manufacturing iPhones here in the United States.
Yeah, that's right. And let's take a look at how Apple stock reacting, down by 3% on this threat to impose massive tariffs on Apple unless it moves its production to the United States. Now, look, this is something that Apple cannot do overnight, of course. This is something that would take 5 to 10 years. And as Jeff mentioned, this is something that would add costs because the cost of labor is just so much higher in the United States. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives,
it feels like Trump is the only person in the world with motion. Oh my God. This quite literally is the reason why so many dumb motherfuckers love Donald Trump, by the way. They look at this and they're like, well, at least he's doing stuff. Doesn't matter which direction he's doing stuff in, but he's like doing something. That is literally the normie take. You captured it. This is the perfect normie take. Hell yeah, bro. He's doing shit, dude, in the Western world. Nobody else got motion like Trump.
Estimates that this would cost iPhones. It would increase the price of an iPhone to $3,500 if the iPhone had to be made in the United States. Ives put out a note earlier where he said, we believe the concept of Apple producing iPhones in the U.S. is a fairy tale that is not feasible. And one last point here, Wolf, even if it was economical for Apple to do this, it would be very hard, if not impossible, for the company to find enough workers who have the skills and, frankly, the desire to make iPhones here in the U.S.
Bro, they don't have the people. They don't have the precision manufacturing capabilities. They don't have the training and the labor force to consistently churn out Apple products at the clip that they need to produce.
Mr. President, you are a deal maker, deal breaker. What are you hoping to achieve with a 50% tariffs on the?
Well, I think this is there is no tariff, because what they'll do is they'll send their companies into the U.S. and build their plant. You know, we have, I guess, over $12 trillion practically committed. You look at other presidents; they haven't had $1 trillion for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years. We have numbers. Nobody's ever seen numbers like we have. And if they build their plant here, then they have no tariff at all.
Are you looking for a deal in 9 days? Will you be able to do that, sir?
I'm not looking for a deal. I mean, we've set the deal. It's at 50%. But again, there is no tariff if they build their plant here. Now, if somebody comes in and wants to build a plant here, I can talk to them about a little bit of a delay. But, you know, while they're building their plant, which is something I think that would be appropriate, maybe, we'll determine that.
Is there anything they can do, sir? Is there anything the EU can do?
I don't know. We're going to see what happens. But right now, it's going on June 1st. And that's the way it is. No, they haven't treated us properly. They haven't treated our country properly. They banded together to take advantage of us. And the people behind me know, because they had some of that with their industry. But generally, you know, we signed a great deal with United Kingdom. We have numerous other deals that are ready to be signed. We've signed a deal with China. We have some really amazing deals. But the European Union, I mean, the sole purpose was really not to hurt us, but to take advantage of us. And we're not going to be taking
Mr.
advantage.
Mr. President.
Pay.
But why impose tariffs that you know are hurting American businesses?
They're not hurting, they're helping, because they're creating jobs in America. We're creating tremendous amounts of jobs in America like you've never seen. We're having investment in America. We're not getting ripped off by every country in the world. We've been ripped off by every country in the world. They're making their product, they sell it. They don't give our people the jobs. They make them with other countries' jobs. And we will have something that nobody will ever see again, I think. I think we have a potential to do numbers that we never envisioned in the wildest year. Look at what's happening. 10 to 12 trillion dollars in literally a couple of months. It's nothing like that's ever happened. It's a very special, we're doing a very special thing. We want, if they're going to sell it here, generally speaking, not for all products. There's some products we don't want to make. And frankly, we're much better off getting them elsewhere. But for certain products, we want cars. We want to make cars. We don't want to have, and I like Canada very much, but we don't want to have Canada making our cars. We want to make our cars. Oh, it's a phone call. Do you mind? Hello? Okay, it's only a congressman. I'd let you know, actually. We're not going to be taking it.
Mr. President, on Apple, you said this morning that if they don't make their iPhones in the U.S., you're going to hit them with a 25% tariff. Right. Do you have the power to tariff one single company? And why would you want to hurt an American company in that way?
It would be more. It would be also Samsung and anybody that makes that product. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. So anybody that makes that product, and that'll start on, I guess, the end of June. It'll come out. I think we have that appropriately done by the end of June. So if they make that product. Now, again, when they build their plant here, there's no tariff. So they're going to be building plants here. But I had an understanding.
Trump has demanded that we build iPhones in the U.S. while simultaneously defunding the universities to produce educated workers with the skill sets to theoretically produce iPhones in the U.S. Just pure idiotic behavior. I mean, it goes so far beyond that. It's like he's literally eroding any sort of like life-changing research, like groundbreaking research that could potentially happen is less likely to happen here in the United States of America. It'll happen somewhere, right? It's not like they're going to stop research altogether. It's just not going to happen here.
With him that he wouldn't be doing this. He said he's going to India to build plants. I said, that's okay to go to India, but you're not going to sell into here without tariffs. And that's the way it is. Yeah.
Well, why would you come in America? What makes you confident, sir, that Apple can build in the United States at a price that American consumers?
Oh, they can. No, they can. And a lot of it's so computerized now. These plants are amazing if you look at them, but they can do that. And actually, as you know, Apple's coming in with $500 billion. So are the chip companies. We have all of the chip companies coming in. The biggest, $500 billion, $200 billion, $250 billion they're spending. But we're talking about the iPhone now. And, the iPhone, if they're going to sell it in America, I want it to be built in the United States. Okay, let's go.
Are you considering stopping other universities besides Harvard from accepting foreign
Well, we're
students?
taking a look at a lot of things. And as you know, billions of dollars has been paid to Harvard. How ridiculous is that? Billions. And they have $52 billion as an endowment. They have $52 billion. And this country is paying billions and billions.
Okay, first of all, the $52 billion in endowment is like their endowment. You didn't give that to them. Okay? Their alumni did, and the people that enrolled paid that money. Number two, I can't believe I'm defending Harvard. Like, what have we come to? What has become of this nation that you have someone like myself defending Harvard? The fucking grants that you give Harvard are so that there can be medical research and research and development. Oh my God. That's why they get billions of dollars in grants. What the fuck is happening? What's wrong with Harvard? I mean, Harvard and every other fucking Ivy League institution at this point is basically a gay hedge fund, okay? That's all it is. Very large and very gay hedge funds. Having said that, however, the additional public grants that they're getting are important for medical research, for research of all different sorts. It's so fucking stupid. It's like the one aspect of these institutions of higher learning that is valuable and good. I've never heard that analogy before. Well, welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast. You will hear a lot of analogies that you've never heard before that make it click for you in a very meaningful fashion. Yeah, Hamas, Harvard University.
Billions of dollars, and then give student loans, and they have to pay back the loans. So Harvard's going to have to change its ways. And so are some others.
On that note.
The campus protest that sprang up across America following Israel's response to the October 7th attacks are the canvas for this latest salvo in the White House versus liberal intellect.
Nation can't believe they're on Harvard's side. Yeah, exactly. Nation can't believe it is on Harvard's side. I am the nation. I'm part of the nation. I can't believe I'm saying that this like bastion of neoliberal thought that probably is one of the most significant farming operations for the goddamn intelligence agencies and ambassador program. I am defending it right now because although it is a fucking factory of war criminals, it still does a ton of very valuable research. Fuck, man.
intellectuals. Or, in President Trump's words,
Hamasavard Madrasa University. Yeah, Hamasvard. Hamasvard. The Hamasvard Madrasa.
Radical left bird brains. Let's bring you up to speed. Foreign students can, currently at least, still come to Harvard. Over the last 24 hours, Harvard's international student program was first revoked by the Department of Homeland Security, then challenged, and finally, in the last few hours, reinstated by a judge. Harvard had called the White House clampdown a blatant violation of the law, writing to foreign students in this letter: "You are vital members of our community. We'll support you as we do our utmost to ensure that Harvard remains open to the world." Foreigners are a quarter of Harvard's nearly 30,000 student body. Leo Ackerman is due to be one of them. He has a place to study education management, but knowing he might not be welcome is unsettling, to say the least.
It's a sad and uncertain day, not just for what it means for my life. So
Oh no, bro, you don't sound American to me, big dog. You don't sound too American to me, big dog.
I'm exploring other opportunities because, you know, I don't want to be defined. I don't want to have the Trump administration, you know, define or decide my future.
History is
yeah. Hamasvard has a international student body of almost 24%. That's a quarter of the fucking students that go there.
With crackdowns by hardline governments on intellectuals. But the escalating disputes between the White House, US universities in general, and Harvard in particular has many deeply concerned. When the Department of Homeland Security Secretary unveiled the ban yesterday, she said, "Let this serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country."
For the record, I gotta repeat this over and over again, but this is exactly what the Nazis did. Exactly what the Nazis did. The Nazis revoked the citizenship and humanity of Jews, communists, socialists alike. Okay? We are revoking the citizenship of student visa holders in a similar vein. That's it. The only thing that's changed is like the targets and who we have decided to make the enemy. It's all being conducted off of immigration enforcement under the umbrella of immigration enforcement. Most of Noam's body isn't old enough to go to college. Okay, well, yeah, she did get a lot of gender affirming surgery. Only she gets to do that.
Trump administration says Harvard has failed to tackle anti-Semitism. So it wants control of who Harvard hires and has told it to hand over private information on foreign students. Some Jewish students are nervous the clampdown in their name is in fact a power grab.
There is definitely an issue with anti-Semitism on campuses, and that is a problem that deserves a serious solution. But what's happening now is using that situation as an excuse for an entirely different agenda. And that agenda for the Trump administration, and the way I understand it, is to consolidate power within the executive branch. It is to eliminate any institutions or any public institutions that can stand in their way.
Where does this end? In academic terms, funding cuts, reports of professors looking to leave the country, a drop in overseas student applications. But what about democracy and freedom of speech?
Today's development is just another escalation in the Trump administration's vendetta against Harvard. You can govern by persuasion or force. The American tradition chose speech and dissent, not threats and fear. And few things are more un-American than a government that fears criticism or seeks to punish it.
A judge has stayed the government ban on Harvard recruiting foreign students for 2 weeks, when it will hear their challenge in full. The White House tonight dismissed Harvard's case as frivolous.
Well, I'm joined now by Cornell William Brooks, who's a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School at Harvard University. He's a former president of the civil rights group, the NAACP. If Harvard loses this, ultimately, what would it do to the university?
Well, let me just state at the outset that I can't imagine Harvard losing this case given the First Amendment claims. And just to be clear, the First Amendment the protection of speech in this country extends to all citizens and all residents of the country, including international students. So it's hard for me to imagine that. But if Harvard were to lose the case, it has tremendous consequences for not just students at Harvard, but students across the country. Why? What this means is at Harvard, 1 out of every 4 students is an international student. In the School of Government, the John F. Kennedy School of Government, where I teach, 60% of the students are international. In the community colleges.
That's right. That's the next wave of un-American terrorists he's teaching. Okay, time to get him out of here.
In the colleges and universities across the United States, we have students from around
Are
the
you going to
world.
add something,
So
or should I
when
just
you
go watch the
shrink-
original? Brother, we're 4 minutes and 29 seconds into this video. Do you know how many fucking minutes I've spent already reacting to this video? Like, it's been at least 10 minutes since we started watching the video. I'm sorry that there was a brief pause here for like from minute 2 to minute 4.
The global campus to U.S. borders, you literally change American education for the worse. So the consequences are tremendous in terms of learning. One, the consequences in terms of money, finances, the fiscal stability of American colleges and universities is significant. Why? Because international students quite often come to this country, they pay tuition, pay for housing just like students elsewhere, but they often do so in ways that support American students.
Yeah.
Number 3, and lastly, is this. None of us in the modern world can do research by ourselves in our offices by ourselves. We need to do research, study, and learning in a global community and a global classroom. So were the Trump administration to win, this would be devastating for Harvard and far more devastating for higher education and education more broadly.
Well, Trump, I mean, clearly hates Harvard because he's just said there are people there that can't add 2 and 2. So how did they get into Harvard? Then they're out protesting against the United States being anti-Semitic.
Well, first of all, let's be clear. Where we have an administration that has a postdoc in banning books, I'm not entirely sure they're in the best position to criticize Harvard with respect to educating students. Point 1. Point 2.
I wish more people would just be like, you guys are fucking ridiculous with this anti-Semitism shit, okay? What the fuck? Nobody talked about the crisis of anti-Semitism when they were literally bringing neo-Nazis to fucking college campuses. The entire media discourse surrounding that in like 2016, I was there, I remember, was actually about how these Nazis must be on campus. And those motherfuckers were actually anti-Semitic. Not anti-Semitic in the way that the government considers like saying mean things about the fucking criminal entity of Israel is anti-Semitic. Okay? What are we doing? Actual fucking anti-Semites were running through college campuses, and literally everyone in the media was like, you can't punch a Nazi, you can't hurt the feelings of a Nazi, you have to have Nazis on your college campuses. You must allow Nazis to fucking be on college campuses. Now, Twitter is infested with fucking Nazi sentiment. Kaya, place, what are we doing? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? That's crazy. My mom is just like walking around back and forth in the background. So she's like, come on, it's walk time, I think. Anyway, as I was saying, the entire discourse surrounding that was like how we have to hug Nazis and kiss Nazis and become Nazis. Please, why don't you guys be nicer to fucking Nazis? And then now that's not even a fucking point of contention at this point. Now they're like, you know who the real Nazis are? Jewish students that say free Palestine. Queer English majors that are pissed off at Israel's unlimited baby murder campaign. Fuck, man. I think professors and people in positions of power, especially like educated individuals like this guy and many others, need to drop this fucking ridiculous, cynical fucking framing. It's just, I don't get it. I don't know why they just like entertain this song and dance like, oh yeah, dude, you're right. Yeah, it's really, really fucked up what's going on. You know, if you're a pro-Israel student, while Israel is a Nazi country doing a fucking Holocaust, and you want to defend that, you can have your feelings hurt on college campuses, and that's terrifying. We can't have that happen. Especially amongst like younger generations where the overwhelming majority is like on that fuck Israel shit. It's over, man. It's over. What are we doing? I mean, I know why. I know why they're doing that. It's because there's a lot of donors still, like fucking Bill Smokes Crackman and many others that are like, how dare you let people say mean words about the Nazi state doing a genocide? I will do everything I can to stop the funding.
As was indicated earlier in this report, the Trump administration is using anti-Semitism to carry out a political agenda.
But there is a problem there, isn't there? I mean, everyone acknowledges that on left and right.
Everyone acknowledges that. And let me be clear, as the former president.
I guess in a way it is correct. It is consistent. You're right, Chatter. I just realized Israel is a neo-Nazi country. It's a fascist country doing a fucking Holocaust. And neo-Nazis are also fascists. And in both circumstances, the media is technically still preserving the feelings of fascists by being like, neo-Nazis are allowed to roam college campuses. That's free speech. And also, people who want to support Israel have to roam college campuses without any pushback whatsoever. That's also free speech. Yes, anti-fascism is the side that almost always gets bullied and destroyed and is not allowed to speak. The country where Israel is the most popular in Europe is Germany, with a whopping 22% viewing the country favorably. Oh my God. 69% of the Spanish view Israel unfavorably. Europe's Israel policy is so out of sync with the desires of European publics. You know what? I was wrong. Europe, you're fucking sweet, dude. I was so wrong. These numbers are even better than America. Okay? These are fucking February 2025, though. You think these numbers have improved? Chatter. You think these numbers have improved since February, where Israel's getting the most criticism from legacy publishers even now, finally, since those numbers? As I always say, if you think you hate Israel, nope, you don't hate Israel enough. We can get those numbers up, okay? We can get those numbers up. Especially considering that since then, Israel has violated a ceasefire, implemented its mass starvation campaign, and 2 months have passed where Israel refused to let any fucking humanitarian aid into the Strip, and babies started fucking dying due to malnutrition, due to a famine that Israel caused. I suspect that these numbers are not swinging in Israel's direction anytime soon, especially considering that the latest poll that came out of Germany showed that there was an 80% unfavorability rate. Didn't we see a poll by Germany that no, the poll we saw by Germany didn't say the opposite. It said this, but worse. The Western liberal democracy's undying loyalty to the fascist nation state of Israel that is currently conducting a genocide is is a double death spiral, a double suicide. Fascism is a suicidal ideology anyway, because inevitably you run out of targets and you choose to focus on the interior policing, right? It doesn't even get to that point, though. Usually there's military intervention before that step is implemented. And what's interesting about this is that this is basically showing to the European public that they have no say in the democratic process, that democracy is simply a lie. Okay? That democracy in the Western liberal nations that fancy themselves to be the bastion of the defenders of liberal democracy and the international world order, they are realizing, their populations are realizing that it's not happening. It's not real. That's just a fucking falsehood. And Israel is the reason why people are going to start recognizing that this is a simple falsehood. Everyone get more Israel-phobic now. Yeah, I saw Israeliophobia is out of control. It's the most dangerous bigotry of our time. Yeah, if you're a fucking Nazi, who wrote this? A fascist? Guys, Germanophobia is on the rise, I write, in 1939 from Nazi Germany. Kaya, what's going on with you? What's going on with you? She's defiant. Look at her. Defiant. Queen. A queen in her own right. What? What? A cutie patootie. A rebel. A rebel. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, Israelophobia is out of control, guys. It's really fucked up. We gotta...
President and CEO of the NAACP, the largest and oldest civil rights organization in the country, and one that was formed by African Americans and Jewish Americans. I take anti-Semitism seriously. So to address anti-Semitism...
Is the dynamic with latent anti-Semitism among the public the same in the Europe? It's fucking worse in Europe, probably. They are like... Dude, Europe is the OG historic anti-Semites. There's never been a moment on the planet where Europe was not more there's never been a moment on the planet where Europe has historically been less anti-Semitic than any other place on the planet. Okay? They are the OG. They are the OG anti-Semites. So yes, I'm sure that there is a lot of anti-Semitism in that attitude as well. Europe literally invented anti-Semitism. Marine Le Pen literally campaigned on not letting Jews wear yarmulkes in public. What are we talking about here? That is so fucking... God, French people are on a different level, dude. French people are so crazy. French people operate on like a antiquated version of anti-Semitism, like, which ironically also very pro-Israel. Like at least the administrations are, the government is. The Anti-Jewish League of France was founded in 1889 by journalist Edouard Drumont with the support of the other right-wing French anti-Semites, such as Jacques Deby, Albert Milot, and Marquis de Moret. First known under the name of Ligue Nationale Antisémite de France or Ligue Antisémite Française. The Nationalist League was particularly active during the Dreyfus Affair. Besides spreading anti-Semitic propaganda, the League was also anti-Masonry. And, hey, guys, look at that. Anti-communist. That's the most fucked up thing of all time, is that, once again, it feels like it's insane to say, but like Jews have historically been revolutionary people. Like Judaism and communism was the fucking unholy merger for all fascists. That's why Germany had all the smoke for Judeo-Bolshevism. You know? That was the other thing I was going to tell you guys about, which is, have you guys ever heard of the concept of premature anti-fascist? That's the other thing I wanted to talk about today. Premature anti-fascism. Have you guys ever heard of this? It's basically not dissimilar to what Nathan Tankis once famously said that I use all the time, which is being a leftist is about being right but too early. I wonder if there's a YouTube video about it, because I don't want to read the whole article, but there is a Los Angeles Times article, Premature Anti-Fascism. And the Power of Self-Identification. Here, Confessions of a Premature Anti-Fascist. It's from LA Times. Oh, no. God damn it. I fucking read this without a paywall, and now it's hitting me with a fucking paywall. Here, from the Wikipedia page. Wait, where'd it go? During the Second Red Scare, which occurred in the United States in the years that immediately followed the end of World War II, the term premature anti-fascist came into currency, and it was used to describe Americans who had strongly agitated or worked against fascism, such as Americans who fought for the Republicans during the Spanish Civil War, before fascism was seen as a proximate and existential threat to the United States, which only occurred generally after the invasion of Poland by Nazi Germany, and only occurred universally after the attack on Pearl Harbor. The implication was that such persons were either communists or communist sympathizers, whose loyalty to the United States was suspect. However, historians John Earl Haynes and Harvey Clare have written that no documentary evidence has been found in the U.S. government referring to American members of the international brigades as premature anti-fascists. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, OSS, and the United States Army record use terms such as communist, red, subversive, and radical instead. Indeed, Haynes and Clare indicate that they have found many examples of members of the International Brigade and their supporters referring to themselves sardonically as premature anti-fascists. The reason why the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the OSS and the United States Army were recording who was a communist, red, or subversive, or a radical, all under the umbrella of premature anti-fascism, is because those who resisted against fascism before it was universally adopted as an existential threat to the United States of America was basically prosecuted in the McCarthy trials as not having sufficient loyalty and sympathies to the United States of America and were potential enemies of the state and allies of the USSR. So if you think that this kind of shit is new, you know, here it is. All right? History constantly fucking repeats itself. It's not new. That's also part of the reason why I know that my cause is just and I will not fucking back away from saying the truth. I first heard the remarkable phrase premature anti-fascist in 1946 when fresh out of the U.S. Army. I went up to New Haven, Connecticut for an interview with the chairman of the Yale Classics Department, to which, taking advantage of the generous provisions of what was popularly known as the GI Bill, I applied for admission to the graduate program for PhD in classics. I had submitted a copy of my certificate of the bachelor's degree I had received from St. John's College, Cambridge in 1936. I did not make any mention of the fact that I had made a rather mediocre showing in the final part of the tripos, ending up with a second class. At least I comforted myself he did better than Auden, who got a third. To jazz up my application a bit, I included my record of the U.S. Army. Private Captain, 1942 to 45. The professor, who had served in the U.S. Army in 1718, was very interested and remarked on the fact that in addition to the usual battle stars for service in the European theater, I've been awarded the Croix de Guerre de l'Armée, the highest category for that decoration. I asked how I got it. In July 44, I had parachuted in uniform behind Allied lines in Brittany to arm and organize French resistance forces and hold them ready for action the moment most useful for Allied advance. I butchered it. Shut up. Why were you selected for that operation, he asked. And I told him that I was one of the few people in the U.S. Army who could speak fluent, idiomatic, and if necessary, pungently coarse French. When he asked me where I'd learned it, I told him that I'd fought in 1936 on the northwest sector of the Madrid front in the French battalion of the International Brigade. Oh, he said, you were a premature anti-fascist. I was taken aback by the expression, don't even fucking start with me. He's like, I'm sick to my stomach. How, I wondered, could anyone be a premature anti-fascist? Could there be anything such as premature antidote to poison, a premature antiseptic, premature antitoxin? Okay, we get it, dude. If you were not premature, what sort of anti-fascist were you supposed to be? A punctual anti-fascist? A timely one? In fact, in the 30s, as the European situation moved inexorably towards war, the British and French governments, the French often under pressure from the British, passed up one timely opportunity after another to become anti-fascist. They did nothing when Adolf Hitler took Germany out of the League of Nations and began a massive rearmament program, except that the British government negotiated an Anglo-German naval treaty that gave Hitler the right to build U-boats, and in the early 40s, came close to starving Britain into surrender. No action was taken when Hitler reoccupied the Rhineland, demolishing the buffer against an invasion of France created by the Versailles Treaty. They allowed Hitler and Mussolini to supply Franco with planes, tanks, guns, and troops while enforcing a so-called non-intervention agreement that cut supplies to the government. They remained silent when Mussolini conquered Abyssinia and Hitler annexed Austria. And in 1938, they sold down the river, a ludicrous illusion of peace in our time, the only strong democratic state in Eastern Europe that might have been a deterrent to Hitler's plans for the expansion, the Czechoslovak Republic. You couldn't call Chamberlain, Daladier, and Laval timely anti-fascists. They declared war on Hitler in 1939 as he invaded Poland, a declaration that gave no help to the Poles, who were crushed between the armies of Hitler from one side and Stalin from the other. These guys, bro. So what kind of anti-fascists were they? My French maquisards had a phrase for the Frenchmen who in 1944, as the Allied armies broke out of Normandy pocket and raced across France in pursuit of retreating Wehrmacht, finally tried to join the Resistance. Resistance de la dernière heure was their contentious name for them, last-minute anti-fascists. It is a perfect description of Neville Chamberlain and Lord Halifax. But in 1939, last minute was too late. Too late to save the millions who died in the death camps. Too late to save the soldiers and sailors who died in campaigns in Russia, the Middle East and North Africa, Italy, France and Germany, Pearl Harbor, Midway, Guadalcanal, Peleliu, Okinawa, and many other places Americans had never heard of. Too late to save civilians who, like the inhabitants of Guernica, died under the bombs in Rotterdam, London, Hamburg, Berlin, Dresden, Hiroshima. It would have been better to be premature. I did not, of course, say any of this to the professor. I kept quiet and was admitted and resumed to study the ancient authors whom I'd left untouched for 10 years ever since, a few months after graduating from Cambridge. I left for Spain. What I did not realize, something the professor knew perfectly well, was the premature anti-fascist was an FBI code word for communist. There is the meat of the story. It was the label affixed to the dossiers of those Americans who had fought in the brigades when, after Pearl Harbor, and some of them before, they enlisted in the U.S. Army. It was the signal to assign them to non-combat units or inactive fronts, or to deny them the promotions they deserved. Not only did they deserve it, the Army needed them in responsible positions, for they were the only soldiers in it who had any experience in modern war, who had been bombed and strafed by modern German and Italian aircraft, who had faced German and Italian tanks, who had come under the fire of modern artillery, especially Luftwaffe's 88mm anti-aircraft gun, which the German crews had found murderously effective against ground troops because of its high muzzle velocity. It was the latter, the nightmare of the GIs in North Africa, Italy, and France. What made me and many others like me in England, France, Belgium, Holland, Canada, and the United States into premature anti-fascists. I can only speak on my own case. Okay, I don't care about what made him into a premature anti-fascist, but talks about all quiet on the Western Front, the horrors of World War I and trench warfare, deeper malaise that affected us, Great Depression. Even the professional optimists among the economic pundits could offer little hope to recovery. The Depression was more dispiriting phenomenon in England than in the United States. The Roosevelt New Deal was no panacea, but at least evidence of official concern, whereas the so-called national government's policy of retrenchment was a defiant manifesto of indifference to widespread distress. That's very important info, man. No, it's not. I'm skipping the part. The purpose of why I'm reading this is to show you that the American government actively locked down people, actively targeted people as having loyalty or an anti-fascist commitment before people actually realized that this fascism shit was no good. That's the whole point of this story. That's the reason why I'm reading it. Yeah. Meanwhile, the money saved up from my scholarship funds, I've been spending my vacations in Paris, living on cheap hotels on the left bank, deepening the knowledge of the French language I had acquired from a brilliant teacher in my London school, making friends among French students. For in France, as in England, la crise, as they called it, is still crippled the economy. As in England, a fascist movement, les croix de feu, aux fiery crosses at the made its debut. One of his demonstrations provoked riots that resulted in 15 dead and more than 1,000 injured. The threat of a fascist coup united the French communist and socialist parties together with the liberals in the Front Populaire, if you remember. There was a new one of those, which won an overwhelming victory in the elections of 1936. For the first time since the long-lasting depression had begun, a government set out to redress some of the injustices. Long overdue reforms were introduced. 40-hour week, paid vacations, and fascist organizations were banned. For the first time, a Western government had broken out of the pattern of retrenchment and repression. Is fascism inevitable under capitalism? I'm not a theory nerd. Yes. Capitalism has inherent contradictions baked into it in the form of constant class antagonism. The two classes, albeit reductive, can be described as the wage laboring class, the proletariat, and those who own capital, the capital ownership class, the bosses, the owners, which is the bourgeois class. These two classes have direct class interests that are at odds with one another. Workers want to work the least amount of time for the most amount of pay, and bosses and capital owners, bosses who demonstrate the interests of your capital owners, want you to work the most amount of time for the least amount of pay. And there is no way to resolve this this constant class battle. There are ways to alleviate the pressure. A welfare state will offer some help in the continuation of capitalism, some regulations placed upon the markets. Having said that, however, this does not actually solve the problem. That class antagonism will always exist. And inevitably, the moneyed part of the moneyed class, the bourgeois capital owners, will always win because money is power. And capitalism always leans in the direction of the consolidation of power in the hands of the few against the interests of the many. This is an inherently undemocratic process. The greatest lie ever told, however, is the notion that this structure is actually the most democratic structure. And for a time, this was an evolution from previous formations. Bourgeois revolutions have brought about the liberal democracy, the liberal capitalist democracy that we saw as bringing a bounty of civil liberties alongside it. So yes, capitalism initially was an evolution from previous forms of governance. Having said that, however, capitalism has very clearly outlived its usefulness, but the next stage in our evolution is constantly stopped by that very same consolidated power groups. They tell you that there is no alternative to capitalism. They lie to you all the time. They scare you into submission. They make you think there is no alternative, and the alternative would be far more devastating. There are attempts made towards evolving away from this consolidation of power. And yet those attempts are always thwarted. Under the Cold War, the American government and Western governments actively intervened in these initiatives that the rest of the world was engaging in, partially because that very same class dynamic is also born out of, or also exists in a larger scale between the global South that is hyper exploited and the moneyed interests in the Western world, the developed Western world. In order to ensure that they continue, like Western nations continue to exploit the natural resources and the labor forces of the global South, we must continue at a time when profit rates continue to decline, because that is an inevitability under capitalism, given that automation and technological improvements make it so that profit margins always end up getting smaller and smaller. We must find new profit sectors. And the best possible way to create profit is to tamper with the only malleable aspect of profit, which is labor. Labor is the only movable part of the profit structure. And how do you make sure that labor costs stay relatively low? Well, in developed countries, labor costs obviously increase. People demand more when they have more. People recognize their own material conditions. The best possible, most effective way of ensuring labor costs are kept low is by seeking out new labor markets that are constantly exploited and constantly depressed under the militant nature of imperialism. Imperialism, therefore, is seen as the final stage of capitalism. Without imperialism, capitalism could not continue. Without the welfare state, capitalism could not continue in the short term. And without imperialism, capitalism could not continue. This is why we say social democracies are simply an evolution in the direction of the final evolution of the global economy towards socialism, because social democracies still rely on that unequal exchange. How are they exploited? How is the global South exploited? I don't know. Think about it a little bit. Why is it that no global South nation is ever allowed to have autonomy? How do you think this is as cheap as it actually is? What do you think are the necessary materials for this to exist in the way that it does? The battery, for example. Slave labor makes this as cheap as it possibly is. It's so an ever-present part of our current mode of production of commodities. It is so important. Slave labor is so important to it that the United States Supreme Court literally defended Nestle and other companies to continue the practice of slavery as long as they relegated that responsibility over to third parties that were simply unaccountable. So, create a fucking shell corporation or a third party that actually ends up hiring the slave labor, and you can get off scot-free. And the slaves can't even come back and sue you. That is legal. We made that legal. Anyway, how did I get here? Holy shit. What was I talking about? Things can be historically obsolete. That doesn't mean that they're politically obsolete. Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, that Supreme Court case wasn't even about slavery. It was specifically about child slavery. Oh, someone asked about how capitalism leads to fascism. Yes, when all of that inevitable violence, in the hands of in the current order of business, when consolidated power this endless parasitic force of capital, ends up demanding more and more from the domestic labor force, ends up demanding more and more from your neighbors, stealing from you both your surplus labor value in the form of profits, and also refusing to give anything back to you in return. And the fatter they get, the more greedy they get, the more resentful the working class becomes, the more angry and volatile the working class becomes due to the inequalities that they experience. Because at the end of the day, wealth is a relative concept. Richness is a relative concept. You're only as rich as those around you are poor. So you start growing resentful. And in that anger, there's either two ways out of this. When contradictions under capitalism worsen, we see that in the form of economic inequality and volatility. When those conditions worsen, when those contradictions become glaringly obvious, you have two options: socialism or barbarism. Either you organize and demand more through organized power, through the labor force, through the only area of impact that you have, the only area of power that you have, because obviously without workers, there would be no profits. Without workers, there would be no production, because your bosses cannot actually manage the fucking factory and work on the factory floor. When people grow resentful, they either organize or they get angry and more reactionary and more fascist, or even if they organize in the direction of demanding more from the profits that they generate, the bosses will eventually realize that the greatest way to fucking deal with this is to restore some semblance of order, to maintain the existing capitalist economic order. This has happened time and time again in fascist nation states, with many of the charismatic leadership of fascist nation states initially starting off as socialists themselves or members of the working class with the interests of the working class, and then quickly sidestepping away instead of offering any sort of material improvement to the existing workforce. They sidestep away to some idealistic notion of a pure race or pure ethnicity that must be defended. This is how fascism comes in, with the help of capital, with the help of your bosses. Your bosses see fascism as a last-ditch effort to restore and maintain the capitalist order. Anyway, and that's how fascism manifests. That is also the final stage of right-wing politics. It's its most pure form. The most pure form of right-wing politics and reactionary politics is fascism. Okay? Unshackled, unburdened by liberal values. It's the most honest form of right-wing sentiment. Because think about it right now, even those who do not consider themselves to be ideological fascists, like those in the modern Republican Party who simply say they're conservative, they want to conserve, what do? They vilify vulnerable underclass members in an effort to justify their oppression, in an effort to make them out to be the real villains of society, when you, if you spend enough time here, know who the real villains are, know who the real movers and shakers are. That's why I always say a trans person is not your fucking boss. A Guatemalan migrant is not your landlord. It was a moment of jubilation and hope going back to France, but it did not last long. French capital reacted by pulling out of the country, and meanwhile, the newly elected Spanish government, the Front Populaire, was challenged by a military revolt. Popular demand in France, huge demonstrations shouting, "Des canons pour l'Espagne! Des avions pour l'Espagne!" The national interests both spoke strongly for the Spanish government's request to purchase arms, but the French premier, Léon Blum, under pressure from London, agreed to join the non-intervention agreement through Germany, and Italy were openly supplying the rebels. In September, I received a letter from my friend John Cornford, the leader of the communist movement in Cambridge, who had just returned from Spain, where he had fought for a few weeks in the Aragon Front, a column organized by Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, the POUM party that was later to be suppressed as too revolutionary. He had returned to England to recruit a small British unit that would set an example of training and discipline and shaving to anarchistic militias. Even then, the British had to teach the fucking anarchists how to groom themselves, dude. He asked me to join, and I did so without a second thought. I knew no more about Spanish politics and history than most of my fellow countrymen. That is to say, not much. I had read in translation, but not much, all of Don Quixote and reproductions of the great paintings of Velázquez and Goya. I knew that Philip II had married English reigning queen, blah, 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 who cares? That guerrilla, which was to become my military specialty in World War II, was a Spanish word. But I had no real understanding of the complicated situation that had produced the military revolt of July 1936. What I did know was that Franco had the full support of Hitler and Mussolini. In fact, that support had been decisive at the beginning of the war. The military coup had failed in Madrid and Barcelona, Spain's principal cities. Franco's best troops, the Foreign Legion and the Regulares, the Moorish mercenaries recruited to fight against their own people, were cooped up in Morocco, since the Spanish Navy had declared for the Republic. Planes and pilots from the Luftwaffe and the Italian Air Force in the first military airlift in history had flown some 8,000 troops across the Sevilla, Franco's base, for the advance on Madrid. And this was all I needed to make up my mind. I left a few days later for Paris with a group of a dozen or so volunteers that John had assembled. There were 3 Cambridge graduates. By the way, you know how fucking recent this history is? We think about this like it happened, multiple lifetimes ago, but there are still motherfuckers alive. You know what I mean? Maybe not many, but it is kind of crazy that like this is one lifetime ago, okay? In the grand scheme of history, what this man is describing is so recent, and yet we always take for granted the current existing peace in Europe as though it was always the norm, okay? Think about that. It hasn't even been 100 years yet. So understand that. We look at the current confines of the European capitals, or the current confines of the European continent, sorry, and we think to ourselves, oh, they were always peaceful. What the fuck? These guys have never fought. There has been very short periods where there wasn't endless fighting in Europe, okay? Which is why I always say that people that fucking endlessly fight one another can make up. Just something to remember when you're thinking about like, oh, well, Israel-Palestine, this is just never going to end. It's a conflict that never ends. It's very stupid. Anyway, there were 3 Cambridge graduates and 1 from Oxford, a statistic I've always been proud of, as well as 1 from London University. There was a German refugee artist who has been living in London, 2 veterans of the British Army and 1 in the Navy, an actor, a proletarian novelist, 2 unemployed workmen. Once in Paris, we went to Comité entre deux, a peuple espagnol, and was where John schemed for a small British unit where the Aragon was abandoned. We were sent for a hotel in Belleville, a working class section of Paris, where we found ourselves at tiny English drop in the sea of large national groups. French, Polish, Belgian, German, Italian, all of them bound for Spain. Painful listen as always, Hasan. Okay, dude. We left next morning for Marseille, where at night we boarded a Spanish vessel that left at midnight. Bridges, Polish. Okay, bro, this guy's just talking about how he fucking fought Franco. Like, sick, dude. We get it. You were a premature anti-fascist. Get to the goddamn point. This man, oh my God. Oh, yeah, Homer's Iliad. Sometime later. Oh, my Lord. Of course, he's a fucking classics PhD, chat. Of course. Of course. What a goddamn yapper this guy is. Back home, I watched other responses. The British government persisted in its policy of appeasement, and the prospect of victory in Spain receded fast as Hitler and Mussolini gave Franco steadily increasing preponderance in weapons and troops. A meeting with a young American whom I had met at Cambridge some years before, but with whom I now fell in love with, changed my life. Not at least because when after Munich, she yielded to her parents' anxious insistence that she come home. She persuaded me to apply for an immigration visa. In the interim, I had ceased to think of myself as a communist. The Nazi-Soviet pact of 1939 was understandable. The Western betrayal of Czechoslovakia was a clear signal to Stalin that if Hitler turned against Russia, as he repeatedly announced he would in his book Mein Kampf, the West would not raise a finger to help. By the way, this guy who lived through it has a better understanding of Ribbentrop. I forget. God damn it. Ribbentrop, not Ribbentrop. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Okay. I don't know anything about history. Ribbentrop was a self-defense pact for the USSR in a time of unprecedented appeasement from European allies, even though the USSR was always the enemy of Nazi Germany. The USSR also routinely asked for pacts from their European counterparts, and every single one of them was like, "Nah, it's fine. Let him do his thing. You know, let Hitler do his thing. He's fine. He's just like, in the words of Candace Owens, he's just making Germany great." He's just making Germany great. Oh fuck, he invaded Poland. Shit. Okay, never mind. Maybe he wasn't making Germany great. Maybe he was doing the gay globalist thing, which is, again, what Candace Owens said before being hired by the Daily Wire. Okay. The West would not raise a finger to help. The brutal annexation of the Baltic states and still more the aggressive war against Finland were harder to accept. I was appalled, too, by the show trials of the old Bolsheviks, Bukharin, and the rest. I read the verbatim accounts of their so-called confessions published by Moscow in English and available at left-wing bookshops in London. I was appalled. Yeah, it's really fucked up. Really fucked up what the USSR did. Anyway, I'm not going to say anything else. Okay. These tales of recruitment by the British Secret Service in the first days of the revolution in my lifetime of espionage and sabotage were beyond belief. They can only be the product of fear and perhaps the experience of torture. I was sickened too by the reports later confirmed that our General Kleber, whose coolness under fire at University City has taught us all how to face danger, had been recalled to Russia and executed. Loyalty to the ideals for which my friends had died in Spain was undermined by the grim realities that I could no longer ignore. Oh my God, this guy's got the George Orwell brain rot, who also fought against Franco in Spain. I feel like anarchism is a poison. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Anarchism is a brain poison, and it causes anarchists to do the right thing ahead of time. Okay, and then only to fucking drop doing the right thing and become agents of the state. Fuck you. I mean, come on, dude. It's just like, why does it happen so frequently? Okay. I literally thought this was Orwell. Lamau came in late. No, this is an American guy. You fucking love the state? I do. What do you mean? Of course I love the state, dude. There is no other way for a state to inevitably perish. There's no other way for a state to inevitably perish unless the state itself moves in the direction, moves the industrial capacity in the direction of communism ultimately. If you ever want a fucking true anarchist utopia, well, I don't think anybody wants that, but When I came to the United States, I joined no party. And though remaining a resolute defender of the cause of freedom in Spain, I refrained from political activity. When the war finally broke out in 1939, it was aptly named the phony war. Nothing happened in the West as Poland went under. When something did happen and Hitler drove the British army out of France, I was tempted to return, but I realized I owed more to my wife, who had worked like a Trojan to get me admitted to the United States than I did the government that had made this defeat inevitable. I also had a feeling that America was sooner or later become involved, and I would be able to fight in the uniform of the country I was beginning to love. Oh, he got American brain rot. Anarchists and trots are always like that, just liberals. Okay, trots are fucking not liberals. Anarchists are liberals. Trots are conservative when pushed to... Anyway, all right, let's continue. When that happened, I somehow escaped the discrimination that hampered the military careers of so many American veterans of the brigades. It only looks like a bullet wound. Doctor noticed a scar on my throat. I told him I was asked how I got it, and don't tell me he added it was a hunting accident or cleaning a gun. No repercussions from this incident, and was later selected for OCS and commissioned. And eventually, I fought in Europe in a specialized force organized by the American OSS. This guy literally became an agent, by the way. The British SOE and the Free French to coordinate the action of the French resistance forces with the advance of the Allied armies. It was the OSS 2 that later sent me to North Italy to work with large partisan formations that were operating on our side in the lines, but in mountainous areas where heavy American equipment could not be used. The OSS also gave Americans who had fought in the brigades. This is one of the worst aspects of the OSS, is that they literally eventually turned on the very same fucking partisans that were communist and socialist and worked to eliminate them from power in the aftermath of World War II. In an effort to, restore the American version of fascism, burger fascism, okay, by way of NATO, a protection racket against the real scary nature of Soviet-style communism. Scary, okay. They did NATO. I was in Italy, sudden reminder of Spain. Okay, this actually was just his recounting of why he fought fascism. I didn't realize that the rest of the story was eventually going to devolve into that. I thought there was a point where he was going to talk about the Red Scare. Nope. I was wrong. I should have finished this article before I actually got on stream. What a stupid exercise we went down. Okay, actually, to be fair, this wasn't a stupid exercise. This was cool. He was a Fed when the Red Scare happened. What the fuck do you think happened? To counter the earlier article statement, Jewish Polish guerrilla fighters that received Soviet support witnessed Polish and Soviet partisans, including Jewish resistance fighters, disrupting German war efforts during World War II.
The newsreel. It's how most Americans saw World War II unfold. American audiences watched the Nazis occupy major Eastern European cities in their advance toward Moscow and Stalingrad. Typical images of Jews during this time period depicted them as helpless victims of genocide. Yet from Soviet newsreels, we can see a rare glimpse of another side of the Jewish experience during World War II. As partisans, Jewish resistance fighters behind enemy lines who were determined on derailing the German war effort. This rare footage documents Polish and Russian partisans, which included thousands of Jews who escaped the virtual death sentence of Nazi occupation. To fight the Nazis, partisans endured extreme conditions.
I shouldn't show you guys this because Ethan is going to get upset. He's going to start thinking of these Jews differently because they took up arms against Nazi occupation. And obviously, the best possible way to overcome the Holocaust, by his estimation, was to just simply be a pacifist throughout the entire ordeal. You know, he did say that about Anne Frank. He literally did say that. So
Harsh winters and little food, and being without permanent shelter for years on end. Despite the conditions, partisans built underground bunkers. They made and salvaged weapons and clothing. Underground newspapers describing their victories were printed and distributed. Local farmers gave them goods, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes not so. As the war progressed, the Soviet army, realizing the strategic value of the partisans.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of fucking what the Jewish partisans were doing against the Nazis, and unfortunately, I don't want to be that guy, but none of this shows the feelings of collaborators with the German invasion, and also the feelings of Germans living in Germany, or even those who actually participated in the Lebensraum operations and actually moved into additional conquered territory. And I feel like this is a little bit one-sided, you know? Like, what about, like, if they were to take hostages, for example, like, what about the feelings of said hostages? Yeah, doing clean Wehrmacht revisionism in the big 2025 to defend Israel. Yeah. That's what we should do. I want to know if both sides agreed on a slogan. Yeah, if they didn't, I wonder what kind of mean things these guys... I bet these guys are saying a lot of mean anti-German, German-phobic things, you know what I mean? Which, of course, I must condemn and tell you is the most significant part of this process. Not what these brave Jewish partisans did, but instead the feelings of the German victims, okay? And also their feelings as when they heard, you know, mean words from these people that were fighting against them.
Airdropped weapons and supplies to help them.
Didn't Russia support Nazi Germany until they turned on them and started attacking their oil fields in Russia? Oh my God, dude. We just went through this. Were you just sleeping when we even the fucking guy who turned into a Fed, the premature anti-fascist who turned into a Fed, recognized the reasoning as to why Stalin had made this pact with Nazi Germany. It's got to be lag. He didn't see it. But Hasan, 70% of Germany supported Hitler. Who are you to tell them they're wrong? This is very anti-German of you. I know. I'm being so anti-German right now.
Partisans destroyed communication lines. Blew up railroads.
What? Wait a minute. What? That's terrorism. Someone needs to stop these guys from doing terrorism. What? Hold on. But that's terrorism. Your side never mentions the partisan anti-German terrorism. Well, there it is. I'm showing it to you. Trigger warning. The property damage. Do I condemn this? Do I condemn the partisans?
Destroyed bridges, ambushed patrols, and attacked strategic strongholds. It's difficult to quantify the effect of partisan attacks, but as a group, they inflicted a substantial toll on the German army. The German troops suffered tremendous casualties and thousands of Nazi trains and bridges were destroyed.
No! No! That was a train on fire! Guys! Guys! Sure feels like these guys, I mean, these guys were doing some condemnable actions, dude.
Trains and bridges were destroyed. This newsreel footage is a testament to the heroic contributions of the Jewish partisans who fought in World War II.
Wait, oh, by the way, I was about to say, there were also literal children that were involved, and Frank-aged children that were involved in the brave, heroic resistance of the Jewish partisans, by the way. Babies of Hamas. These are babies of terror. Or at least in the regional appropriate and time frame adjusted accent, it would be, they are the babies of terror. Why? Why is no one talking about the babies of terror? Terrorism. This was years ago. You're acting like this is now. Wait, this chatter is so funny. He did not. The point just missed him, okay? The point is missing him so hard. They're an Asman fan? No. Why do you hate Asmongold so much? Dog. This is I'm making a joke about the common ways in which Western liberals now talk about those who resisted against the fascist forces doing land grabs and exterminationist policies. How do I simplify this? I'm comparing Nazi Germany to the fascist state of Israel, Nazi Germany's Holocaust to the fascist state of Israel's Holocaust in Gaza, while also simultaneously assuming the role of a Western liberal who is a pacifist, right? To make jokes about, to show you how silly it is to say, why are these Jews resisting against Nazi Germany? Just like it's silly to say, why are these Palestinians or Arabs in the region resisting against Israel and American imperialism? Because from their perspective, it is identical. The outcome is identical. I think yeah, the video said they were heroic. Guess this guy supports terrorists.
Fought in World War II.
Anyway. This dude watches Inglourious Basterds and shakes his head. Your chat is toxic. Your chat is toxic even though I asked a simple question that I wanted an answer to. Dog, what other space do you have like 24,000 people watching and the guy entertaining 24,000 people just takes you seriously, pulls you aside and explains to you a joke that the rest of the 24,000 actually understand? I just did that for you and you're still fucking complaining. And the most toxic thing that Chatter said was that you're homeschooled. Like, eyes on the prize, baby. You're inside of Madison Square Garden. And I pulled you aside to explain something to you that everyone else was actually. Why are you so defensive all the time? It makes you seem unhinged. Still got much love for you. Me? Am I being defensive? I'm like, I basically gave him the explanation that other people didn't even need, and he's still like focusing on the chat being toxic to him for calling him a fucking homeschooled. Here's a documentary, Fearless Defiance, Courageous Story of the Bielski Partisans. I mean, I don't know if we can watch this. This is too triggering. I will not be condemning the partisans. This is such a funny. He had to change the UN claim about the Gaza. The UN's claim about babies dying in Gaza is unraveling. The original title of this article was Israelophobia is out of control. The most dangerous bigotry of our times. Everybody dunked on it, so we changed it to fucking Holocaust denial. Which, in this modern iteration, requires you to deny what you see with your eyes. Okay? Which is somehow an even more insane version. Like, there is no Red Cross going to the one singular concentration camp designed to, like, dupe the Western audiences. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you can see it. Like, you can see it. It's not, there is no plausible deniability here, you know? So it's a crazy fucking situation where basically these guys are like, no, you have to not believe what you're seeing. Like, I'm telling you, these fucking starving children, the images of starving children, do not believe them, okay? They're faking it. Like thousands and thousands of children ruthlessly slaughtered. Don't look at that. It's fake. It's not real. Let me tell you, there's a lot more serious stuff going on, like my feelings being hurt when people say Israel is doing a genocide, and I want to defend that, and then people say I'm a Nazi. This is perhaps the most consequential aspect of the events that are unfolding, and yeah, don't do that. Okay. That's all I got for today because I have to get ready for the Fear and podcast. Perhaps we'll watch this Fearless Defiance, Courageous Story of the Bielski Partisans tomorrow. I like that. I like watching historic documentaries. Half day. Yeah, half day. Watch Lilo and Stitch with the gang. Why? It's bad. Okay. I won't watch it. Anyway, love you guys and see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.